Well, if they have contradicted themselves in something, they'll definitely be called again. And otherwise, they will prepare a FIR, they will file it in court, and the matter will be heard in the court along with the other matters which are pending. There are a lot of other matters pending. The Housing Ministry has a case, then Income Tax has a case, and then some DDA has a case. So it's a lot of cases are there.
Okay, so it's the beginning of troubles for the Gandhis. Dr. Swamy, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. It was Dr. Swamy who had filed the case against the Gandhis, after which now the Gandhi scion Rahul Gandhi.
हाँ, हमने 67 करोड़ रुपया 10 साल में उनके कर्मचारियों और पत्रकारों की तनख्वाह और वीआरएस दी, हाउस टैक्स दिया, बिजली का बिल दिया, सरकार के खजाने में लीज का पैसा जमा करवाया, तो फिर तो 140 करोड़ देशवासी दोस्त अपराधी बन जाएंगे। इसलिए ये कायर सरकार, तानाशाह सरकार सच से डरती है और ये सत्य का आंदोलन है।
सर, बहुत से कार्यकर्ता आए हैं अलग अलग जगहों से, उनको अभी आप क्या कहेंगे? जिस तरह की स्थिति हो गई है, हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है, क्या आप कहेंगे उनको कि आइए हिरासत दीजिए, सब जेलों भरे जाएंगे?
आइए, ये जेल भरो आंदोलन है, ये सत्य का आंदोलन है, ये सत्याग्रह है। परंतु गोडसे के वंशज सत्याग्रह को जानते नहीं, समझते नहीं और इसकी ताकत को मानते नहीं। महात्मा गांधी ने अंग्रेज को देश की जनता के बल पर हरा दिया था, इस बार फिर मोदी जी हारेंगे।
तो देखिए, यहाँ पर साफ तौर पे आह्वान कर दिया गया है कि सड़कों पर आइए, अगर गिरफ्तारी या हिरासत में आपको लिया जा रहा है तो वो भी दीजिए। उनके कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और इस वक्त वो पूरी बसें भरी हुई हैं। यहाँ पर लगातार आपको मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, ये वही बस है जो ईडी ऑफिस के बाहर, जहाँ पर मेरे साथी लगातार दिखा रहे थे, वहां से डिटेन करने के बाद वहां से 400 मीटर की दूरी पर इस बस को सड़क पर रोक लिया गया है। उसके आगे इस सड़क पर कार्यकर्ता है, वो डिटेन जो हुए लोग हैं वो खिड़कियों से निकलकर लगातार नारेबाजी चल रही है और साथ ही साथ जो मीडिया कम्युनिकेशन के हेड है रणदीप सुरजेवाला, वो और लोगों को आह्वान के लिए बुला रहे हैं कि आइए जेल भरिए, एक जेल भरो आंदोलन की बात करते हुए। कहां से आई है मैम आप?
उज्जैन, मध्य प्रदेश से।
क्या हुआ? सत्याग्रह के लिए आह्वान हुआ है, किस चीज के लिए लड़ाई चल रही है?
हम राहुल गांधी के समर्थन में आए हैं। मोदी की तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी। तानाशाही है ये, इस देश में तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी।
किस तरह से? अब तो ये राहुल जी तो अंदर चले गए हैं ऑफिस में, अब आप लोग बाहर अब क्या करना चाह रहे हैं?
हम उनके समर्थन में खड़े हैं।
वो तो अपना काम पूरा कर रहे हैं।
हम भी हमारा काम कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं देश को हमारी ताकत, हम उनके साथ में हैं।
तो देखिए, वो अपनी ताकत की बात करते हुए आ रहे हैं, चाहे महिलाएं हो, युवा हो, आप लगातार बस दर बस आप देखिए कितने लोग यहाँ पर, सैकड़ों लोगों को हिरासत में लिया जा चुका है। वो पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद है और उसके साथ साथ ये लोग यहाँ पर इस वक्त किस तरह से सत्याग्रह को आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश?
देखिए, हम शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सत्याग्रह को आगे बढ़ा रहे थे, लेकिन डरी हुई सरकार ने, कायर सरकार ने हमें गिरफ्तार कर लिया है, लेकिन हम डरने वाले नहीं हैं।
राहुल जी तो अंदर चले गए, आप राहुल जी तो अंदर
पूछताछ में गए हैं अंदर।
देखिए, बिल्कुल, तो देखिए इस वक्त राहुल गांधी से पूछताछ शुरू हो चुकी है। उनको जो समन मिला था वो कार्यवाही पूरी हो चुकी है, काम पूरा हो चुका है, लेकिन ये वो सड़कों पर इस वक्त अभी भी उन बसेस के आगे लगातार वो लोग आ रहे हैं जिस बसों को भरकर, यानी ईडी ऑफिस के बाहर जो तस्वीरें थी, उन लोगों को ने जिस तरीके से हंगामा हुआ।
Dramatic visuals that we are seeing as the Satyagraha, as the Congress party is calling it, continues. Rahul Gandhi currently at the Enforcement Directorate office. Madhav also continues to be live with us. Madhav, the protests have continued, of course, as the party workers were waiting outside the AICC headquarters. Rahul Gandhi zoomed past them, currently at the ED office. What's happening there? Madhav? Okay, we'll go back to Madhav. Let's also take in a word from Bhavtosh, who is also joining us. Bhavtosh, through the day, we've seen very, very dramatic visuals. Congress workers, hundreds of them protesting in the national capital and various places across the country. Now, as the questioning of Rahul Gandhi continues, it looks like the Congress workers are unrelenting, are continuing their protest.
Yes, Pratibha. In fact, we are right outside the ED headquarters, and you can see that deployment of the police personnel have definitely increased. At least 100 odd of them have been taken into preventive arrest. We did speak to Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Mr. Bhupesh Baghel, and he said that his security personnel have been told that he has been taken into preventive arrest, and large number of police personnel have been called in as soon as Congress workers arrived here. Rahul Gandhi came with an escort of at least six escorts vehicle. He gets a Z plus security cover from CRPF, and he entered the ED headquarters at around 11:15. And remember, his statement will be recorded under Section 50 of PMLA. That means that he has to write his statement, and two assistant directors of Enforcement Directorate will be recording his statement. But the entire questioning matter of National Herald, Young India has completely been overshadowed by the very fact that politics has completely taken over this matter. What is this case? The case revolves around the fact that Young India had overtaken the Associate Generals, and Associate General loan of 90 crore rupees was in fact written off in just meager 50 lakh rupees. That 50 lakh rupees was also taken by a shell company which is based out of Kolkata. And this, by taking this loan, they had also taken over prime properties spread at least 8 cities, and the value of that prime properties is said to be around 2,000 crore rupees. Income Tax Department started carrying out its investigation in 2015-2016, and the Income Tax Department had said that the real income of Rahul Gandhi in year 2010 and 2011 was not 68 lakh rupees, but was whopping 150 crore rupees. Rahul Gandhi and Gandhi family had in fact challenged this matter in the Delhi High Court, then in the Supreme Court, and they even went to the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. In all these places, they have lost this case. So one can clearly say that it's not that Enforcement Directorate was unfairly targeting them. And what Randeep Surjewala today said at around 9 a.m. that Associate General was trying to pay VRS to all its employees by giving them 91 crore rupees is something which is very hard to digest. If you just go by the documents that has been accessed by Times Now, that 91 crore rupees was actually money that was given by the Congress party to revive Associate Generals, and that money was in fact later was taken over by Young India, and that entire thing was written off for just 51 lakh rupees. Now, according to ED, that was a bogus loan, and that's what Income Tax as well as ED is trying to find out. Okay. Why such a huge amount of money was written off for only 51 lakh rupees.
But you know, Bhavtosh, as the questioning continues, the Congress party workers have also made a spectacle out of it. There are workers who continue to be out on the streets. Let's go across to Madhav. Madhav, the Congress workers are unrelenting. They are protesting. Of course, there are two sides of it. On one hand, the Congress party claiming that they are being targeted, whereas the BJP asking questions on if there's nothing to hide, if due process is being followed, what's the problem?
Well, yes, both sides, in fact, coming up with those arguments, but clearly, of course, you can see the police barricades that have been put up right on Akbar Road, just outside the AICC office. Not one, not two, but you can see a further barricade that has been put up with a water cannon, but several such barricades that have been put up in neighboring areas, around the AICC headquarters. And that is what is leading the Congress to ask this question, that if it was a peaceful protest, they had given an assurance that it would be a peaceful protest, why was the permission not given to them? Because clearly at this point of time, the Delhi police has said that they would not allow any kind of protest to take place. As you can see, in fact, several of the Seva Dal workers also sitting over here in protest. They have, in fact, been raising slogans right since morning and have been, of course, speaking out in solidarity as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned. So that's the situation that exists on ground over here at the AICC. And this, of course, is expected to continue till the questioning of Rahul Gandhi takes place. We don't know how long that questioning would be for, but certainly, of course, enforcement directorate and several agencies, the allegation of Congress is that they are being misused as far as this particular case is concerned, that the matter has been pending for over 7 years. Why is it now that a fresh investigation is being launched into this entire matter? So that is as far as this side is concerned. Yes, the BJP has questioned whether this is an attempt to try and sort of browbeat the agency, whether Rahul Gandhi is trying to cover up his wrongdoings by using Congress workers. These are questions that BJP is asking, and also if that
कुछ कदम उठाए जाएंगे, इन सबको कैसे देखते हैं आप? क्या कारण आपको लगता है इन सब के पीछे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल, ये तो सरकार ने आज पूरे दिल्ली को और पूरे देश में जहाँ भी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता सड़क पर हैं, उनको रोकने के लिए, आंदोलन को दबाने के लिए पुलिस का और सिक्योरिटी फोर्स का पूरा इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। और हम लोग तो एकदम शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से चाहते थे, हम लोग का ये था कि हम लोग सत्याग्रह करेंगे गांधी जी के बताए हुए रास्ते पर। जो हमारा लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार है, हम उसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे, लेकिन उसके लिए भी मोदी सरकार और अमित शाह इजाज़त नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो ये साफ दर्शाता है कि वो किस तरह हुकूमत चला रहे हैं और किस तरह की सरकार चाहते हैं।
सर, अब राहुल गांधी ईडी ऑफिस पहुंच गए हैं, तो आगे का क्या कदम रहने वाले हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से?
अब वो बाद में हम लोग तय करेंगे। अब उनको लौट के आने के बाद आगे की रणनीति तैयार होगी।
So this was Congress Party's General Secretary Tariq Anwar, who said that BJP is trying to stop Congress Party, even if Congress was just wanted to hold a peaceful protest in solidarity with Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, who has been summoned by the ED in connection with national hierarchies. Video journalist Ratnesh Pandey, this is Nyamika Singh for Times Group.
So this is what the party leaders are saying, that the central agencies are being misused. Gandhis being summoned by the enforcement directorate is harassment. But we also spoke to the Congress party workers who were protesting there. Listen in.
आप हमें बताइए, इस समय आप यहाँ पे जो प्रदर्शन में आए हैं, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज़ का?
सर, मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किससे पूछूंगा? मैं तो पार्टी की तरफ से आया।
अच्छा, पार्टी की तरफ से आया, लेकिन आपको इसके प्रदर्शन के बारे में
नहीं, इसके बारे में पता नहीं।
So we try to find out. They say that they have no idea. आपको मालूम है आप इस प्रदर्शन में क्यों आए हैं?
सर, अभी हमारे लिए जो भी चल रहा है यहाँ पे, बीजेपी के 8 साल पूरे हो रखे हैं, लेकिन ये बना कुछ नहीं इनकी तरफ से। मतलब जो भी
ये प्रदर्शन किस लिए, ये मालूम है आप?
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, अभी बैठे ही है खाली। हाँ,
कैसे आए?
नहीं, अभी बैठे ही हम भी यहाँ पे सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या नहीं
सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं, मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है? We had been trying to talk to many of them. They say that they have no idea why exactly the protest is being organized, what for they are protesting. They are sitting here in protest, sitting dharna, but they have no idea about that. So when you have no idea about what for the protest is all about, so why you are protesting then?
ಏನು ರೇಷನ್ ಬೆಳೆದ, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೆಳೆದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏರ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೆ. ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಒಂದಿನ ಜಾಮ್ ಆಗೋದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಡೈಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ. ನಾವು ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನ ಸದಾಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಜನರು ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
So several Congress workers were not even aware of what the protest was about. They just said that they had been called to the spot, which is why they decided to come to the protest site, unaware of what the protest is about. Meanwhile, massive security deployment as well that has been put in place. Madhav, let's take in a word from Madhav on the preparation, the security that has been put in place. Madhav, the Congress workers, several of them, as we spoke to them, were unaware of what the protest was about.
Well, a lot of slogan chanting right behind me, so couldn't get that question very clearly. But you can see this is the Seva Dal members who are in fact gathered outside the barricades ready and are in fact chanting slogans even as we speak. In fact, in support of Rahul Gandhi, they've been here since morning. They have in fact been saying that Rahul Gandhi is innocent and that he's being targeted. But at this point of time, certainly, of course, these protests are breaking out because the police are not allowing these Congress workers and leaders beyond the barricades. In fact, one of them even sitting atop the barricade to protest against the police's action of not allowing them to go forward at this point of time. So that's where things stand at this point of time at the Akbar Road headquarters of the AICC, where currently we are located. And certainly, of course, these protests taking place even as Rahul Gandhi's questioning continues at the ED office. We can expect these protests to continue over the next several hours that Rahul Gandhi's questioning takes place, but unprecedented security measures that have been put up with huge number of police personnel, rapid action force personnel, as well as barricades, water cannons, all of it being put in place to prevent the law and order situation from getting out of hand ostensibly is what is being given as the official reason. The Congress says that this is misuse of police and agencies that has been done by the central government, and not allowing them to protest peacefully is a violation of their democratic and fundamental rights. So that's the argument coming in from the Congress party, saying that they always wanted this to be a peaceful protest, but were unfairly restricted by the authorities in this particular case, despite the fact that they had assured them and had applied for permissions well in time.
Okay, all right. Madhav, thank you for joining us with that. We're continuing our live coverage of not just Rahul Gandhi as he goes to the ED. He is currently there as he's being questioned, but also protests that are continuing across the country, getting your voices from across the country in the biggest coverage here on Times Now. For now, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be right back. To stay with us.
Times Now. Action begins here. Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा।
Good afternoon. Thanks for tuning into Times Now. I'm Krit Sween, and well, a massive show of strength is on display as far as the Congress party is concerned. Hundreds of party workers have taken to streets to protest and rather show solidarity with Congress's Rahul Gandhi, whose interrogation at the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital has already begun. Now, following the massive protests on the streets of the national capital, he's reached the office of the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the National Herald money laundering case, and lot of protest visuals coming in, not just from Delhi but several parts of the country. Let me quickly introduce my colleague joining us live from Hyderabad. Shomit, to you first. What is the situation looking like there? I believe Congress workers have taken to street to show solidarity with Rahul Gandhi in Hyderabad as well.
Well, we can clearly see this is the main Tangman Road in the Hyderabad city. We can say that hundreds of Karyakartas have, hit onto the roads. We can clearly see here, the TPCC. After the Rahul Gandhi has arrived at the ED office, we can clearly see here the road show has begun from, starting from here, we can say. My voice near us, check it out. So it has been started from the Indira Gandhi statue. We can clearly see hundreds of workers. This road has been completely blocked, and under the leadership of TPCC chief of the Telangana party, they have started the road, walking, starting from the Indira Gandhi office, Indira Gandhi statue here in the Hyderabad city, and from here they'll be going to the ED office, and they'll also try to seize the ED office. So this is the situation here. We can say, we can also, several big leaders have arrived here, including the TPCC chief and all the big leaders. We can say this complete road has been blocked, from the which will be connecting the Hyderabad and Secunderabad. So from here we can say they are walking, all the leaders are walking, and they'll be reaching the ED office, and then they'll try to seize the ED office, and will be showing their protests against the central government, mainly to their demands are the cases which have been registered against the Rahul Gandhi as well Sonia Gandhi should be quashed immediately, and also central government should target the opposition leaders. However, we can clearly see here all the big leaders are here hitting on the roads. This complete road has been blocked, and they are walking towards the ED office from the Indira Gandhi statue. We can say we'll also try to speak to few leaders, what are their demands, and actually they are going to. We're also joined by Revant Reddy Saab. Actually, just a small word. What would you like to say?
This is politically motivated vendetta cases against Rahul ji and Sonia ji. It's against You know, we are fighting against the anti-democratic spirit, and we are showing our protest, and including Congress, all the people all over the country are for them now. What are the demands? We'll also try to speak to Revanth Reddy, who is a TPC chief. No, sir, just your demand.
So, government has to withdraw their cases, that's all.
Mainly, the cases should be withdrawn, and this massive roadshow we can clearly see here on the Tangman Road. They'll be marching towards the ED office located in the Bashir Bagh, and there this protest will continue. And but by evening, they are saying that they'll be not withdrawing the protest until and unless the central government doesn't remove the cases. But however, they have asked the police for the permission of 2 to 3 hours, starting from Indira Gandhi statue to the the ED office in the Bashir Bagh. This complete 3 to 4 kilometer stretch is we can clearly see has been completely closed for the commuters. No one is wandering here, no one is allowed to commute here, and only the hundreds of Congress leaders along with the local karyakartas have gathered. They are protesting, and they'll be reaching towards the ED office, and heavy police deployment can also be seen at the ED office. We can see even police said that they'll be not allowing the Congress leaders to sit for a long time at the ED office. However, police said all the arrangements have been made in these areas, and the computers we can see these are the busy Hyderabad roads which will be connecting the old Hyderabad city to the new Hyderabad city, and also the Hyderabad to Secunderabad city. We can say that these roads have been completely closed, and the march we can see hundreds of karyakartas are approaching towards the ED office, and there they'll be continuing their protest.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of voices coming in from the Congress party today as they're going ahead with this Satyagraha march, and so many of them coming out and saying that this is Modi government imposing an undeclared emergency in the national capital, putting up thousands of barricades, and how several of those Congress workers have been detained, not just in Delhi, but similar visuals coming in from so many parts of the country. Shomit continues to stay on with us. What's their one-point demand, Shomit? The Congress workers, what are they saying? Because many of them have been of the opinion, why was there a need felt this time around to once again take up the case after years altogether? All right, before that, quickly, once again, getting you more news on what's happening in Hyderabad. Roads have been blocked, is what we are being told, and you can clearly see on your screens, viewers, how there's a sea of protesters, all of whom are Congress workers, and roads that stand blocked, which is certainly a fallout of the ongoing protests in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi. Shomit continues to stay on with us. Which junction are we talking about, Shomit, and what kind of... Before that, let's quickly cut across. यूनियन मिनिस्टर स्मृति ईरानी स्पीकिंग।
आपके सम्मुख कुछ प्रश्न रखना चाहती हूं, कुछ बातें रखना चाहती हूं। जो जेल से बेल पर हैं, उन्होंने घोषणा की है कि आओ दिल्ली को घेरो, क्योंकि हमारा भ्रष्टाचार पकड़ा गया है। एक इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी पर दबाव डालने के लिए कांग्रेस शासित राज्यों के वरिष्ठ नेताओं को विशेष आमंत्रित किया गया है। इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसी के ऊपर दबाव डालना खुलेआम कांग्रेस की इस रणनीति को आप क्या नाम देंगे? भ्रष्टाचार के किन मुद्दों पर राहुल गांधी को तलब किया गया है, उन पर थोड़ा विचार करें। एक ऐसी कंपनी 1930 के दशक में गठित होती है जिसका काम है अखबार का प्रकाशन। उस कंपनी का नाम एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड। उस वक्त जिसके शेयर होल्डर थे 5000 से ज्यादा स्वतंत्रता सेनानी, और जिस पर अब कब्जा है गांधी खानदान का। जिस अखबार के प्रकाशन के लिए स्वतंत्रता सेनानी शेयर होल्डर सुनिश्चित की गए, उसकी शेयर होल्डिंग एक परिवार को इसलिए दी गई ताकि वो अखबार का प्रकाशन न करें, बल्कि रियल एस्टेट का बिजनेस करें। साल 2008 में इस कंपनी ने अपने ऊपर 90 करोड़ का कर्जा चढ़ा लिया था और फैसला किया कि अब ये कंपनी प्रॉपर्टी के बिजनेस में उतरेगी। साल 2010 5 लाख रुपए से यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड नाम की कंपनी बनाई गई। महासचिव राहुल गांधी डायरेक्टर के रूप में इसमें सम्मिलित हुए। 75% मात्र उनकी हिस्सेदारी थी, बाकी उनकी माताजी के पास, मोतीलाल वोरा जी और ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस जी जैसे नेताओं के पास। इसके बाद एजीएल के 9 करोड़ शेयर्स यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड को दिए जाते हैं। 9 करोड़ शेयर्स के साथ यंग इंडियन को इस कंपनी के 99% शेयर्स हासिल होते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी कंपनी को, मतलब एजीएल को 90 करोड़ का लोन देती है, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी माफ कर देती है। आज मेरा प्रश्न है विनम्रता से उन लोगों से जिन्होंने कांग्रेस का समर्थन किया, कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए डोनेशन दिया ताकि लोकतांत्रिक गतिविधियों में वो हिस्सा ले सके। क्या ऐसे डोनर्स की ये मंशा थी कि उनका पैसा कांग्रेस पार्टी उस कंपनी को समर्पित कर दे जिसमें मालिकाना हक गांधी खानदान का? मालिकाना हक कोई भी सामाजिक कार्य के लिए नहीं, क्योंकि यंग इंडिया ने अपनी स्थापना के वक्त एक लाइसेंस लिया अंडर सेक्शन 25 ऑफ कंपनीज एक्ट कि वो सिर्फ चैरिटी करेंगे। लेकिन साल 2016 में यंग इंडिया ने इस बात को स्वीकार किया कि उन्होंने 6 वर्ष की अवधि में चैरिटी का एक भी काम नहीं किया। प्रश्न यह उठता है, कंपनी बनाई जाती है समाज सेवा के लिए, लेकिन समाज की सेवा नहीं, वो कंपनी मात्र गांधी खानदान की सेवा करने तक सीमित हो जाती है। आज एक प्रश्न उन नेताओं से करना चाहती हूं जो ईडी के ऊपर दबाव डालने के लिए दिल्ली में उपस्थित हुए हैं। आपको राहुल गांधी अगर मिले तो उनसे पूछिएगा कि उनका संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ क्या है। डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड हवाला एंट्री ऑपरेटर कोलकाता से संबंधित है, जो कैश के बदले चेक देती है, जिसकी ट्रांजैक्शंस पर फाइनेंशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट का रेड फ्लैग है। जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आज दिल्ली में एकत्रित हुए हैं, वो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए कि गांधी खानदान का संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से क्या है। क्या यह सत्य है कि डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ उन कंपनीज का संबंध है जिसमें मालिकाना हक राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी और जिसका संबंध श्रीमती वाड्रा से है। आज जो लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज पर दबाव डालना चाहते हैं, उनका ध्यान आकृष्ट करूंगी दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट के 2019 के एक जजमेंट के वाक्य पर the entire transaction of transferring shares of AGL to Young India was nothing but a clandestine and surreptitious transfer of the lucrative interest in the premises of Young India. अर्थात AGL के ऊपर राहुल गांधी का, सोनिया जी का मालिकाना हक गैर कानूनी तौर पर संपत्ति पर अधिकार जमाने का एक प्रयास है। इसलिए आज जो गतिरोध कांग्रेस के नेता और कार्यकर्ता राहुल गांधी के बुलावे पर कर रहे हैं, मैं देश को बतलाना चाहूंगी कि ये लोकतंत्र को बचाने का प्रयास नहीं है, गांधी खानदान की 2000 करोड़ की संपत्ति को बचाने का प्रयास है। Ladies and gentlemen, at the clarion call of the Gandhi family, leaders and workers of the Congress party have descended onto the streets of the national capital to pressurize investigating agencies. A gentleman who is out on bail seeks to pressurize an investigating agency which seeks to unravel the corruption of the Gandhi family. Never before has such a blatant attempt been made by one political family to hold investigative agencies to ransom. Never before has a political family been so desirous of protecting their ill-gotten gains as the Gandhi family. So the questions that I put forth to you for the consumption of citizens at large is this. In the 1930s, Associate Journal Limited was formed with 5,000 freedom fighters as shareholders. Today, a company that was to be run by freedom fighters has been usurped by the Gandhi family. It is projected that the intent of AGL was to publish newspapers. However, in 2008, it seems the company declared it shall no longer publish newspapers, but go into the business of real estate. It is publicly known that the Congress party has waived off a loan of 90 crores. The question humbly I ask of those who have possibly donated money to the Congress party so that democratic values in our country can be strengthened. Did you know that the Congress party, instead of utilizing that money for public gain and public service, utilized it to profit the Gandhi family? The fact that the Gandhi family had to invite people to protect their real estate interest and their profits speaks volume of their political character. There are a few questions that should be asked of Rahul Gandhi. Is it true that Messrs. Young Indian was incorporated with the intent to carry out charitable activities in 2010? Is it also true that in 2016, the same company, which is owned by the Gandhi family, has declared that in the 6 years of its existence, it did not carry out a single charitable activity? The question I hope is answered is this: what is Rahul Gandhi's relationship, or the Gandhi family's relationship, with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Mr. Gandhi, is it true Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is one of the several companies of a Hawala entry operator based out of Kolkata, where in lieu of cash, checks are given? Mr. Gandhi, is it true that Dotex Merchandise's transactions have been red flagged for suspicious transactions by the Financial Intelligence Unit? Is it also true, Mr. Gandhi, that today you have called upon your karyakartas and leaders to the national capital not to save democracy, but to save your property worth 2,000 crores? That you will try to hold the national capital hostage so that your properties, which have been usurped and are a part of ill-gotten gains, can be protected. This is not a drive to protect democracy. This intended drive is to protect 2,000 crores of the Gandhi family. I would now take questions.
देवेंद्र पारासर, इंडिया टीवी। कांग्रेस का कहना है कि जब हम सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं तो फिर उससे रोकने की क्या जरूरत है? इमरजेंसी जैसे हालात पैदा कर दिए गए हैं, लेकिन हम रुकने वाले करने वाले नहीं।
देखिए, सत्य राहुल गांधी का है, आग्रह भी राहुल गांधी का है, और सत्य राहुल गांधी का क्या है वो आज दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के इस बयान पर मैंने जो उल्लेख किया उससे प्रतिस्थापित होता है कि एजेएल के शेयर्स जो यंग इंडिया को गए वो ट्रांसफर अपने आप में सरप्चुअस है, क्लैंडिस्टाइन है, और यंग इंडिया के माध्यम से कैसे एजेएल की प्रॉपर्टीज हड़प कर सके कोई, उसका मात्र एक कागजी साधन है।
नीरज पांडे, एबीपी।
मैडम, कांग्रेस के ज्यादातर नेताओं का कहना है कि राजनीतिक रूप से फंसाया जा रहा है, लेकिन हम झुकने वाले नहीं, रुकने वाले नहीं। अंग्रेजों को हमने भगाया, कहा, और संहिता को भी भगाया।
जिसकी पार्टी अंग्रेज ने बनाई हो वो अंग्रेजों पे टिप्पणी नहीं करे तो बेहतर है।
संजय शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज।
मैडम, मेरे दो सवाल हैं। कांग्रेस के नेता दिग्विजय सिंह वो दो बातें कह रहे हैं। पहली बात वो कह रहे हैं कि इस मामले में कहीं पर कोई एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं हुई है। दूसरी बात कह रहे हैं कि ईडी ने ये मामला पहले ही खत्म कर दिया था, इसको फिर से क्यों खुला है? राजनीतिक मोटिव है, पॉलिटिकल।
दोबारा कहती हूं, 2010 में जिस कंपनी की स्थापना चैरिटी के लिए हुई, 2016 में उस कंपनी ने इस बात को स्वीकारा कि हमने कोई चैरिटी नहीं की। जिस कंपनी को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 90 करोड़ का लोन लिया, उस कंपनी के लिए लोन कांग्रेस पार्टी ने माफ किया और उसका मालिकाना हक गांधी खानदान के पास दर्ज कराया। उस मालिकाना हक के संदर्भ में दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट की टिप्पणी मैं 2 बार पढ़ चुकी हूं। हाईकोर्ट ने सारा एविडेंस देखने के बाद कहा कि एजीएल के ऊपर यंग इंडियन का मालिकाना हक अपने आप में क्लैंडस्टाइन है, सरप्चुअस है। आज ईडी या इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज के ऊपर इस प्रकार का दबाव डालना कहां तक लोकतंत्र और संविधान का सम्मान है, इस प्रश्न का उत्तर निश्चित रूप से गांधी खानदान को देना चाहिए। क्यों एक कंपनी जो अखबार का प्रकाशन करती थी और अब रियल एस्टेट का धंधा करती है, उसमें गांधी खानदान की इतनी रुचि है? इसका मतलब रियल एस्टेट से मोह मात्र जीजा जी का नहीं, पूरे खानदान का है।
मोहित भट्ट, टाइम्स नाउ।
Not just in Delhi, but all throughout the country, the Congress leaders are protesting outside the ED office. First, you see, it is a deliberate attempt to put the pressure on the ED and other investigative agencies because was just not ED, income tax has also earlier questioned the Congress leaders regarding this particular case. And also, ma'am, Robert Vadra has also come out and he said that earlier also, I have been also through this, the government is trying to suppress the opposition leaders.
Firstly, the Congress is hardly opposition. Secondly, Robert Vadra is hardly in a position to give character certificates. Thirdly, I have here, through this press conference, highlighted the entire course of action. And lastly, the fact that this entire economic transaction between AGL and Young Indian has been reflected upon by the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court has made a statement. Can that be denied by either the Gandhis or the Vadras? My question to the Gandhi Khandan again is this. What is your relationship with one of the companies of a Hawala entry operator, namely Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Why would the Congress party waive off a 90 crore loan? And what is Rahul Gandhi's interest in real estate businesses which are now worth 2,000 crores? आज तक आपने कोई भी ऐसी कंपनी देखी है जिसको बनाने में चंद लाख रुपए लगे और जो मात्र शेयर ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से 2000 करोड़ का मालिक बन जाए बिना एक इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी किए?
विकास चंद्रा, न्यूज नेशन।
कई तरह के आरोप कांग्रेस की तरफ से लगाए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन कहा गया, तुलना की गई है केंद्र सरकार की कांग्रेस की तरफ से रावण से, और कहा गया है कि जब डर हुआ है तभी इस तरीके की कार्रवाई राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ की जा रही है, और मोदी सरकार की तुलना रावण से किया है।
जो राम का अस्तित्व नहीं मानते थे अब रावण की बात करते हैं।
भारत समाचार।
और कांग्रेस पार्टी रावण के ऊपर टिप्पणी नहीं करेगी तो और कौन करेगा?
मैम, ईडी द्वारा पूछताछ जारी है, बैंक खातों का जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे राहुल गांधी, एसेट के बारे में नहीं बता पा रहे हैं, सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं, ईडी की तरफ से आया हुआ।
विनीत, टीवी 18।
मैम, जिस तरह से दिल्ली में की अगर हम स्थिति देखें, क्या आपको लगता है या फिर देश के अन्य हिस्सों में जिस तरह से जाम की स्थिति है, क्या अराजकता फैलाने की?
बिल्कुल, और अराजकता फैलाने के पीछे, जैसा कि मैंने कहा, लोकतंत्र को बचाने का प्रयास नहीं है। अराजकता फैलाने के पीछे प्रयास है राहुल गांधी की 2000 करोड़ की संपत्ति बचाना।
अनिंदो, टीवी 9।
ডোটেক্স প্রাইভেট লিমিটেডের সাথে রাহুল গান্ধীর কি সম্বন্ধ, এই প্রশ্নটা আমি করছি। ওই কোম্পানি একটা হাওয়ালা এন্ট্রি অপারেটর শেল কোম্পানি, ওই কোম্পানির সাথে রাহুল গান্ধীর কোম্পানির ইকোনমিক ফাইন্যান্সিয়াল ট্রানজাকশনস আছে, আর এই কথার জবাবটা মাত্র রাহুল গান্ধী দিতে পারেন।
गौरव, न्यूज 24।
मैम, केंद्र सरकार के लिए जिस तरह के शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, कायर, डरपोक, गांधी हूं मैं, माफी नहीं मांगूंगा।
भाई ऐसा है, डरपोक वो होता है जो दुनिया भर से लोग बुलाए कि आओ मेरी मदद करो, और आप गांधी खानदान से संस्कार की अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं।
रिपब्लिक टीवी।
मुझे लगता है कि मैंने अभी इस विवरण के माध्यम से स्पष्ट कर दिया है। साल 2008 में गांधी खानदान की कंपनी ने कहा कि हम अखबार का प्रकाशन नहीं करेंगे, रियल एस्टेट का धंधा करेंगे। साल 2010 में जब हमारी सरकार नहीं थी, तब गांधी खानदान ने एक ऐसे कंपनी की स्थापना की जिसके माध्यम से उन्होंने 2000 करोड़ की संपत्ति हड़पी। और इस संदर्भ में एजीएल और यंग इंडियन का जो संबंध है, इसके संबंध में 2019 में दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट की टिप्पणी मैं ऑलरेडी यहां पर बता चुकी हूं। तो आप करें काले धन को एकत्रित करने का काम और फिर आंख दिखाएं इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज को और कहें कि हम भ्रष्टाचार करें, तो आंख मूंद लो। ये संविधान के माध्यम से संभव नहीं है। नोबडी इज अबव द लॉ, नॉट इवन राहुल गांधी।
कुमार अमित सिंह, टाइम्स नव भारत।
आज एक पत्रकार ने इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कह दिया कि ईडी के माध्यम से क्या क्या छुपाया जा रहा है राहुल गांधी द्वारा। तो मुझे लगता है राहुल गांधी और ईडी के संदर्भ में क्या चर्चा हो रही है, ईडी के प्रतिनिधि बेहतर बोल पाएंगे। मैं इतना ही कह सकती हूं कि आज पत्रकार ने आपके संगमुख जो बैठे हैं उन्होंने भी कहा कि मात्र दिल्ली में नहीं बल्कि देश भर में इस प्रकार का प्रदर्शन कर जनता के यातायात में गतिरोध दिया जा रहा है, अराजकता फैलाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। लेकिन लक्ष्य उनका क्या है? लक्ष्य मात्र ये है कि लोकतंत्र नहीं, राहुल गांधी की 2000 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी बचाओ।
अंतिम प्रश्न है सुमित्रा एएनआई।
प्रियंका गांधी ने ये कहा है ईडी के समन पर कि ये जो जगह जगह बैरिकेड्स लगाए जा रहे हैं, जो खाली धमकियां दी जा रही है, इससे सच्चाई छुप नहीं पाएगी।
Those who are trying to barricade an investigation so that the truth can come out are afraid of barricades that have been put up so that citizens can be protected. If you have nothing to hide, what is the problem? My last question to Srimati Vadra is, since it seems one segment of the family specializes in real estate, what is your relationship with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Thank you.
That was Smriti Irani, of course, holding a press conference about the circumstances under which Rahul Gandhi is now being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and the questions that he needs to answer about the allegedly dubious antecedents of a certain company called Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, from which Young Indian had procured a loan of rupees 1 crore. That's the transaction under scrutiny. Let me go across to Bhavtosh for more on this. Bhavtosh, what can you tell us about the specifics of this transaction involving Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, which will be under scrutiny when Rahul Gandhi is questioned by the ED? In fact, let me take that across to Niyamika as well, who is joining us. Niyamika, Smriti Irani has just held a press conference in the national capital, raising several questions about the alleged involvement of Rahul Gandhi in this entire scandal. What can you tell us about the specifics of some of the allegations that she's brought forth?
Well, the Congress party has been continuously alleging that all these allegations are being imposed over the Grand Old Party just to suppress the voice of opposition, and that is the reason why all these cases are being taken up. And Congress has also been saying that this case which is being lodged against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, that is a bogus case, and all these allegations that are being imposed against him, those are all false, and that is the reason why Congress today held a satyagraha protest in solidarity with the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. And just now as well, the Congress members are here sitting on the roads outside the AICC headquarters, and they are saying that it is their right to protest against whatever is happening in the country, and they are standing with their leader Rahul Gandhi. And let us go across to some of the members who are sitting here. Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? ये जो भी एलिगेशंस लगाए गए हैं, तो बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि नेशनल हेराल्ड का जो मामला है उसमें कहीं ना कहीं गांधी फैमिली को बेनिफिट पहुंचाने की कोशिश की गई थी, इसीलिए ये पूरा करप्शन का मामला सामने आया है।
देखिए, सच को कभी सूरज की तरह बादलों में नहीं छुपाया जा सकता। राहुल गांधी सच्चाई के वो सूरज हैं जो बीजेपी के बादलों को छाट के बाहर निकलेंगे। बीजेपी अगर सोचती है कि ईडी, सीआईडी से दब जाएंगे, तो हम इनके सामने दबने वाले नहीं हैं, इनसे डरने वाले नहीं हैं, इनसे झुकने वाले नहीं हैं। कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता पूरे देश में इनकी एजेंसियों के सामने सीना तान के लड़ेगा और इनकी सच्चाई को जनता के सामने लेकर आएगा।
कहीं ना कहीं तंज भी कसा गया है भाजपा की तरफ से। स्मृति ईरानी ने ये कहा है कि डरपोक वो आदमी होता है जो पूरे देश भर से लोगों को इकट्ठा करे खुद को बचाने के लिए।
आज की दिहाड़ी स्मृति ईरानी जी की पूरी हो गई, और दबाव, सच कभी दबाव में नहीं आता, झूठ दबाव में होता है। आज बीजेपी के लोग दबाव में है, बौखलाहट में है, इसीलिए सड़कें और दिल्ली की राजधानी को बंद कर उन्होंने कांग्रेस के प्रदर्शन को रोकने का प्रयास किया है।
So this was the secretary of UP Congress, Dheeraj Gujjar, who is sitting here to protest against the enforcement directorate, and he has been saying that they have all the rights to protest against this matter, and Congress has also been saying that the BJP-led central government is using Delhi police to stop Congress party from holding this protest, and they are basically insecure and they are afraid of the matter that Congress will raise this issue very strongly, and that is the reason why the Delhi police has done barricading at Akbar Road. They are not allowing the Congress members to go outside, and that is the reason why they have also detained many of the Congress members as well. Back to you.
As Nyamika, even as my colleague Shivani joining us live from Mumbai, and Priyank once again from the national capital. Shivani, to you first, because this is a pan-India protest that we are witnessing by these Congress workers and party leaders in different parts of the country. What have you been witnessing in Mumbai?
Yeah. See, first of all, let me take you through the 360, round visual by Yogesh here. He will show you the entire place that goes towards the ED office has been blocked by the Congress workers out here. And as you see on tempo, through the speakers, they are, sloganeering against the BJP government, against the Prime Minister. And there are several ladies out here. We'll try and get a word from them as well, because we already spoke. Many of them did not know the cause of the protest. आप लोग यहाँ पर इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए हुए हैं, किस वजह से प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं?
ये हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट इसके लिए कर रहे हैं कि जो हुकुमशाही चालू है मोदी सरकार की, उसको बंद करने के लिए। जब देखो तब ईडी की नोटिस भेजते हैं और सबको दबा देते हैं, ये गलत है। हम लोग आज लोकशाही में रहते हैं, तो लोकशाही की तरफ से ही चलना चाहिए सबको।
आपको पता है कि ईडी कौन से केस के तहत नोटिस भेज रही है?
नेशनल हेराल्ड की तरफ से।
जी, आप लोगों को पता है?
जी हाँ।
क्या है वो
केस ऐसा है कि उसमें जब
आपको पता है, अन्य को नहीं पता, इसलिए मैं जानना चाह रही हूँ।
जो मैम ने बोला मेरा गला खराब होने के नाते।
अच्छा, okay, so there are many more as well. We'll try and get a word from them as well. We'll go inside and see. These are kind of the posters that we are witnessing here. The agencies are being called as puppets, and that is why we see such CBI, ED, NCBI, income tax, all of these are placed. Sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आप लोग उतरे हैं सड़कों पर, पूरा रोड ब्लॉक किया है, बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी गई है, पुलिस की 150 से ज्यादा बल यहाँ पर लगे गए हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग बहुत ज्यादा हावी रूप से बाहर दिखे हैं।
क्योंकि जिस तरह से बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट और मोदी जी, शाह जी जो ईडी के बिना कारण जो राहुल जी को, सोनिया गांधी को और सारे नेताओं को भारत भर में जो गलत इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं ईडी का, सीबीआई का, उसके लिए एक उद्रेक कांग्रेस पार्टी में हुआ है और उसका ये नतीजा है।
बिल्कुल। So there are people, the one who's holding the board, I'll ask him a question. Sir, आपको पता है किस वजह से समन भेजा गया राहुल गांधी? नहीं पता। So yes, see, this is the kind of a reality that we can speak about. The people know, the leaders know, the presidents of particular departments, they all are aware that why the ED summons are being issued, why such things are being placed out here. But the workers, those are protesting, they do not know it. They do not know it. In fact, there is one senior citizen also I can see. आपको पता है मैम, आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं इतनी बड़ी संख्या में, क्या वजह? क्योंकि कई सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको ये तक नहीं पता कि वो प्रोटेस्ट ही क्यों कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, इनको सभी लोगों को ये पता नहीं है कि प्रोटेस्ट क्यों करे, लेकिन जो अन्याय कर रही है आज सरकार, इनको ईडी को आगे करके, जिनके पास कोई वजूद नहीं है, कोई एविडेंस नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है, फिर भी इन लोगों को जबरदस्ती ईडी एक ऐसी छोटी संस्था थी जिनको किसी को पता नहीं था, आज ईडी को ये लोग आगे बढ़ा के अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आज कांग्रेस पक्ष प्रोटेस्ट के लिए ही आया है सबके।
Of course. So as we see, Yogesh will again show you the visuals out here of 360 degree, and you can understand the entire lane, that one particular main road, and across that there are two more lanes. Those who reaches to the ED office, in fact, they have also been blocked by the Congress officials, the workers out here, and such kind of chantings are taking place out here. And in fact, 150 plus Mumbai police officers are deployed here. That is what the DCP has confirmed to us, and as we see, DCP Nilotpal also informed that there are 150 plus Mumbai police officials, those are being placed to control this mob. But yes, of course, if you go straight away, you will understand
that still the boards are being seen. The protesters are there in that particular lane as well. The cops are deployed there as well, and that is why we see.
Let me just interrupt you there. You just brought us some glimpses. In fact, some people that you spoke to did not have an idea as to why Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been summoned, and that's a problem that appears to be endemic across different parts of the country where Congress is protesting. Let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in from different parts of the country during the Congress protest, where the workers are completely clueless about the circumstances in Delhi.
हम अपने नेता राहुल गांधी जी के समर्थन में आए हैं।
क्या महत्व है आपके यहाँ आने का?
जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल जी नेताजी हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम आए हुए हैं।
आपको पता है कि पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दी प्रोटेस्ट की?
ठीक है, परमिशन नहीं दी, लेकिन हम अपने मूल सिद्धांतों से नहीं हटेंगे। हम अपने नेता के साथ हैं और सदा रहेंगे। जी साहब, सदा रहेंगे, खड़े रहेंगे नेता के साथ अपने हम।
क्या आप इस प्रोटेस्ट का महत्व समझ रहे हैं? अभी क्या है इसका महत्व?
महत्व का क्या है, नेता के साथ हम खड़े रहेंगे। आज कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है। राहुल जी ईडी दफ्तर जा रहे हैं, शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से जा रहे हैं, अपने बयान देना जा रहे हैं। हम गांधी की विचारधारा के लोग हैं, गोडसे की विचारधारा के लोग नहीं हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी गांधी की विचारधारा पर चलती है। हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करके जाना चाहते हैं। राहुल जी के समर्थक में राहुल जी ने थोड़ी बुलाया है, कार्यकर्ता उनकी ईमानदारी के प्रति आए।
आप हमें बताइए, इस समय आप यहाँ पे जो प्रदर्शन में आए, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज का?
सर मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किससे पूछना? मैं तो पार्टी की तरफ से आया।
अच्छा, पार्टी की तरफ से आया, लेकिन आपको इसके प्रदर्शन के बारे में
नहीं, इसके बारे में पता नहीं।
So we try to find out. They say that they have no idea. आपको मालूम है आप इस प्रदर्शन में क्यों आए हैं?
सर, अभी हमारे लिए जो भी चल रहा है यहाँ पे, बीजेपी के 8 साल पूरे हो रखे हैं, लेकिन ये बना कुछ नहीं इनकी तरफ से। मतलब जो भी
ये प्रदर्शन किस लिए, ये मालूम है आपको?
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, अभी बैठे ही है खाली। हाँ,
कैसे आए?
नहीं, अभी बैठे ही है, हम भी यहाँ पे सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या नहीं
सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं। मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है? We had been trying to talk to many of them. They say that they have no idea why exactly the protest is being organized, what for they are protesting. They are sitting here in protest, sitting dharna, but they have no idea about that. So when you have no idea about what for the protest is all about, so why you are protesting then?
ಒಂದೇ ದಿನ ತೊಂದರೆ, ಡೈಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ. ಏನು ರೇಷನ್ ಬೆಳೆದ, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೆಳೆದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏರ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೆ. ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಒಂದಿನ ಜಾಮ್ ಆಗೋದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಡೈಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ. ನಾವು ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಅದನ್ನ ಸದಾಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಜನರು ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
All right, so massive embarrassment coming in for the Congress party because several of these workers who are out on the streets today in support of Rahul Gandhi are clueless as to why are they there. Going back to Priyank once again, who has been reporting live since this morning. And Priyank, what's happening around you? We have already seen several of these Congress workers who have been detained, but several are still clueless of why are they there.
Yes, Adi, and the protest is almost over in the national capital. If you talk about what happened right outside the enforcement directorate main entrance, this is the deployment which has been, somewhat been given some kind of leverage for the commuters to move towards this main road which lead towards the enforcement directorate. But what Delhi police was also maintaining till early morning today, that they gave permission to around 250 odd senior members of the Congress party to go till the party office, because initially yesterday that there was 2,000 number figure which was given by the Congress party officials to the Delhi police so that these people can march. But later to that, the Delhi police could only identify the Congress could only identify around 250 people who were the office bearers of the Congress party. So the permission was given, but what happened outside the ED's office was very dramatic, because all those senior members of the Congress party, including Randeep Singh Surjewala, who was holding a press conference early in the day, was also detained along with Srinivas Bibi. Then we saw Harish Rawat and P. Chidambaram. All these senior members of the Congress party have been put under detention, and what Delhi police is saying that they will be kept under detention till late evening today.
Stay with us, Priyank. Let me also now once again go back to Shivani joining us live from Mumbai, where once again we are witnessing large number of Congress workers out on the streets and protesting. Yes, Shivani, what's happening there?
ही आपल्याला आम्हाला विनंती आहे. कृपया करून आमचे कार्यकर्ते अतिशय शांततेच्या मार्गाने या ठिकाणी आपला निषेध नोंदवत आहेत. पाहू शकतात मुंबई काँग्रेसचे अध्यक्ष आणि नाना पटोले यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्र आणि काँग्रेसचे पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्ते सैनिक हे आंदोलन या ठिकाणी करत आहे. कृपया आमच्या भावनांचा विचार करा आणि कुठल्याही यांच्या एकाही पदाधिकाऱ्याला अटक करून घेऊन जाणार कोणाला अशी आपल्याला विनंती आहे. कृपया करून.
All right, so as we do know that this is a pan-India protest that has been called in by the Congress High Command, be it the national capital, Bengaluru, Guwahati, Jammu, or even Mumbai, where we have been getting in these images from this morning, where several of these workers have also been detained.
The sloganeering still going on. The speakers are still quite loud and okay, so well, of course, here as we saw that the chanting, the slogan is still going on. We'll take a question across them. किन वजहों से आप लोग यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? मुख्य वजह क्या है आपकी प्रोटेस्ट?
हम लोग यहाँ पर जो ईडी का जो रखा है और राहुल गांधी और हमारे अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी है उनके खिलाफ जो ईडी की इंक्वायरी हो रही है उसके अगेंस्ट में ये पूरा मोर्चा लिया गया है कि ईडी की दुकान जो है वो एक बीजेपी का आप बोलेंगे उनकी खुद की ऑफिस है, इसलिए उसको बंद करने के लिए हम लोग ने मोर्चा निकाला है.
महिलाओं से जानना चाहूंगी मैं कि किस मुद्दे की वजह से समन गए आप लोग जानते हैं?
ईडी की मुद्दे की वजह से है कि बीजेपी के बहुत दादागिरी चल रही है ईडी की वजह से, तो उसके आगे हम लोग ये मोर्चा ले रहे हैं.
So they do not know the particular case, they do not know the cause of the protest, they do not know as to why they are being called. Only just that there is a notice against Sonia and Rahul, and that is why they have been called, so they are here. And that is why we see more and more people are being joined in this particular protest.
All right, let me also now go across to Congress leader Ramesh Shanitala, also joining us on the phone line. And sir, how would you respond to these protests today? There have been big charges coming in from BJP Union Minister, that is Smriti Irani, who is now calling these protests as a cover-up by the Congress party.
No, this is not cover-up. This is a vindictive politics taken by the BJP government. If they are criticized, or anybody will speak against them, they will be silenced. That is their system. So Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Congress party is fighting against the misdeeds of the BJP. That is why they have taken this vindictive attitude. Really speaking, by 15th of this 2015, this case has been inquired and there was nothing in that. Now they are taking it up because of political reasons. Definitely, the Congress party will fight against this kind of vindictive politics done by the BJP. So actually, they are covering up. They are doing a vindictive politics, which will not be accepted by the people of India. So we will continue our fight with BJP.
Right.
And we will unite all the like-minded forces in this country for this fight.
But Mr. Shanitala, another big charge coming in from the BJP through that press briefing is that this is also an open attempt by the Congress party to pressurize an investigative agency. As you have been claiming that the centre is misusing agencies, well, at the same time, BJP is saying this is a pressure tactic being used because Congress has been exposed, they say, for corruption.
No, it's not correct. It is totally false because in 2015, the entire case has been inquired. And they said that nothing is there. Now they are taking it up because they have politics on this. They are using this kind of central investigating agencies for their political ends. That is, the people of India knows it. Their arm twisting will not work in the country. The people will react to this kind of politics, which will be highly detrimental for BJP and the central government in coming days.
Mr. Chennithala, how do you explain the fact that the Income Tax Assessment Tribunal has made some scathing observations on at least 2 occasions with regards to the transactions involving AJL as well as Young Indian, and now we see the BJP also raising allegations of a possible loan taken by Young Indian by a company with dubious Hawala transactions? How do you respond to those specific allegations?
You see that this is all absurd. There is no money transaction has taken place. What are you talking? There is no money transaction has taken place. 2015, this entire thing has been inquired by the same agency, and they had rejected that. Now they are taking it up because Narendra Modi and the BJP wanted to have political vengeance on Gandhi family, which will not be acceptable to the congressmen and the general public in the country. We will fight it back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chennithala, for joining us here on this broadcast. So the Congress leaders staying defiant, stating that this is an open, in fact, allegation coming in against them that the centre is misusing the agencies. But now we have another breaking news coming in of how a Congress Neta, while he was being detained, while he was holding these protests, was asked as to why was Rahul Gandhi there and why he was really there. But the Congress Neta says dharna is for arrest. So the protesters there on the streets are clueless absolutely as to why have they been called for these protests and dharna.
This is a protest against Congress people all over India, and PCC is doing protest in all over Kerala, in Kozhikode, Trivandrum and Ernakulam against the arrest of Sri Rahul Gandhi. And actually BJP government is doing all illegal activities against, using all their powers. They are using illegal activities against Congress. They want to eradicate Congress from this country. That's why they are doing this. So congressmen are protesting against this action.
All right, let me also now go across to Akansha, who continues to join us live from the national capital. And Akansha, this is an embarrassing situation for the Congress party, who is now calling this a Satyagraha movement. This is a pan-India protest that we are witnessing, which is only fizzling further, with more and more protesters and workers on the ground who still remain clueless as to why the dharna has been called.
Protest against Congress people all over India. PCC is doing protest in all over Kerala, in Kozhikode, Trivandrum and Ernakulam.
Well, absolutely. In fact, outside the ED office, we asked few of the protesters as to why they are here, and they could not answer it. Most of them failed to answer why they've been brought here, what is the case about. But just now, I should tell you that I am at the road leading to the ED office, and here, just a few moments ago, Randeep Surjewala, along with 3 others, were detained by the Delhi police. They sat on the road leading to the ED office, and where the Section 144 has been imposed. They were picked up by the Delhi police, packed in a bus and taken away to the police station. But before leaving, he spoke to media and said that, actually called it political vendetta, and said that agencies are being misused by the central government to harass the opposition. Not just this, since morning, various Congress party workers have gathered here outside the ED office, and all of them have been detained. A few hours ago, Udit Raj, along with several others, were packed in a bus and asked to leave. They raised slogans of Tanashahi nahi chalegi, Bharat chodo, Nafrat hatao. And also then we spoke to a lot of party workers. They were clearly clueless as to why they've been called here. So this is definitely a very embarrassing situation for Congress party, because their workers are here. They don't know why they've been called, what the case is about. All they're saying that they're ready to be arrested and that they're here to put up a show of strength for their leader Rahul Gandhi.
Right, we have a breaking development coming in from the summons that has been issued to Rahul Gandhi and the questioning that is underway. Inside details coming from the questioning that is underway. 2 assistant directors will be recording Rahul Gandhi's statement. This under Section 50 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And Rahul Gandhi will be writing down his statement. He's inside alone as of now. There's no lawyer in his presence. and the questions will also relate to Dotex Merchandise Private Limited and the transactions involving Dotex which took place around 2010, 2011. Let me go across to Priyank for more. Priyank, what can you tell us about what's emerging from the questioning?
See, certainly, Rahul Gandhi has been there inside the Enforcement Directorate office since 1 hour, and as you rightly stated, two senior rank officers are recording his statement. The questions will be certainly pertaining to the shifting of AGL, AGL to the Young India, and we are yet to get the exact, content of what could be the exact question which will be asked to Rahul Gandhi. But the manner in which these shares shifted hands, and the manner in which those two members of the Congress party who were initially the directors who had around 550 shares of AGL, and then the company shifting hands in the hand of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and them holding the share of 36% to be very precise, is something on which the ED will be asking question to Rahul Gandhi. The question can continue for around 6 to 8 hours. This is what we are sensing, because every question which has to be asked from Rahul Gandhi, he will have to write it down. In other cases, generally,
in fact, Priyank, continue to be with us, even as Times Now has been closely tracking the inside details now. And Bhavtosh, to you now. Rahul Gandhi is alone inside. That's the latest information coming in. No lawyer has been allowed. Questions relating to Dotex Limited will also be asked. There are a total of 2 assistant directors who are questioning him as far as the entire matter is concerned, because remember, the High Court 2019 order called the AJL and Young India transaction as the means to get assets and real estate. That's one of the main questions to be asked to Rahul Gandhi.
Yes, Richa, in fact, this is a very old matter, and it dates back to time when Young India was formed way back in November 2010. As Priyank rightly said, that Sam Pitroda and Suman Dubey were the first directors or trustees of Young India, and subsequently the entire directorship of this Young India was given to Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and shares of Priyanka Gandhi was again subsequently given to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. But what happened next was something that has been probed a lot by Income Tax Department and also by Enforcement Directorate. AGL was in fact given a loan of nearly 91 crore rupees, which is called a bogus loan, and this 91 crore loan was written off for Young India for just 51 lakh rupees. Now, Dotex Mercantile was a company that gave around 51 lakh rupees to Young India. When Dotex directors were questioned first by the first by the Income Tax Department and later by the Enforcement Directorate, they did admit that it's a shell company, and the Enforcement Directorate as well as Income Tax Department questioned the source of the money, and subsequently Young India trustees also had no idea from where they got money. Now, number of people have been questioned in this case, including late Oscar Fernandez and Motilal Vora. Pawan Bansal as well as Mallikarjun Kharge has also been questioned. So Gandhi's claim that they have been unfairly targeted is something which is very hard to digest. Today, Randeep Surjewala claimed that AGL had given 91 crore rupees as VRS to employees is also something very hard to digest, because National Herald was bleeding red for a very long time, and it did not have so many journalists that you had to give a VRS of 91 crore rupees. The only source of revenue for AGL was
let me
prime
just interrupt you there. Please stay with us, as well as Priyank will continue our coverage of Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the ED after this very short break. Stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society. But again, it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years.
Good afternoon. You're watching Newsroom 365. I'm Swati Joshi. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's get you the top headlines this hour. Rahul Gandhi at the Enforcement Directorate office for questioning in the National Herald case amid allegations of vendetta by the protesting Congress workers. Party workers detained following protests against Gandhi's questioning. Workers claim Rahul is being targeted by central agencies in a frivolous case. It's a mega show of strength by the Congress party. Countrywide protests outside the ED offices in the country to highlight the alleged vendetta politics. As party aims to project a sense of public outrage against alleged vendetta by the government against the Gandhis, several Congress workers caught unawares of the reason for their protest. Big political fight over UP government's bulldozer justice. Akhilesh defends conspirators, calls them peaceful protesters. BJP slams appeasement politics. Yogi government accused of bulldozing Neta Javed Mohammad's Prayagraj home without proper and timely notice. Government calls house illegal. Daughter says no notice received. Proof of mayhem in Ranchi on camera, but 3 days later, first arrest has been made only now. Soren Sarkar faces action deliberately slow charge. Mob attacks train in Bengal's Nadia as violence continues. Cleric's body slams those instigating violence in religion's name. BJP seeks an eye probe. Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor arrested from a Bengaluru rave party. Test positive for drugs. 60-year-old Tusker Bhogeshwar, famously known for his mammoth tusks, died at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve. Let's begin the broadcast with some breaking news coming in on the Ranchi violence. Inside details only on Times Now. WhatsApp groups are under the scanner after violence broke out in Ranchi, the Jharkhand capital. Well, this is a massive development in the Ranchi violence case. WhatsApp group was used to mobilize people. The cops are now looking for the admin of the group. WhatsApp group was named after Vasepur gang. It was used to unleash violence. Let's go across to Aishwarya joining us on the broadcast with more details. Amidst, of course, the charges that the government is facing in terms of the action that is being taken, only the first arrest has happened so far. Now, police investigation reveals that WhatsApp group was used to mobilize people.
Well, that's right. It's been more than 72 hours of the violence that erupted, in which 14 to 15 police personnels have been injured heavily in the violence, and two of the people died in the violence. But till yesterday evening there was no arrest which was made, but first arrest was made today. And now what the police sources are exclusively telling to Times Now that WhatsApp group named Wasipur Gang is being scrutinized by the Jharkhand police. Particularly, this group had certain information that the police have gathered, in which the admin is trying to gather people on the day of violence at the Ekra Masjid on the main road, where it was the epicenter. And now the police is looking for the admin and those people who tried to gather people out there at the main road. So yes, one of the WhatsApp group was functional, under which people were called to Ikra Masjid in large numbers. Now the police is looking at those messages and also the members of that particular group. The group is named Wasipur Gang. That's what the sources have clearly told to Times Now. And further...
Okay, all right. While evidence points towards a pre-planned action, more breaking news coming in. The police officials are also conducting raids in Ranchi. The police officials have arrived at Karbala Chowk, and this is where several of the rioters are believed to be at the spot. Right, we have Sohan joining us in the broadcast with more details. Sohan, तस्वीरें भी दिखाई है, जानकारी मिल रही है कि रेड वहां करने के लिए पुलिस की टीम पहुंच गई है, दंगाइयों को गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
देखिए, जो घटना हुई थी रांची के मेन रोड के पास, उसके बगल में ही एक करबला चौक है। करबला चौक के पास रांची पुलिस और रैप की एक टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है और चारों तरफ रैप के जो फोर्सेस है उनको यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। रांची पुलिस के अधिकारी भी यहाँ पर तैनात हैं और जो सीसीटीवी के आधार पर, वीडियो के आधार पर, जो रांची पुलिस ने फोटो के आधार पर जो दंगाइयों को चिन्हित किया था, उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए करबला चौक के पास पहुंची हुई है। हालांकि एक जगह भीड़ यहाँ पर इकट्ठा है और वो फोर्सेस के यहाँ पर विरोध कर रही है कि जो पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ आए हुए हैं उनको हम अंदर नहीं आने देंगे और किसी को अरेस्ट नहीं होने देंगे। तरह से यहाँ पर तनावपूर्ण यहाँ माहौल है और अभी भी हम इस जगह पर मौजूद है। आपको हम दिखाना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह यहाँ पर जो रैप की टीम यहाँ पर तैनात है। जो ब्रजवाहन है वो ब्रजवाहन को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। आप देखिए, चारों तरफ है जो फोर्सेस है, फोर्सेस को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर सड़कें जो है यहाँ पर सुनसान है, लोग घरों में दुबके हुए हैं। लेकिन जो फोटो और वीडियो के आधार पर जो रांची पुलिस ने जिन लोगों को चिन्हित किया है उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है, लेकिन अभी तक रांची पुलिस ने किसी को अरेस्ट नहीं किया है। लोग अरेस्टिंग का विरोध कर रहे हैं।
ओके, सोहन, सिक्योरिटी वहां पे बढ़ा दी गई है जैसे आपने बताया, बट पुलिस की क्या जानकारी है? हैव दे आइडेंटिफाइड दीज राइटर्स? क्योंकि ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि ये प्लान्ड तरीके से ये प्रोटेस्ट और ये वायलेंस वहां पे अनलीश किया गया था।
देखिए, ये तो झारखंड के मुख्यमंत्री ने पहले ही कह दिया था कि जो रांची में जो घटना हुई है वो पूरी तरह से साजिश है और उन्होंने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी का गठन भी किया है जो एक हफ्ते के अंदर रिपोर्ट सौंपेगी। और ये बात पूरी तरह से सामने आ चुकी है कि रांची के मेन रोड में जो घटना हुई थी वो पूरी तरह से साजिश थी और बाहरी कनेक्शन इसके जुड़ रहे। लेकिन वो बाहरी कनेक्शन में कौन कौन लोग हैं, किन किन लोगों का नाम सामने आया है, पुलिस ने अभी तक खुलासा नहीं किया। पुलिस का कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले की जाँच की जा रही है। लेकिन अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है कि जो रांची पुलिस ने 10,000 अज्ञात और 22 नामजद पर जो मामला दर्ज किया है, अब उनकी अरेस्टिंग करने के लिए पुलिस लगातार छापेमारी कर रही है। देर रात भी रांची पुलिस की ओर छापेमारी की गई थी, हालांकि पुलिस को कोई सफलता नहीं मिला था। लेकिन अब पुलिस सीसीटीवी वीडियो और फोटोज के आधार पर पुलिस उन दंगाइयों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए रांची के जिन इलाकों में घटना हुई थी और जहां जहां से लोग वहां एकला मस्जिद के पास पहुंचे हुए थे उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए अब पुलिस ने अभियान को तेज कर दिया है। और अभी हम रांची के करबला चौक पे हैं और और करबला चौक पर रैप की एक टीम को यहाँ पर तैनात किया गया है। रांची के कई डीएसपी, कई थानेदार अधिकारी यहाँ पर तैनात किए गए हैं और उनके पास वो फोटो है, नाम है, उसके आधार पर वो जो दंगाई है उनको यहाँ पर अरेस्ट करने पहुंचे हुए थे।
पुलिस के हाथ लगे उसके आधार पर पहचान हो रही है। सोहन, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। आप कह रहे हैं कि तेजी अब आ रही है जांच में और गिरफ्तारियां कई और होंगी। स्टे ऑन विद अस ऐश्वर्या एंड सोहन। Days after the violent clashes in Ranchi, Jharkhand police in fact has made the first arrest now, and as Sohan is reporting, they have arrived along with the RAF team at the Karbala Chowk to arrest more people that they have been able to identify based on the videos that have been accessed. सोहन लगातार बने हुए हमारे साथ। सोहन, तेजी अब जाकर के जांच में आई है क्योंकि आलोचना हो रही थी सरकार की भी और पुलिस की भी कि देरी हो रही है गिरफ्तारी करने में। 72 घंटे बीत जाने के बाद कहीं जाकर के पहली गिरफ्तारी हुई।
हाँ देखिए, कई घंटों के बाद।
जी सोहन बोलिए, हम आपको सुन पा रहे हैं।
देखिए कई घंटों के बाद रांची पुलिस ने 4 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है। हालांकि एक में दंगाई की ऑफिशियल पुष्टि है। अगर आधिकारिक पुष्टि की नहीं बात करें तो 4 लोगों को रांची पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है। लेकिन कई लोग हैं, हजारों लोग हैं जो उस भीड़ में इकट्ठा थे, जिन्होंने पत्थरबाजी की थी, फायरिंग किया गया था। तो पुलिस ने कई लोगों को चिन्हित कर लिया है। उनके फोटो निकाले गए हैं, उनके एड्रेस निकाले गए हैं और उसके आधार पर पुलिस अब उनको अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रही है। और काफी
सोहना बने रही हमारे साथ। थोड़ी और जानकारी साझा कर लेते हैं हमारे दर्शकों के साथ। वी हैव ब्रेकिंग इनपुट्स कमिंग इन द coal theft case. Trouble mounts for Rujira Banerjee. The CBI has now summoned Abhishek Banerjee's wife. So this is in connection to the coal theft case. Abhishek Banerjee's wife has been summoned by the CBI, and this is likely to take political turn as well. Remember, Abhishek Banerjee has said that he and his wife have been targeted by the central agencies. Now the CBI has summoned Rujira Banerjee for questioning in the case. And she has been called tomorrow to appear before the CBI office in Kolkata. So the questioning will take place in the CBI office in Kolkata. Rujira Banerjee is wife of Abhishek Banerjee. She has now been summoned after Abhishek Banerjee by the CBI. This is in connection with the alleged coal theft case. As far as political reactions are concerned, allegations have been leveled that this is nothing but political vendetta. But the investigation continues. Summons are being issued. Now Abhishek Banerjee's wife has been asked by the CBI to appear before it tomorrow. Tamal is joining us live with more details on this. Tamal, Rujira Banerjee has been asked to appear before it tomorrow. Pratibha, I believe Bhavtosh is with us and he can share more details on this development. Yes, Bhavtosh.
Well, Ruchira, Abhishek Banerjee's wife has been summoned. Remember, there is a case of coal theft that had first been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and subsequently the Enforcement Directorate had registered a case of money laundering. In November 2020, this investigation had registered a case of coal theft in the eastern coalfield, and it started investigating this case. And Ruchira Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee's wife, had also been under the scanner. This entire case revolves around the alleged theft that had taken place, and Abhishek Banerjee as well as Ruchira both have been under the scanner. CBI case obviously is different from the CBI's case. CBI on its part have said that people who in fact were powerful and had in fact access to the state government were in fact were getting money, and these individuals in fact were getting a lot of money, and in fact were allowing people to carry out smuggling as well as theft. Statement of several individuals have been recorded, including senior police officers and government officials. Abhishek Banerjee has been under scanner. It's not the first time that Ruchira has been called in for questioning. As far as this case is concerned, a statement had been recorded even earlier. Ruchira as well as Abhishek Banerjee had in fact gone to the Supreme Court questioning the jurisdiction of the Enforcement Directorate case, They have questioned the ED's power to call them here in Delhi.
Right.
And Supreme Court.
All right. Bhavtosh, thank you for getting us details on that. We're shifting our focus back to Rahul Gandhi being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. And here is the inside track of what really is happening. Questions related to Dotex Limited are being posed to Rahul Gandhi. Now, Dotex is a Bengal-based company. And at this point of time, we are also given to understand that no lawyer is being allowed there, and 2 assistant directors, Pratibha, are currently questioning Rahul Gandhi.
So these are the details of the ED grilling of Rahul Gandhi. Remember, as several Congress workers were waiting outside, the Enforcement Directorate is questioning Rahul Gandhi currently in the National Herald case. His lawyers have not been allowed inside, and there are 2 assistant directors who are currently quizzing Rahul Gandhi on the issue.
Right.
So these are the details.
Is also going to give a written statement under section 50 of the PMLA. 2 assistant directors questioning Rahul Gandhi. We're also getting you inside track on the line of questioning as far as the National Herald case and the money laundering angle is concerned.
So we'll get you more details of what's happening. It's been a few hours now. Remember, Rahul Gandhi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate at 11:30. Meanwhile, the Congress leaders continue to call it vendetta politics.
हम अपने नेता राहुल गांधी जी के समर्थन में आए हैं।
क्या महत्व है आपके यहाँ आने का?
जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल जी नेताजी हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम आए हुए हैं।
आपको पता है कि पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दी प्रोटेस्ट की?
ठीक है, परमिशन नहीं दी, लेकिन हम अपने मूल सिद्धांतों से नहीं हटेंगे। हम अपने नेता के साथ हैं और सदा रहेंगे।
जी साहब, सदा रहेंगे, खड़े रहेंगे नेता के साथ अपने हम।
क्या आप इस प्रोटेस्ट का महत्व समझ रहे हैं? अभी क्या है इसका महत्व?
महत्व का क्या है, नेता के साथ हम खड़े रहेंगे।
आज कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है। राहुल जी ईडी दफ्तर जा रहे हैं, शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से जा रहे हैं, अपने बयान देना जा रहे हैं। हम गांधी की विचारधारा के लोग हैं, गोडसे की विचारधारा के लोग नहीं हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी गांधी की विचारधारा पर चलती है। हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करके जाना चाहते हैं। राहुल जी के समर्थक में राहुल जी ने थोड़ी बुलाया है, कार्यकर्ता उनकी ईमानदारी के प्रति आए।
आप हमें बताइए, इस समय आप यहाँ पे जो प्रदर्शन में आए, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज़ के?
सर मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किसी पूछना। मैं तो पार्टी की तरफ से आया।
अच्छा, पार्टी की तरफ से आया, लेकिन आपको इसके प्रदर्शन के बारे में
नहीं, इसके बारे में पता नहीं।
So we try to find out. They say that they have no idea. आपको मालूम है आप इस प्रदर्शन में क्यों आए?
सर अभी हमारे लिए जो भी चल रहा है यहाँ पे बीजेपी के 8 साल पूरे हो रखे हैं, लेकिन बना कुछ नहीं इनकी तरफ से। मतलब जो भी
ये प्रदर्शन किस लिए, ये मालूम है आपको?
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, अभी बैठे ही है खाली। हाँ,
कैसे आए?
नहीं, अभी बैठे ही है, हम भी यहाँ पे सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या नहीं
सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं। मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है? We had been trying to talk to many of them. They say that they have no idea why exactly the protest is being organized, what for they are protesting. They are sitting here in protest, sitting dharna, but they have no idea about that. So when you have no idea about what for the protest.
Well, the Congress leader has been cornered over Dotex, multiple transactions that are currently under the scanner. These are the inside details as Rahul Gandhi continues to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Priyank is joining us live. Bhavtosh is also with us. Bhavtosh, if you can give us details of the Kolkata-based company based on which Rahul Gandhi is currently being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, Dotex Mercantile is a company. In fact, it's a shell company. This company has now closed. It was taken over by a big industrial house. In fact, Dotex Mercantile had given a loan of around 1 crore rupees to Young India. This was given in year 2010. And with that money, Young India had given 50 lakh rupees to a Congress party, and with that money, the entire loan that was taken by the Associate General of 91 crore rupees was completely written off. Now, today morning, Pratibha, remember Randeep Surjewala had held a press conference and said that they had given VRS to all journalists of Associate Generals, and they were not, in fact, given. They had not kept the journalist in fact, all the loans were written off, and journalists were paid their money, and no journalist was in fact duped. But that is not the entire truth. What actually happened was that a bad loan of 91 crore rupees was given, and subsequently Young India was given. Young India paid around 51. Young India, in fact, gave 51 lakh rupees to All India Congress Committee, and that entire loan was written off. Remember, Associate General had prime properties across the country, including Delhi, Mumbai, Patna, Lucknow, and its headquarters changed from Lucknow to Delhi at the ITO office. And once it had those prime properties,
so
it was in fact holding prime
loans were written off. The financial transactions are under scanner, and the irregularities are being currently probed, and Rahul Gandhi is being asked questions based on that. I want to go across to Priyank and then Madhav. Priyank, it is very important here to throw some more light on the transactions that took place between Dotex and Young India, and as Bhavtosh was telling us, these loans were written off, information was concealed.
Yes, sir. The enforcement directorate want to go into the whole chain of the sharing of the equity share, which was changed over the period of these time period. Initially, as we know, that there were two directors of this particular company. Later to that, when the company changed the hand and AGL was taken over by Young India, there were 4 board of directors, and not even that, the major share was in the hand of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, which was around 36%. For both the members of the Gandhi family. Motilal Mehta was not holding that kind of share. And as Bhavtosh has rightly stated, the moment this company changed, all those members who were actually working as journalists in this particular organization were told to take VRS. And if you remember early in the day, when the Congress party held a press conference, they were talking about that why this government is trying to target an organization which was giving salaries to all those journalists. So they were also questioning about how the journalists were being targeted in the present dispensation. But the fact remains that on paper it was quite clear that when the Young India as a company took over AGL, all these old workers of the company were told to take VRS. So that point is also, I would say, is something which is a matter of investigation. But while talking about the questioning, Priyanka Gandhi came here along with Rahul Gandhi. She dropped her brother and the senior member of the Congress party. She was quite there for around half an hour time period because there was so much of commotion which was happening right outside the ED's office. And once all those senior members of the Congress party, including Harish Rawat and Randeep Singh Surjewala, who had a press conference earlier in the day, all these people who were detained, Priyanka Gandhi moved away from here. What we're getting to know that it will be lengthy list of questionnaire, because if you just look at the list of the pointers which has been made in the IT Commission report, this is quite clear that Rahul Gandhi will have to give answers to many questions. He can say that he is not available at right now. These answers could not be available with him right now.
But the fact remains that he also does not have his lawyers with him, Priyank. Madhav, employees being asked to take VRS immediately. Not just that, but we're also looking at the ED questioning Rahul Gandhi on multiple transactions that had taken place.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, clearly, of course, today while speaking, Smriti Irani very clearly highlighted a number of issues, including that company that you were talking about, Dotex. Earlier in the day, we had seen Subramanian Swamy also refer to the company and its antecedents.
Okay, Madhav, requesting you to stay on with us. We have Dr. Swamy with us who filed the complaint against the Gandhis. Dr. Swamy, now we understand questions are being asked on Dotex Limited, the shell company. If you can give us more details, Rahul's more details on that.
Well, you see, the issue is like this. Superficially, the Dotex accounts show that they gave a donation of 1 crore to Young Indian. Okay, but the Young Indian records in its balance sheet of 1 crore loan, 0 interest loan. Okay, so now that is the first issue. What is it? Did they give you a loan, or did they give you they gave you a donation? number one. Because both have different income tax implications, so that has to be clear. Number two, the loan given by Dotex was against what? Did you give any mortgage? Did you give any promissory note? Did you give anything else? That the ED has discovered has come to Hawala route. Okay? So that's the second point. So what is the connection of the Gandhi family, Gandhi mother and son, to this Hawala route? Because it is very, incredulous to think that some company will give you 1 crore rupees without any interest and without any mortgage to another company which has only 5 lakhs as its paid-up capital. So there's obviously some hera-pheri that has gone on. So did you give them money in foreign exchange? Because that is all that Dotex does. It converts rupees into dollars and dollars into rupees. So that's all their work is, and it has got one small room in Calcutta, and it does this business. So this is the second thing. Now, third thing is, why did they give them interest free? And four, did you return the money ever? You never have returned the money. It disappeared from the balance sheet. So therefore, it is a money laundering operation. And it's squarely the sections of the Money Laundering Act applies to them, which is a very, very serious matter.
Subramanian Swamy, you in fact have highlighted actually the entire line of questioning. So the nature of this transaction, whether it was a donation or a loan, is something that the ED would of course want Rahul Gandhi to explain. Then of course important other points were, if this was a loan, was it ever paid off, and against what was the loan taken? That pretty much, I believe, is going to be the line of questioning.
Correct. That has to be, because after all it is my complaint on which they have acted on. So I had put it all down and told them these are the issues which are raised, and then they took it up and they registered a case, money laundering case, and now this is going on. It's an open shut case, so we are just waiting for enforcement directorate to make a formal announcement and come to the court when I'm arguing the matter on National Herald.
Right. Dr. Swamy, thank you very much for joining us, for taking those questions and putting things into perspective. Dr. Swamy, in fact, had filed a complaint in this case against the Gandhis in 2012. Let's go across to Pranesh. Pranesh has accessed some documents. Pranesh, go ahead.
Now, the reason everyone is talking about Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is because here is a company that paid a ghost loan of 1 crore rupees to bag 90 crores. That is the charge, something that the Congress party and Gandhi especially have not been able to answer. I have with me the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal's document, and in this, look how apparently clear the agency has made it. All the rights over the above referred to the alleged loan has been taken by the AICC to a newly incorporated company, the Young India, that is within days of incorporation. Then it says at the time of assignment of loan, Young India did not have money to make payment of even 50 lakhs, and it could allegedly arrange the money to make payment of 50 rupees only in the month of February 2011. Just to quickly give a background of the Dotex company and the loan, 1 crore loan which was given to Rahul Gandhi, Swati, on 24th December 2012. Dotex gives a loan of 1 crore rupees. The date on the letter is 24 December 2010, not 12. The letter, however, did not have any address or the name of the creditors. The lender company gave loan confirmation on a plain paper without any letterhead. So there was no letterhead. 1 crore loan was given, names were not mentioned, and Congress leaders who have come out to say that, look, we've repaid the loan. The problem is they are not answering the specific question that even the BJP asked today, which is, what was about this sweetheart deal that the details were not mentioned in the letter? 1 crore is given without any basic details, and the loan was only repaid in 2015-2016. 4 or 5 years after this case came into prominence. Questions were asked of the sweetheart deal between Dotex Merchandise and the Gandhis. So there are still 3 basic questions that Rahul Gandhi will have to answer. Okay. And Dr. Swami now joining us live. Dr. Swami knows about the case. Dr. Swami, thank you for speaking to Times Now once again. Could you quickly put this in perspective for our viewers, sir? The 1 crore sweetheart deal, Dotex Merchandise to Rahul Gandhi.
Okay. Just to back up a little, the deal was between Congress Party and Young Indian that the loan that they claimed, which now the income tax says is a bogus claim, they claimed that they had given Associated Journals Limited 90 crores of loans over a period. Now, since the company closed down declaring bankruptcy, that loan was taken to be a debt loan now, unrepayable by the company. But Congress Party could have gone and got the Associated Journals Limited auctioned, and out of that got their 90 crores, but they didn't do that. Instead, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, all 4 office bearers of the Congress Party, all 4 also the shareholders in the National Herald. Together they held 100%. They of them, Motilal Vora is deputed to go and talk to the treasurer of Congress Party, who is also Motilal Vora. And the 2 of them discussed that this 90 crores now has become dud, is useless for you, but we will give you 50 lakhs and you then assign this loan to us, the ownership to us. So for 50 lakhs, that so-called dud non-existent loan was transferred to Young Indian. Now, once it's transferred to Young Indian, with this, they had to pay that 50 lakhs. For paying that 50 lakhs, since it's only a 5 lakh rupees total shares, obviously they can't get it from their bank. They're within the 1 year of or 6 months of making the company registered. So they go to a company which is a dubious company, known in Calcutta for only money laundering, dollars into rupees, rupees into dollars, and from them gets what that company in its account says is a donation to Young Indian, but Young Indian registers it as a loan without interest. I have never heard of this in commercial thing, that somebody will give you without interest, and no mortgage. So that is put in the accounts as a loan from Dotex. So the company connection is now complete. And then with that, out of that, they take 50 lakhs, give it to Congress, get 90 crores, mythical 90 crores, transferred to the ownership of Young Indian, which then goes to Associated Limited, saying that you owe us this, we don't want to auction your company, so therefore you give us 9 crore shares of 10 rupees each, which means 99% of the shareholding of the Associated Journals, and that's how they become it. So this Dotex is important because otherwise there was no way for them to show 50 lakhs. So they went to this bogus company which does all this money laundering business, and they got caught. And now it's an open shut case.
Right, Dr. Swami, in fact, it is not technical at all. The common man of this country understands, one, how difficult it is to acquire loan and the kind of formalities, paperwork that one has to go through, whether for personal or commercial reasons. Here, the nature of the transaction is dubious. On a plain letter, without any letterhead, it talks about loan. Dr. Swami says it is donation. There are no details about the creditors, the loanee, no address mentioned, no details of the authorized signatories. And then this transaction takes place. So basically, money was changing hands without norms being followed. Thank you, Dr. Swami, for explaining that to us. We also have a reaction from Union Minister Smriti Irani, who slammed the Congress Party and their Solidarity March.
Is it also true that in 2016, the same company, which is owned by the Gandhi family, has declared that in the 6 years of its existence, it did not carry out a single charitable activity. The question I hope is answered is this: what is Rahul Gandhi's relationship, or the Gandhi family's relationship, with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Mr. Gandhi, is it true Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is one of the several companies of a Hawala entry operator based out of Kolkata, where in lieu of cash, checks are given? Mr. Gandhi, is it true that Dotex Merchandise's transactions have been red flagged for suspicious transactions by the Financial Intelligence Unit? Is it also true, Mr. Gandhi, that today you have called upon your karyakartas and leaders to the national capital, not to save democracy, but to save your property worth 2,000 crores? That you will try to hold the national capital hostage so that your properties, which have been usurped and are a part of ill-gotten gains, can be protected.
So following massive protests by the Congress on the streets of Delhi, the party leader Rahul Gandhi reached the office of the Enforcement Directorate for the questioning in the National Herald money laundering case. But chaotic scenes were witnessed in the streets, leading to the probe agency's office as Rahul Gandhi, who was accompanied by his sister and Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, headed towards it amid the party workers sloganeering near the central government agency.
The NDA government slammed the chaos caused by the opposition parties disrupting normal life. Now remember, in 2010, Narendra Modi, the chief minister of the state of Gujarat, faced investigators to defend his actions during communal riots and massacres in his state 8 years ago. But then the probe was carried out in a very peaceful manner.
Madhav and Bhavtosh continue to be with us. Madhav, the BJP has raised some questions on the Congress party, reminding that Narendra Modi also had to face questioning. But back then, such a spectacle was not made out of the questioning, saying this is just the central agency questioning the Congress leader on the allegations that are leveled against him.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, I put that question across to Shakti Singh Goyal earlier today as well, because Shakti Singh Goyal had to say that at that point of time, his charge is that there were slogans against governors that were written across the city of Ahmedabad. But certainly, of course, the point that the BJP is making is that the Chief Minister, then Chief Minister and current Prime Minister, submitted himself before the agency, and there was no other activity or political action that was underway during the time of investigation. Something that, in fact, is happening at the moment is their allegation over here that we've seen large number of Congress leaders from different parts of the country come here and actually have protested on the streets. In fact, right here a short while earlier, we had seen how Randeep Singh Surjewala and other leaders of the Congress had come in outside the ED office, and they were later detained and taken away from this particular location. So that's as far as the situation on ground is concerned. The protests, of course, that have taken place now, of course, have largely come to an end. But even as Rahul Gandhi is inside the ED office, there's no saying really what is going to be the next course of action as far as Congress and its leaders are concerned. And certainly that big political slanging match between the Congress and the BJP currently underway, even as Rahul Gandhi is questioned by the Enforcement Directorate.
Right. Madhav, stay on with us. Let's go across to Priyank now. Two images, two visuals. Modi in 2010 facing the investigators when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. 2022, Rahul Gandhi at the ED office, the entire Congress party, their workers on the streets, marching in solidarity when he faces questions in a money laundering case.
Yes, certainly, and this is the reason because of which the Enforcement Directorate is taking so much of time to complete this investigation, because time and again the Bharatiya Janata Party has also called this the protest which has happened throughout the country as a relaunch of Rahul Gandhi, and that is a point which is being maintained by the party which is in power and which is certainly the opponent party of the Congress. Now the fact remains that whether this kind of huge presence and barricading and restricted movement of the ED officials will also affect the morale of those officers who are right now questioning it. So certainly at this kind of juncture, it's certainly not called for, because he has been called after so many evidences has appeared against him. We know that the income tax tribunal, which has widely been reported in the media, has as well clearly points towards that how there was a very grey area under which these transactions happened, and what it has been called that the transaction which happened in between Dotex and Young India was because of some kind of Hawala transaction. So keeping these things aside, when any individual is being called in for questioning, he should actually come and join the investigation, because instead of having so much of ho-halla on the streets which has happened across the country, which is certainly something which is questionable, which has been questioned across the board. Now the fact remains that what will happen to all those Congress protesters who have been detained. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra had already gone and met them. What we are getting to know from Delhi police, that around hundreds of protesters from the Congress party, including the senior party members, have already been detained by the Delhi police until the time.
Detained, and even though there was no permission, they also remained defiant and said that they are going to continue their protest. Bhavtosh is also with us. Bhavtosh, this is a very stark comparison between what happened in 2010 and what's happening currently. Huge crowds that gathered around. The Delhi police made it clear that there is no permission. If you want to protest, you can go to Jantar Mantar. But the Congress party making it clear that we are going to march with the Congress leader. The protest is going to continue.
Pratibha, what we saw today has completely overshadowed a very serious case involving a company that was publishing National Herald newspaper and a company that was publishing National Herald newspaper, and a money laundering charge, which is a very serious offense. We are right outside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, which has completely been sealed. Just few hours back.
Right. Bhavtosh, I'm interrupting you there for a bit, because we have reactions now coming in from the Congress party, who were earlier calling it vendetta, have now coined a new term. The Congress party says this is atyachar by the BJP.
और वो चाहते हैं कि उनको खुली छूट दे दी जाए, जो चाहे वो करे, एक तानाशाह की तरह। तो ये बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे हम लोग, और कांग्रेस पार्टी सड़क पर आकर इसका विरोध करेगी, क्योंकि ये झूठा केस बनाया गया है, सिर्फ एक तरह से उनको परेशान करने के लिए, या उनकी नीयत ये है कि किसी तरह कांग्रेस को बदनाम किया जाए। और हम लोग तो एकदम शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से चाहते थे, हम लोग का ये था कि हम लोग सत्याग्रह करेंगे गांधी जी के बताए हुए रास्ते पर, जो एक हमारा लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार है, हम उसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे, लेकिन उसके लिए भी मोदी सरकार और अमित शाह इजाज़त नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो ये साफ दर्शाता है कि वो किस तरह हुकूमत चला रहे हैं और किस तरह की सरकार चाहते हैं।
Huge police force has been deployed, as if we are terrorists. We had been treated. This is unbelievable and unacceptable by the government. It is like the version 2 of Hitler and Goebbels. Here, Hitler and Goebbels usually use their force to thwart the opposition and made dramas to malign the opposition parties. And the same strategy is being applied by Modi and Amit Shah. They are doing it through the force of police and ED. ED officers are becoming Panna Pramukhs of BJP. I'm not just wild, it's not a wild allegation. One of the ED officers who had been associated with this case has been given an MLA ticket in Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, and he's an MLA now.
जिस तरीके से देश में सरकारी तंत्र का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है अपने राजनीतिक विरोधियों की आवाज़ दबाने के लिए, साम दाम दंड भेद और सरकार का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, ये लोकतंत्र के लिए कोई अच्छा संकेत नहीं है। और सरकार की इस दमनकारी नीति के विरोध में पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी और देश का आम जनमानस उठ के खड़ा होगा।
हेलो जी,
पैदल मार्च शुरू हो गया। राहुल गांधी ईडी दफ्तर के लिए निकले और आप लोग भी।
ये एक मैसेज है पूरे कंट्री में लोगों की क्या भावना है। वो मैसेज है एनडीए गवर्नमेंट के नेताओं को, प्रधानमंत्री जी को, गृह मंत्री जी को, जो जुल्म ढाए जा रहे हैं देश भर के अंदर, इनकम टैक्स, ईडी सीबीआई के। तो राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी को क्या दुखता देने का ईडी के नोटिस, उसके माध्यम से आज पूरे देश के लोगों की भावनाओं को भी पकड़ किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली के अंदर हर जिले में आंदोलन हो रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं कि ये तरीका गलत है, आपका इस प्रकार के जुल्म करने के तरीके गलत है। हम मांग करते प्रधानमंत्री जी से, आप देशवासियों को संबोधित करो, शांति, सद्भाव, भाईचारा रहना चाहिए।
Well, in fact, after the massive chaos all over the country, after the Congress protests, the BJP has slammed the opposition party and has also said that the party has always put Parivar first.
This is not a drive to protect democracy. This intended drive is to protect 2,000 crores of the Gandhi family.
See, what kind of satyagraha is this? Satyagraha for corruption. This is yet again an attempt to relaunch Rahul Gandhi from the pads of Bhrashtachar, from the launch pad of corruption. And yet again we know that Rahul will fail. So rather than the theatrics, I believe practicality, going and accepting what Rahul Gandhi has done is most important. And astonishingly, none other than Robert Vadra has come out in support of this satyagraha. Just imagine, Robert, Rahul and satyagraha.
Moving on, a shocking admission by Congress cadre. Now, a Congress worker has admitted to being paid 500 to participate in the protest. And this is the truth, in fact, about the dharna in Hyderabad. Let's listen into the admission first.
There are several people standing here along with the flags. So let's ask them why they have come here. So, आप क्यों आए इधर? आप क्यों आए इधर? आप क्यों आए इधर?
आपको
इधर क्यों आए?
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का।
पार्टी क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
पार्टी
आपको पता है यहाँ क्या हो रहा है?
रैली प्रदर्शन हो रहा है यहाँ पे।
रैली प्रदर्शन किस लिए हो रही है?
ये किस लिए हो रहा है? इलेक्शन के लिए हो रहा है।
अच्छा, यहाँ किस लिए आया? यहाँ किस लिए?
ये झंडा पकड़ने के लिए।
झंडा पकड़ने के लिए। क्यों? झंडा क्यों पकड़ने के लिए?
अभी बोला ना आए, क्या करेंगे?
पैसे कुछ देते बोले?
हाँ,
कितने देते?
500।
500 रुपए देते बोले? आपको भी देते बोले? आपको भी देते बोले? बोलो। कितना देते?
हाँ बोले।
सही बताओ।
बोले सर।
कितना देते बोले?
अच्छा
500 बोल के लाई थी मजदूरी का।
So there are several standing here who have been clearly saying that, they have been brought here, they have been said that 500 will be offered to them to hold the Congress flags and also participate in this dharna. With Vijay Junesh, Swami for Times Now.
So this was the embarrassing admission. The protesters who were protesting for Rahul Gandhi, in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi, making this admission that yes, we were given 500 rupees, we were asked to come here and gather in huge numbers, and that's why we are here. In fact, we also spoke to several of the protesters who said that they have no idea about what the protest is about. But here, of course, the Congress worker saying that he came to the spot only because he was given 500.
Let's ask them why they have come here. So, आप क्यों आए इधर? आप क्यों आए इधर? आप क्यों आए इधर?
आपको
इधर क्यों आए?
ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का।
पार्टी क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
पार्टी
आपको पता है यहाँ क्या हो रहा है?
रैली प्रदर्शन हो रहा है यहाँ पे।
रैली प्रदर्शन किस लिए हो रही है?
ये किस लिए हो रहा है? इलेक्शन के लिए हो रहा है।
यहाँ किस लिए आया? यहाँ किस लिए आया?
ये झंडा पकड़ने के लिए।
झंडा पकड़ने के लिए। क्यों? झंडा क्यों पकड़ने के लिए?
अभी बोला ना आए, क्या करेंगे?
पैसे कुछ देते बोले?
हाँ,
कितने देते?
500।
500 रुपए देते बोले? आपको भी देते बोले? आपको भी देते बोले? बोलो। कितना देते?
हाँ बोले।
सही बताओ।
बोले सर।
कितना देते बोले?
अच्छा
500 बोल के लाई थी मजदूरी का।
So there are several standing here who have been clearly saying that, they have been brought here, they have been said that 500 will be offered to them to hold the Congress flags and also participate in this dharna. With Vijay Junesh, Swami for Times Now.
Is this the reason why the Congress workers are clueless about the protest? Have others also been paid 500 rupees to participate in the protest that the Congress party says in fact shows the unity of how the Congress party is standing with Rahul Gandhi, in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi. A shocking admission coming in from Hyderabad, where protesters have admitted on camera that they were given 500 rupees. 500 रुपए देकर के लाया, झंडा पकड़ने के लिए कहा गया. That is what was caught on camera. Somit spoke to those people who admitted 500 rupees was paid to them. Let's go across to Somit now. Somit, we've been speaking to a lot of Congress workers who seem clueless. They don't know what they're protesting about, why they are in the protest in the first place. And now, a shocking admission from Hyderabad. The protesters say that they were paid 500 rupees.
Well, exactly. We are right now standing at the ED office, the Hyderabad ED zonal office, and we can clearly see here hundreds of protesters have gathered. This road has been completely blocked. And, you know, these protesters, we can say in hundreds, have started walking from the Indira Gandhi statue towards the ED office. And these roads were completely blocked in this Hyderabad. And on the Monday morning, we can say these roads will be, you know, filled up with the thousands of commuters. No commuters were allowed. Finally, they have gathered here. And we tried to spoke to many of the protesters. Several don't know that why actually they have come here, and we have spoken to many people. Why did you come here? What was the reason? Do you know what is the protest going on? They are, you know, really clueless. And finally, we have also spoke to other people, other protesters who are holding the Congress flags. They clearly said that 500 has been offered to us to come here, stand in the protest site, also hold the Congress flag. Not the one person, but 3 persons have clearly admitted, speaking to the Times now, that they have been offered 500 to stand at the protest site along holding the Congress flag. And also even...
Okay, very, very embarrassing admission. But look how Rahul Gandhi's aide also chickens out. Stopped by the police officials. The Congress Neta runs away from the spot.
मूवी तो यहाँ पे तो सब बंद करा दिया ना, तो मैं तो यहीं से ठीक है, हाँ मूवी तो यहाँ पे तो सब बंद करा दिया ना, तो मैं तो यहीं से
This morning we've been hearing stalwarts of the Congress party senior leaders saying that the police want to arrest us. We are ready for that. हम गिरफ्तारी देने को तैयार हैं. On the other hand, this is a Congress Neta, Congress Youth President B.V. Srinivas, who runs away when approached by a policeman. Let's go across to Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP joining us in the broadcast. Gaurav Bhatia, a very interesting clip has now come to fore. B.V. Srinivas, when a policeman approaches him and questions him, he just runs away from there.
Yeah, it is very evident that even the persons who have come out to protest, very few in number, but they've been either paid or they are not, you know, loyal to the Gandhi Parivar's ideology, the ideology of corruption, of looting the nation. And that is why we see their leader running. That is why, you know, certain channels are playing the news that certain protesters have been paid. And when the protesters are asked, why are you protesting, they don't know. They are only interested in the halwa puri that would be given to them after the protest. And it would not be wrong to say, Indira Gandhi ka pota hu, chori karke rota hu. He can't even face the ED. There are questions that the country is asking. Why is it that Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhi Parivar does not disclose their link with the Hawala companies as raised by Smriti Irani ji during the press conference?
So, Mr. Bhatia, you know, how do you respond to this? First, some of the protesters were not aware of what the protest was about. As a reporter spoke to them, they said they don't know why they're protesting. Secondly, there are some who have admitted on camera that they were given 500 rupees. Now we also have a visual of the Congress leader, the youth president, running away as the police officials just approach him.
There are no dedicated workers left in the Congress party, and the workers also feel ashamed that they have to protest for Rahul Gandhi when the Gandhi Parivar prima facie is clear has indulged in money laundering and corruption. which self-respecting leader would come out to protest for the Gandhis? Rather, the Gandhis should face the ED investigation and should answer the tough questions. And that is why, you know, this is not a satyagraha. This is satyanash graha, because Congress ka satyanash hote dikhai de raha.
All right, Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for joining us. Exclusive visuals on Times Now of B.V. Srinivas running away when a policeman approaches him. On the other hand, we've been getting reactions from senior leaders of the Congress party, some of them who have been arrested, some of them who claim that they're ready to get arrested if the police wants to arrest them, but they will continue with the solidarity march. There are Congress workers who are clueless about the protest. Some also admit that they were paid 500 rupees. Let's go across to Kritsween. He's joining us from the plasma to explain us the visuals better. Yes.
Look at these visuals, Swati, you know, speaking for themselves. Look at how the Youth Congress president can be seen running for his life at a time when so many Congress leaders are on the streets. So much ruckus is being created. There is a way to go about these protests. But look at what's happening here. His car is stopped by this cop. He comes out, moves away his hand, and he's running for his life. Look at the Youth Congress leader, president, running for his life when he was confronted by the cops. So refusing to take his questions, refusing to comply with the law and order fallout, and there you can see him running for his life, running away from the cops, abandoning his car, and that's the state of affairs truly. Today, if we talk about the protests, we're picking up more visuals and we'll break them down in just a bit on how this is also now gone on to create inconvenience for the Aam Aadmi. But yes, this is the state of affairs of the Congress party, wherein thousands of workers across the country are staging protests in multiple parts of the country, and so much inconvenience that is being caused. But this particular leader, who is also incidentally the Youth Congress president, Srinivas BV, when he stopped by this particular cop, his car is stopped, he comes out, moves away his hand, and then he runs away from the policeman. He runs away for his life, and it's absolutely bizarre what's playing out, because like we've been breaking down details of how there are a few who are a part of these protests who don't know why they're a part of these protests. There are a few who are saying that they've been paid a 500 rupee amount to be a part of those protests. So that's a very serious bribe for protest claim that is being made as well. And now this is what Congress president, Youth Congress president, had to do when he was confronted by the cops here on the streets.
When the police official just stopped him. Kritsween, thank you for joining us. Of course, very, very embarrassing visuals there for the Congress party. First, they claimed that a huge crowd has gathered, many of them admitting that they were paid 500 rupees. Now the Youth Congress president also seen fleeing as a police official just approaches him. We'll continue the coverage of the protests that are taking place. For now, time for us to slip into a quick break. We'll be right back.
Times Now. Action begins here.
welcome viewers. You're watching Times Now. I'm Richa Sharma, and straight up we have some breaking news coming in. Even as massive chaotic scenes were witnessed across India as Congress has now carried out a pan-India protest expressing solidarity for Rahul Gandhi, who is currently being questioned by the ED. And now in Bengaluru, shocking scenes were witnessed where commuters were held ransom. School buses were stuck for hours, and not just this, even an ambulance was stuck for hours on the streets of Bengaluru. This only proves further that Congress puts Parivar over people. Meanwhile, Times Now is reporting from the stir site, even as we have been witnessing these images coming in, not just from Bengaluru, from across the country.
ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಜಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಹಂಗೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಮ್ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಇದೆ ರೋಡ್.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೀವು ಇವಾಗ? 1 ಅವರ್ ಜಾಮ್. ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಹೌದು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನೀವು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅವರಾ?
ಹೌದು.
ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
हिंदी.
कितने देर से ट्रैफिक में फंसे हो आप?
बहुत टाइम से फंसा हूँ।
बहुत समय से। पेशेंट को क्या हुआ है? कौन सा हॉस्पिटल जाना है आपको?
डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर में।
डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर, ओके. Well, you can see the patient is inside the ambulance. The ambulance driver says he's been diverted multiple times. For a couple of hours now, they have been waiting. He says over an hour, in fact, he's been waiting in the traffic jams. And you can see all across this stretch. This, of course, leads to Residency Road, eventually Brigade Road, at least about a 2-kilometer jam. This jam is because this entire area around Lal Bagh was blocked by, Congress workers protesting against the BJP and the Enforcement Directorate. And the question is, while of course the Karnataka High Court makes it amply clear that protests should be limited to the Freedom Park area, protests should not be allowed at junctions which will cause inconvenience to the citizens and traffic jams. This was something that the Karnataka High Court made very clear just in March. Why was this even allowed? And is there any sort of responsibility from our politicians and the other leaders here in Karnataka? Is a question that needs to be asked. With video journalist Santosh Sugar, this is Deepak Bopana reporting for Times Now.
All right, let me now go across to Deepak, who continues to join us live from Bengaluru. Yes, Deepak, what can you witness around yourself? We just saw that report where an ambulance was stuck in a traffic jam, and how school buses were stuck. People on the streets of Bengaluru were held ransom because Congress workers were out in the open.
Well, firstly, there was no permission that was granted, is what the police are officially saying, to carry out this protest. Secondly, the protest was supposed to start at 10 this morning. It went on till 1 o'clock, and more than any sort of protest march, the Congress leaders, all of them, a host of them, started to speak, address the gathering as if it was an election political rally. It went on till 1 o'clock. It was only at about 1:30 that they decided to march. Finally were taken into custody. Even now, this entire area, vehicles are being filtered and being let go, and you can see this entire stretch is still jammed. Now, where you see the jam that's piled up, there is a flyover that leads to Residency Road and eventually Brigade Road. It's at least about a kilometer from here, and the flyover in itself is about over a kilometer. And this is the bus stop, one of the biggest bus stops in Bengaluru, the Shantinagar bus depot. This is where the ED office is. So you can just, understand how prime this locality is and how busy it is. And all the buses at this point in time have been stuck for, a lot of time now. On the other side of the stretch, now from one end of the road, which was blocked, vehicles are slowly being allowed. But from one end, the police have once again barricaded off the entire area, and they've stopped the traffic, which leads up to Jayanagar, Lal Bagh, and the surrounding areas. And if my video journalist Santosh Sugar will zoom in, you will see that the vehicles have been stopped from one junction as well, even as some of the Congress workers still here continue to come by the trickle and walk on the main road as vehicles have been stuck here.
Continue to be with us, Deepak. We also have callers calling us. We have Akhilesh Pandey on this broadcast. Ji Akhilesh, bataiye, what have you been experiencing in Bengaluru?
Hello.
Akhilesh, can you hear me? All right, let me also now go across to Kalpana joining us from Mumbai. Yes, Kalpana, please share your thoughts.
This is so ridiculous.
both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are out on bail. This just got summons from the ED. I mean, what is this dharna and what is this tamasha by the Congress party? Really don't understand. You've brought the country to a standstill. You've got Bangalore to a standstill. I mean, what is the problem? I mean, why are they protesting outside every state ED office? I mean, is this a tamasha or what is it? I mean, if Rahul Gandhi has got nothing to hide, just walk in, say what is wrong, what is it, and at the end of the day, he's out on bail. So obviously he's going to get a call saying that please come and put your reasons out. I mean, what is wrong? What is the Congress party trying to do? Do they really think that the people of this country are going to stand with them? I think they are in for a big shock in life, I think, seriously. This is a and nothing else.
All right, thank you, Kalpana, for sharing your thoughts. And also, we'll once again play out some more reports that has been filed by Deepak on the streets of Bengaluru, where people of Bengaluru were held ransom when they were out today doing their jobs.
While the Congress party planned its protest against the enforcement directorate and the BJP and planned to march towards the office around, protesters have reached, or concluded their protest march. But what it has done for the last 3 hours is completely block this entire area, choking the traffic, leaving Bengalurians immensely inconvenienced. Now, the High Court had very recently said that, protests should be only held and limited to Freedom Park. It should not be held in busy junctions in Bengaluru, affecting traffic. Let's try and get in a word from some of the motorists. Sir, how long have you been traveling? Has this jam caused any inconvenience to you?
2 hours, yes. It's causing inconvenience, yes.
Where all were you diverted?
Sir, I was diverted from Jainagar and I had to come from Racecourse Road.
Okay.
So I'm diverted almost 2 hours now.
And you're delayed for work?
The family court.
You have to go to court and you've been delayed?
Yeah, I've been delayed. Now I'm coming out.
Well, there you heard it. And let me show you this entire stretch. Now, this particular junction leads to the Residency Road flyover. And you can see the amount of traffic here. This is at least a kilometer long at this point in time. You could expect this jam to continue from Residency Road, heading almost towards Brigade Road. And that's the amount of traffic that has been piled up on this entire stretch, leaving thousands of motorists inconvenienced. The question is, while of course the Congress says that this protest is important, it is something that they need to do to highlight, the issues pertaining to the BJP targeting them. How long have you been traveling? Has this jam caused any inconvenience to you?
2 hours, yes. It's causing inconvenience, yes.
Where all were you diverted?
Sir, I was diverted from Jainagar and I had to come from Racecourse Road.
Okay.
So I'm diverted almost 2 hours now.
And you're delayed for work?
The family court.
You have to go to court and you've been delayed?
Yeah, I've been delayed. Now I'm coming out.
All right, we have some more callers calling in here on Times now. First up, Anil Deshpande from Bengaluru, where we have been getting these reports from. Yes, Anil, go ahead. Please share your experience here.
Good afternoon. I wanted to tell that these all protests are just a drama party, nothing else. If they are sincere about their cases, they should have gone to court and they should have got it cleared.
Right. All right, we also have another caller from Bengaluru. This is Tyagarajan. Yes, Tyagarajan, go ahead with your question and your views on this.
City Circle for about 2.5 hours. I'm a heart patient, okay, and these fellows doesn't have not even any prettiness. I think they're all been bought only from the slum areas. I think Congress normally keeps creating slums because of these type of, they wanted to have a dharnas. Okay, it's very clearly, okay, it's from Congress. And moreover, I don't know why, when I've been asking people, they don't know what for they have been standing. Only with the play card, they have been raising slogans. Okay. And all these MLAs and other guys are from Congress are enjoying and dining at hotels. Okay. This is what the fate of Congress.
All right, thank you, Tyagarajan, for sharing your experience with us here from Bengaluru. In fact, let me also now go back to Deepak and Imran. Imran, to you first. You have also been reporting from Bengaluru, and we have been getting in so many calls stating that how they have been held for ransom on the streets of Bengaluru. For hours, they have been stuck in traffic. What's the situation like right now?
Well, its situation is pathetic. As you said, it's the central business district of Bangalore where this entire protest is happening. And this is also, earlier the Congress said there will be a march to the DD office, but now it went on to an election mode as the Karnataka state is sitting for election next year.
Right.
All the speakers,
in fact, stay with us, Imran. Let me once again go back to Deepak, who sent us that report where once again we saw, because of these Congress workers on the streets, there has been traffic jam and an ambulance was also stuck, Deepak, there.
Yes, and as you continue to see, the jam of course continues, and it doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon. Probably for the next couple of hours, the people will continue to be, inconvenienced. There are several people who've been stuck here, and we could probably see all of them who are quite frustrated, but don't have really, many options left but to wait in these long queues. Let me in fact try and get into this particular area, trying to speak to some of the people, because they have been stuck here. They have nowhere to really go with these jams that have been created. Let me try and ask them, can you tell us how long have you been waiting in these jams?
I've been waiting here for almost 2 hours.
Okay, where all have you been diverted?
I have no idea. I've been diverting everywhere there is traffic from morning.
Okay, there was a protest that was being held. Do you think it's right to hold a protest in such a busy junction?
I think it's not right.
Well, there you heard it. Let me in fact move further. Let's try and get in a word from a few more people, try and understand. Sir, how long have you been waiting in traffic?
Almost 1 hour.
1 hour. You've been waiting in traffic as well?
Don't ask. It's been a terrible day for us today. It's only caused us inconvenience, nothing other than that.
Well, there you heard it. I'm not going to, of course, as vehicles try to make, move by inches ahead, I'm not going to try and block them a little further.
5 hours.
Huh?
5 hours.
5 hours. From what time have you been traveling?
From President to Jayanagar.
And where are you late to work? Have you reached?
Yeah. Late, full late.
Well, there you heard it. The frustration is pretty evident on the faces of all of these Bangaloreans. Everyone, in fact, realizing that, we are reporting on the traffic woes, and everyone indicating that they have been waiting as well. And you can see where the jam continues now. It's almost, I cannot see to the end of the road, and I cannot see any space on the road. That's the amount of traffic. And easily one would assume that for people to get to their destination now would take anywhere between 2 to 3 hours. There is also other VIP movements that's happening in Bengaluru. The president, of course, as well here. So that also would lead to, add to this. But in this particular junction, where the protest took place, I'm right bang in front of the Enforcement Directorate office, which also happens to be a bus stop, a bus depot, in fact. So there are multiple buses that come here from not just in Bengaluru, but from outside the city as well. So for all of them, reaching home on time, they can kiss that goodbye. And more importantly, we saw one ambulance as well, stuck with a patient inside, and that's a location where I was standing.
The situation is certainly getting worse on the streets of Bengaluru, and several of our viewers have been calling us and sharing their experience as well. We have another viewer, Kumar from Bengaluru. Yes, Kumar, please go ahead.
What I like to make a point is this, that there is a comparative politics that is happening, because Karnataka is going into polls. Among the Congress workers, they are falling over each other to get noticed by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. If they get noticed, they might get a ticket. This is it.
Right.
So the people who are out there are the ones who are trying to become powerful quick, rather than work their constituency, win the affection and respect of the constituents. They can fall over each other, get noticed by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and maybe the other state leaders who also came up the same way by being sycophants. And this is sycophancy at its worst. And that is what it is. It's a litmus test for all those people on the streets that they want to become powerful very quickly. They want to become leaders very quickly. Get noticed. Make more tamasha on the road. Maybe burn some effigy, throw stones. This is how they can get noticed by the powerful and mighty. How many people, how much of mob can you bring? That is what leadership is all about from Congress. So this is why. So I'm Aam Aadmi, like me, I was stuck in traffic for an hour and a half. But I couldn't go to work today. So leave it. But that's not the point. The Aam Aadmi Party is also supporting Congress. So this is what it is. It's a comparative. How do I get powerful very quickly? This is the litmus test, ma'am. I don't want to repeat myself. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
All right, thank you, Kumar, for sharing your thoughts. We have another viewer calling in from Bengaluru once again, Venkatesh. Yes, Venkatesh, your city has been brought to a halt by these Congress workers. Please share your experience.
Well, I would flatly blame the BJP because they should know that the Mahabeta of Vadra Congress, they are untouchable. You're not supposed to touch them. On a serious note, the complaint is very old. Dr. Subramanian Swamy had written a letter to IT, Income Tax, and to ED way back, I think in 2012 or 14. And if the BJP had timed it right, they could have done also during the lockdown. It wouldn't have affected the traffic, etc. Blame the BJP. Why now? Why earlier? What took the ED so long? It's an open and shut case. By just allegedly paying 50 lakhs for a loan of 90 crores that doesn't exist on paper anywhere. Mahabeta, they get a property worth 5,000 crores. 5,000 crores, for God's sake. And the best part is, for some of these prime properties that they have in Delhi, it seems that the government of India is paying a rent of about, I think, 60 crores per year.
Right.
This is absolutely ridiculous. When common people like me, we get scared when we do a mistake in income tax for even 1,000 rupees.
Right.
Here, it's an open and shut case that's been dragging on for so
Absolutely,
many years.
and certainly thank you, Venkatesh, for joining us here on this broadcast. We have another viewer calling in once again from Bengaluru, because remember, viewers, Bengaluru has been one of the worst affected cities on account of these protests. Yes, Anand, go ahead.
I don't understand actually what Congress wants to prove. The corruption is quite evident, and the case is in court, and ED has summoned for interrogation. Let him face the interrogation. No, before that, actually, why you want to mark the why you want to stay the protest, creating problem for all the public. What public have done the mistake? If their president is clean, they will leave him. Or else, if he has done a real corruption, he will punish under the law only. What is there to protest? What he has done?
All right. Thank you, Anand, for that. Let me also now quickly go across to another viewer calling in. This is Prakash, once again from Bengaluru. Yes, Prakash, go ahead. We have been getting in these reports and visuals of shocking scenes where commuters once again are stuck on the street. School buses and even ambulances have been impacted.
Madam, hello?
Yes, Prakash, go ahead.
Hello, I feel very sorry that after 75 years of independence, our education system has brought so many sycophants who are doing like this. It's a pity. Democracy cannot survive if this is the way, headless sycophants are there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Prakash, for that. So angry citizens calling in back-to-back from Bengaluru. Once again, we have Sundarajan calling us from Bengaluru. Yes, Sundarajan, please share your experience currently.
Hi, I'm calling from Bangalore. I'm an entrepreneur. Basically, this morning I was stuck in the traffic for about 4 hours. I was going to Whitefield for a meeting. To my surprise, I found 70% of the people in the crowd look the Bangladeshis, this people who have migrated into Bangalore. And all these people I spoke to a couple of people and they didn't even know exactly why they are there. I cancelled my meeting and I have come back and I postponed it to Thursday. It's a pathetic situation today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sundarajan, for joining us here on this broadcast. And from Bengaluru, we have another viewer calling in from from Mumbai this time. Yes, Arun, go ahead.
Well, I have been watching your channel since morning, this drama of Rahul Gandhi. I have been amused. The issue is basically a question of financial fraud committed in a very complicated manner. The crowd that has gathered understands nothing about it. And some of them appear to be in any case hired. And what we are watching is a ridiculous spectacle of the Congress leaders running away instead of answering the charges. Already the courts have found some merits in the case. So the Congress leaders should now stand up and face it legally instead of mobilizing this crowd. It is democracy at its worst.
All right. Thank you, Arun, for sharing your thoughts. We also have another, in fact, viewer calling in from Bengaluru once again. This is Sundaresh. Yes, Sundaresh, go ahead.
Namaste, madam. Actually, this is the funniest thing that I have seen. A person who has lived a wonderful life, afraid of going and meeting ED, for that finding evasions like this is really most laughable thing that a parliamentarian can do. I think he knows that Mr. Subramania Swamy is observing things. Actually, this is very bad. All other things excluded. This one thing is very bad. It should never have happened. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Sundaresh, for joining us with your views. And in fact, our calls have been flooding from viewers, specifically calling in from Bengaluru, which has been the worst affected. Another caller, Sampath, yes, go ahead. You are also calling in from Bengaluru.
Madam, this is Sampath from Bengaluru. It is a matter of concern that these so-called seasoned politicians, they indulge in such protests and cause innumerable problems to the people who are traveling on the roads. It is a matter of shameful that instead of guiding the people, they are misleading the people, and that is how I feel that the law should be strictly enforced first on our politicians, not on the normal people.
All right. Thank you, Sampath, for that. We also have Subhash calling in once again from Bengaluru. And remember, viewers, these are angry citizens of Bengaluru sharing their viewpoint and thoughts because they have been the worst affected as far as this entire dharna is concerned. Yes, Subhash, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, first thing, money laundering is done by intelligent people. So ED has to call, and it is a long-drawn process. It cannot be done. So what Congress is doing is causing inconvenience to all the citizens. The Bangalore is choked, and on TV I understand it is shown that Delhi is also having same thing. So there should be a law to prevent all these kind of unwanted processions.
All right, Subhash, thank you for sharing your views. And from Subhash, we have Srinivas once again calling in from Bengaluru. Yes, Srinivas, go ahead. But before that, from Bengaluru, we have another caller, this time from Chennai, calling in. This is Mahendran. Yes, Mahendran, what would you like to share? All right, we'll try to go back to Deepak now. So, Deepak, you have been sending us those reports from the streets of Bengaluru where we are seeing chaotic visuals coming in. These are Congress workers, some of them not even being aware of the fact as to why are they on their streets. But this is on account of the citizens of Bengaluru who have been affected, several of them still stuck in traffic jams.
Well, we heard the plight of multiple Bengalurians speak just now, and I in fact spoke to multiple motorists just a while ago as well, and all of them say anywhere between 2 to 3 hours they've been stuck in these jams. It's been a horrifying morning for them because, you know, this particular area, like I said, this is a bus depot, leads to multiple prominent areas like Jayanagar, Baswangudi, Banshankari, towards the other side, Ashoka Pillar, even towards Wilson Garden, and of course the vehicles moving up, you know, to my right here, all head towards the central business district.
Deepak, we have some more viewers calling in now. This time Shivraj from Bengaluru. Yes, Shivraj, please share your experience today.
Yeah, so basically 3 points, madam. If there was no election next year, this wouldn't have happened in Karnataka, okay, at least in Bengaluru. Point number 2, I don't know what kind of satyagraha this is for someone who is summoned by ED. I should see the definition of satyagraha again. Point number 3, I think the ultimate goal is to install Rahul as president of, Congress party again. So this is a very nice mass movement they could mobilize without much effort. So that's all I had to say. I find it all nonsense.
Thank you, Shivraj, for that. And from Shivraj, we'll go across to Pratap, who's another viewer for Times Now, joining us from Bengaluru. Yes, Pratap, go ahead.
Looking at the situation, what's happening in and around our country, I think it's pathetic. I just have 2 points to make. First thing, it's high time that we hold people, organizations, or any particular community accountable for their actions. We've been seeing this for the last couple of years. People just get on the road, they disrupt the country, they disrupt the normal citizens. That needs to stop. my suggestion or recommendation is we come up with strict regulations to curb such protests. The people, this is a democracy, I understand, but doesn't mean that we hold trans, right? And second thing, I think Congress is gone. It's disgusting. It should be thrown away from our political system.
All right. Thank you, Pratap, for that. We have another caller now calling in from Bengaluru. This is Dr. Jagdisham. Yes, doctor, please go ahead with your views.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm a senior citizen. I've been here. And this is something not connected with the common public. This guy is Rahul Gandhi is stuck with some fraud transaction. Why does he need a support? He should just go and attend the ED question and leave this, harassing the people in this town. It's unbelievable. He should stop this. This is not the country we're looking for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Jagdisham. And we have been getting several such calls from our viewers who have been closely tracking these developments and suffering on the ground of Bengaluru. Slipping into a short break now, and we'll be back with the latest on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं, तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
Updates coming in. BJP taking a dig at the Congress party, questioning the cadre commitment. This after a video showed the Congress Youth President B.V. Srinivas running away as a police official stopped him to ask a few questions. These are the visuals after which the BJP has now taken a dig at the Congress party. Tall claims being made by the top Congress leaders, claiming they're ready for arrest, saying this is going to be a march of solidarity for Rahul Gandhi. They're going to continue the protest even if they don't have permission. But on the other hand, this was a reality check for the Congress party. On the streets, Congress Youth President B.V. Srinivas being stopped when he ran away from the spot. Listen into the BJP's reaction.
वो ये इनके पुलिस के लिए कभी डरते नहीं है, डरेगा भी नहीं है। देखिए कि मार्च आप लोग निकालने वाले हैं, निकालने वाला है।
A few moments later.
और शायद इनको यहाँ से डिटेन भी कर लिया क्योंकि अनुमति दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से नहीं दी गई है फिलहाल किसी भी तरह की मार्च की। ये देखिए पुलिस जो है डिटेन कर दी है।
So this was the video that was tweeted by the BJP taking a dig at B.V. Srinivas, because while speaking to the media earlier, he had claimed that he is going to continue the protest even if the Delhi police tried to stop him. But just moments after that, he was seen running away. These are the visuals played first on Times Now. B.V. Srinivas seen running away from the spot, pushing the policeman and just running away from there as the cop just stopped him. He was seen fleeing from the spot. Now the BJP taking a dig at the Congress leaders, saying, where is your commitment? This is the commitment that the Congress cadre was talking about, but on ground the situation is completely different. That's the dig taken by the BJP. Madhav is joining us live. Madhav, this is turning out to be an embarrassment for the Congress party. First, we had protesters who admitted on camera that they were paid for the protest. Now we have the Congress president running away, seen on camera as the police official stopped him.
Well, that was the Youth Congress president. It's a video that has been put out by several BJP leaders, in fact, raising questions about why B.V. Srinivas was running away after earlier saying that he would face whatever police action is required. Certainly, of course, it is something that is bound to raise questions, politically speaking. But a quick update from the Enforcement Directorate, where Rahul Gandhi has decided to take a lunch break. A 45-minute lunch break is what we were told. The option was given by the ED for him to go for a lunch break and then come back. And Rahul has decided to exercise that option. And we will be bringing you shortly pictures of Rahul Gandhi leaving from the Enforcement Directorate office. So even as we speak, Rahul Gandhi now has left the ED office. He is expected to return for the questioning in 45 minutes. That's the update that we can get for you from the Enforcement Directorate. But certainly the political war on this entire issue is far from over. On the one hand, you have the Congress, which is claiming that they are being targeted, that it is agencies that are being misused to, in fact, investigate their leaders, and at the same time not being allowed even to hold a peaceful protest. On the other hand, serious charges coming in from the BJP, raising questions of Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhi family's links with a Kolkata-based company, that is Dotex, and asking how that money could be described as a loan when it was in fact initially described as a donation, and the company's links itself raising some serious questions about whether this was indeed a case of money laundering, a charge that has been formally denied by Rahul Gandhi thus far. But certainly, of course, the Enforcement Directorate and the agency Gandhi believes that there is enough material to prove this very significant charge against the Gandhis. So that's where things are at the moment. The interrogation of Rahul Gandhi continuing for about 3.5 hours today and is expected to continue in another 45 minutes from now. Back to you.
Okay, all right. So Rahul Gandhi was being questioned. We are going to continue getting details of that. We also have inside details of the questioning that Rahul Gandhi had to go through. But talking about the kind of drama, the dramatic visuals that we saw earlier today, Madhav, while the Congress party on one hand claimed that this is going to be an awakening of people across the country against the misuse of the central agencies by the BJP, take a look at what has happened. First, it was several party workers who did not even know what the protest was about. Then we had, of course, people saying that, yes, we were given 500 rupees. And now we have B.V. Srinivas running away. Shehzad Poonawala on the phone line with us. Shehzad, how do you react to these visuals that are now coming to light of the Congress protest today?
This is not Shakti Pradarshan, this is Bhrashtachar ki Bhakti Pradarshan, and this is not Jhukenge nahi, this is actually Dum Daba ke Bhagenge, because this is the kind of support for corruption that is being done by the cadres of the Congress. They have no commitment, and therefore some have been called on 500 rupees, as was being shown just now on Times Now, and some have been called, and the moment the police has tried to ask them questions, they have run away. So these are not satyagrahis, these are actually scamagrahis. And these scamagrahis, the moment the law acts upon them, they try to play the victim card or they try to run away. And this is what exactly is happening even with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. They are trying to escape the accountability of their actions. And today, when they are being held to account, they are doing all of this pradarshan, which is bhakti pradarshan of Bhrashtachar.
Okay, all right. Shehzad, thank you for joining us with your point of view. So the BJP taking a dig at the Congress party, but as several Congress workers hit the streets showing solidarity towards Rahul Gandhi as the ED questions him, the party protesters are also absolutely clueless of the case that has been filed against Rahul Gandhi and why he is being questioned in the first place. When Times Now questioned these protesters on why they were protesting, why they were out on the streets, some even admitted that they were paid to be a part of the protest.
यहाँ किस लिए आया? यहाँ किस लिए आया? ये झंडा पकड़ने के लिए। झंडा पकड़ने के लिए। क्यों? झंडा क्यों पकड़ने के लिए? अभी बोला ना आए क्या करेंगे? पैसे कुछ देते बोले? हाँ कितने देते? 500। हाँ 500 रुपए देते बोले। आपको भी देते बोले? आपको भी देते बोले? बोलो। हाँ कितना देते बोले? हाँ बोले। सही बताओ। बोले सर। कितना देते बोले? अच्छा 500 बोल के लाई थी मजदूरी का।
A protest against Congress people all over India, and PCC is doing protest in all over Kerala, in Kozhikode, Trivandrum and Ernakulam against the arrest of Sri Rahul Gandhi. And actually BJP government is doing all illegal activities against, using all their powers. They are using illegal activities against Congress. They want to eradicate Congress from this country. That's why they are doing this. So congressmen are protesting against this action.
हम अपने नेता राहुल गांधी जी के समर्थन में आए हुए हैं।
क्या महत्व है आपके यहाँ आने का?
जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राहुल जी नेताजी हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम आए हुए हैं।
आपको पता है कि पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दी प्रोटेस्ट की?
ठीक है, परमिशन नहीं दी, लेकिन हम अपने मूल सिद्धांतों से नहीं हटेंगे। हम अपने नेता के साथ हैं और सदा रहेंगे। जी साहब, सदा रहेंगे, खड़े रहेंगे नेता के साथ अपने हम।
क्या आप इस प्रोटेस्ट का महत्व समझ रहे हैं? अभी क्या है इसका महत्व?
महत्व का क्या है, नेता के साथ हम खड़े रहेंगे।
आज कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं है। राहुल जी ईडी दफ्तर जा रहे हैं, शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से जा रहे हैं, अपने बयान देना जा रहे हैं। हम गांधी की विचारधारा के लोग हैं, गोडसे की विचारधारा के लोग नहीं हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी गांधी की विचारधारा पर चलती है। हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करके जाना चाहते हैं। राहुल जी के समर्थक में राहुल जी ने थोड़ी बुलाया है, कार्यकर्ता उनकी ईमानदारी के प्रति आए हैं।
आप हमें बताइए, इस समय आप यहाँ पे जो प्रदर्शन में आए हैं, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज़ का?
सर मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किससे पूछूंगा? मैं तो पार्टी की तरफ से आया।
अच्छा, पार्टी की तरफ से आया, लेकिन आपको इसके प्रदर्शन के बारे में
नहीं, इसके बारे में पता नहीं।
So we try to find out. They say that they have no idea. आपको मालूम है आप इस प्रदर्शन में क्यों आए हैं?
सर अभी हमारे लिए जो भी चल रहा है यहाँ पे बीजेपी के 8 साल पूरे हो रखे हैं, लेकिन ये बना कुछ नहीं इनकी तरफ से। मतलब जो भी
ये प्रदर्शन किस लिए, ये मालूम है आप?
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, बैठे ही है खाली। है
कैसे आए?
नहीं, अभी बैठे ही है, हम भी यहाँ पे सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं क्या नहीं
सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं, मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है? We had been trying to talk to many of them. They say that they have no idea why exactly the protest is being organized, what for they are protesting. They are sitting here in protest, sitting dharna, but they have no idea about that. So when you have no idea about what for the protest is all about, so why you are protesting then?
ಇದು ಒಂದೇ ದಿನ ತೊಂದರೆ, ಡೈಲಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ. ಏನು ರೇಷನ್ ಬೆಳೆದ, ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೆಳೆದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏರ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೆ. ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಒಂದಿನ ಜಾಮ್ ಆಗೋದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಡೈಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ. ನಾವು ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಅದನ್ನ ಸದಾರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಜನರು ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
बीजेपी हुकूमत जो है, हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट जो सोनिया गांधी है, राहुल गांधी है, उनको कमज़ोर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. इसीलिए पूरी इंडिया के अंदर, पूरे स्टेट के अंदर राहुल गांधी जब तक बाहर नहीं आएंगे हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे करके डिसाइड करके कांग्रेस पार्टी से प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है. आप वजह जानते हैं, ये डेक्कन हॉल पेपर, डेक्कन हॉल का जो इश्यू है ये अब का ना थोड़ी इश्यू है. ये आज़ादी से पहले वो पेपर था. वो अभी ये लोग ये जो डेक्कन हॉल का जो नेशनल हॉल का जो इश्यू जो है ये अभी का इश्यू नहीं है. ये एक्चुअली क्लीन चिट लिया गया है. ये जानबूझ के कांग्रेस पार्टी को कमज़ोर करने के लिए एक साजिश की जा रही है. इसका मौका हम कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता इसको होने नहीं देंगे.
So some of the Congress leaders, party workers are not aware of what the protest is about, while the party claims that this is a big rebellion. Several of these workers were not even aware why they were protesting. In fact, on camera, some of the protesters also admitted that we were given 500 rupees and asked to come here. That's the reason why we are here. Somit had spoken to some of these protesters. Somit, a crowd that had gathered around the Congress party claimed that this was a big rebellion against the centre and the alleged misuse of the central agencies. But on camera, while speaking to you, several protesters admitting that yes, they were given money. No clue why we're here. We were just given money, and that's the reason why we continue to be here.
Well, massive show, we can say. The rally started from the Indira Gandhi statue, from Tangburn, on the busy peak morning hours on Monday, and blocking all the roads which connects the Secunderabad, Hyderabad, and old Hyderabad to the new Hyderabad. And all the, commuters, thousands of commuters will be commuting on these roads. And we can also say that, thousands have gathered at the Indira Gandhi statue. Then later they marched towards the ED office. They staged a protest there. Finally, we have spoke to several protesters, not one or two, more than 10 protesters we have spoken to, and several out of more than 10, not even a single person we can say they had the clue of what is the protest going on at the ED office. They don't even know that they are protesting at the ED office. They are just saying that it's a few said that that's just election rally, and others said that we came for the protest to hold the flags. And when we asked that, did you have been offered money by the leaders, they said that 500 has been offered for each of us to just hold the flag and participate in the protest. That's what we are hearing. And the roads were blocked, complete roads were blocked. People were not allowed to come on those roads. And finally, what are the protesters saying? They don't even know. Few said that we don't even know why we are standing here. We have been asked that to hold the Congress flag and stand here. And the others have said that they have openly admitted on camera, stating that 500 rupees have been offered to just hold the flag and stand at the protest site.
Absolutely. So we are going to keep a track on the developments there. Somit, thank you for joining us with those details. Let's shift our focus to some more breaking news that's just coming in. Let's get you these updates. Fear-mongering after propaganda. The Congress Neta saying, I'm scared to live in India. This is the kind of fear-mongering going on. Congress Neta saying he is scared to live in the country. Listen in.
दिल्ली में आधी जिंदगी रहा हूँ, कांग्रेस में था, हर स्टेट में एज ऑब्जर्वर गया हूँ, तकरीबन सारे हिंदुस्तान में, मगर कभी मुझे डर नहीं लगा. आज मुझे भी डर लगता है. हमारा मतलब ये है कि अब यहाँ तक जुर्रत हो गई है कि हमारे पैगंबर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम, खुदा उन पे रहमतें नाजिल कर, मगर उन पे भी उनका मजाक उड़ाया गया, उनकी तौहीन की गई और गुस्ताखी की गई उनकी शान. क्या कोई मुसलमान बर्दाश्त करेगा?
आप कहते हो कश्मीर के हालात ठीक नहीं होते.
So the Congress leader saying that he is scared to even live in India. Sohail is joining us live. Sohail, you heard that admission. The Congress leader claiming that he is scared to live in India, no reasons given, and this was a protest that was called by the Congress party on one hand. On the other hand, Congress leader saying that he is even scared to live in the country.
Well, in fact, Taj Mahideen is a very senior Congress leader and in fact the former minister who was leading this protest here in Srinagar inside the Congress Bhavan. Inside the premises of Congress Bhavan, he made these remarks saying that he was scared of, in fact, moving to New Delhi where he had spent many years. He says, in fact, is alleging that the Bharatiya Janata Party government in central government was not addressing the real issues. He says, and he in fact alleges that the secular fabric of the country was under threat and minorities were being targeted. So in a way trying to create an issue, fear-mongering the minorities that everything is not going good in the country and minorities are being targeted. This is what he said, particularly on the issue of prophet comments made by the BJP leader. Now he's trying to create fear-mongering among the minorities in India, saying that he himself, who has spent many years in New Delhi, worked as election observer there, was too scared to move to New Delhi because he claims that his religion he fears is his weakness. At the same time, he made comments like that the Bharatiya Janata government in New Delhi was using central probe agencies like Enforcement Directorate and CBI to put false and fabricated cases against Congress leadership.
Right, this is the kind of fear-mongering that we saw, Sohail. Like you mentioned, the Congress leader claiming that he is scared to even live in the country with no reasons given. We're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back. Our coverage continues of the protests that are going on. Lots of news and updates on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic. From the Union Minister Anurag Thakur on the National Herald case, hitting out at the Congress leaders who are protesting, saying the protest is to just save one family and its properties worth 2,000 crores.
So it's sad to see one of the oldest parties coming to the streets and just to save one family or certain people of a political party. Do you think there should be a separate law for them? Do they hold some position in the society or in the country where there should be a separate law for them? If anyone who is facing the corruption charges, they have to go through some procedures, and the investigative agencies have got some rights to look into the details, call the people for their statements, and there's nothing wrong in that. Why is Congress protesting? They are not protesting to save the constitution or the democracy. They are protesting to save one family and their corrupt practices or their property of 2,000 crore rupees plus.
Let's now get you updates from across the nation. Shakti Kapoor's son, Siddhant Kapoor, was detained in Bengaluru after police raided a rave party in a private hotel. The cops found that he consumed drugs. Shraddha Kapoor's brother has worked in a few films as well. A trainer aircraft from Amethi made an emergency landing earlier today. Sources confirmed that the trainee pilot was safe in the incident that was reported from Khairana village. A 60-year-old elephant, popularly known as Mr. Kabini, breathed his last on Sunday. The news triggered an outpouring of grief on social media. As per the post-mortem, Bhogeshwara died of natural causes. There's big relief for Bengal government. Calcutta High Court dismissed Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's petition for CBI probe into the alleged Metro Dairy scam. The court says it won't interfere in the matter. More skeletons have tumbled out of Musewala murder case. Pune cops have arrested shooter Santosh Jadhav in Gujarat. The Pune Rural sent multiple teams to Gujarat and Rajasthan last week to trace him. Rouse Avenue Court extends Satyendra Jain's judicial custody by 14 days. Bail petition of Satyendra Jain will be heard tomorrow. Massive forest fire rages across Mansa forest belt in Samba. Firefighters pressed into service. Flames are currently being doused. And in a shocking incident, a 31-year-old man was stabbed to death in the national capital. The deceased has been identified as Farman. Incident was reported during the wee hours of 12th of June in central Delhi. And that's all we have time for in this edition of the Bulletin. Thank you for watching. Don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
Namaskar, good afternoon. You're watching Live Wire. I'm Swati Joshi.
I'm Kritsween Walia, and the right conspiracy in Ranchi remains our focus this afternoon. Getting you more details. First up, the top headlines. Rahul Gandhi quizzed on Dortex Limited by two ED directors in National Herald case amid allegation of vendetta by protesting Congress workers.
ED homes in on the weak link. Rahul asked about company that gave loan to Gandhis to take over Associates Journals Limited. BJP says Dortex was a Hawala operator.
Congress buses in supporter for Satyagraha, but workers don't know what they are protesting against. Not just that, some others said they were paid 500 rupees to join protesters.
An ambulance with a patient was diverted multiple times after it was stuck for an hour in Bengaluru traffic jam caused by Congress protests in the middle of the city.
Confronted during unapproved protests in Delhi, Indian Youth Congress chief B.V. Srinivas runs away from questioning cops. Whole sequence on camera.
Yogi government accused of bulldozing Javed Mohammad's Prayagraj home without proper and timely notice. Government calls house illegal. Daughter says no notice received.
Breakthrough in Ranchi rioting probe. Violence was planned on WhatsApp group named after gangs of Wasepur.
Mob attacks train in Bengal's Nadia as violence continues. Cleric's body slams those instigating violence in religion's name. BJP seeks NI probe.
Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor arrested from a Bengaluru rave party, test positive for drugs.
60-year-old Tusker Bhogeshwar, famously known for his mammoth tusks, died at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve.
And breaking news coming in on the Ranchi riot conspiracy. Explosive probe details that have been accessed by Times Now. We have the FIR details with us. Let me go across to my colleague Priya joining us with all those details. Priya, take us through what the FIR reveals.
Right, there are some very shocking revelations that are made by this piece of document here, Kritsween. This is an FIR that was filed regarding the violence that took place in Ranchi in Delhi Market Police Station. Now let me quote to you excerpts from this document. It says that the procession that was taken out did not have any permission. After prayers on Friday, thousands of people came out towards Sujata Chowk. Administrative officials tried to convince them to not take out this procession because there was no permission that had been granted for it, but they refused to pay heed to their pleas. They then went on raising provocative slogans. This is beyond what was allowed by the law or by the policemen. They raised provocative slogans is what this document says, and at the bottom of here, आगे बढ़ने लगी भीड़ हिंसा पर उतारू थी. They were hell bent on wreaking violence. This is not a politician alleging. This is a police FIR, a complaint that was converted into FIR. Now this part, लाठी बल के सहयोग से पुलिस ने नियंत्रण करने की कोशिश की. पुनः एकजुट होकर पुलिस बल को घेरने के तीन तरफ से दौड़ा-दौड़ाकर पत्थर और गोली से हमला करने लगे. So policemen were surrounded by the mob from three sides, and not only were stones pelted, they were fired at by this group of protesters. According to this FIR, later there were around 8 to 10,000 people who were a part of that mob, which also goes on to indicate that it could not have been a spontaneous reaction to some provocation. It was a pre-planned gathering, and this pre-planning part is also mentioned in this document. Then They go on to name 22 people in this who have been identified as the ones who were indulging in rioting. They were the riot accused. Going on further, they also say that there were attempts to disrupt communal harmony. How? This mob then directed its anger towards a Hanuman temple. Now, anybody knows, Krithveen, that if you target a religious place of worship, then what is going to be the fallout of that? So even keeping those things in mind, if there is a mob that goes towards a temple, we saw visuals being shown on Times Now as well of stones being pelted at Hanuman Mandir. That is also a charge. And before I wrap up, the last line here, पुलिस कर्मियों पर जान मारने की नियत से गोली चलाने का charge. One of the several charges against the rioters in this case is that they shot at the police with intention to kill.
Right, so the Mandir attack was planned. 60 to 80 rounds were fired and the intention was to kill the cops. Let's go across to Sohan now. Sohan, रांची से आप रिपोर्टिंग लगातार कर रहे हैं. अब तक साजिश की केवल बात हो रही थी. एफआईआर में विस्तार से जानकारी दी गई है कि साजिश कैसे की गई. भीड़ जो है वो हिंसा करने पर उतारू थी. पुलिस कह रही है लाठीचार्ज करके कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन पुलिस वालों को मार देने की नीयत से गोलियां चलाई गई.
देखिए, बड़ी खबर है और रांची पुलिस ने जो एफआईआर किया है उस एफआईआर में पुलिस ने पूरी बातों को लिखा है कि जिस दिन ये घटना हुई थी वो घटना किस तरह हुई थी. रांची के मेन रोड में एकरा मस्जिद के सामने जब वहाँ नमाज पढ़ने के बाद जो लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे तो रांची पुलिस और जिला प्रशासन को जरा से भी इस बात की जानकारी नहीं थी और ना ही उनसे परमिशन लिया गया था प्रोटेस्ट के लिए. लेकिन जो घटना का जो दिन है, रांची पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं थी कि इस तरह का प्रोटेस्ट होगा. जब प्रोटेस्टर वहाँ से निकल रहे थे तो पुलिस ने उन्हें आराम से संयम बरतते हुए उनको रोकने का प्रयास किया गया, लेकिन वो उस समय रुके नहीं और उसके बाद पुलिस पर अचानक पत्थरबाजी होती है. और पुलिस पर एक तरफ से पत्थरबाजी नहीं होती है, पुलिस पर कई तरफ से पत्थरबाजी होती है. हमने घटना के दिन भी कहा था कि ये पूरी तरह से प्लानिंग है और कहीं ना कहीं पूरी तरह से साजिश है. इसलिए जिस पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी वो ऊंचे ऊंचे बिल्डिंगों से हो रही थी और चारों तरफ से पत्थरबाजी पुलिस कर्मियों पर हो रहा था. कहीं ना कहीं पत्थर पहले से इकट्ठा किए गए थे कि उस दिन जो प्रोटेस्टर निकलेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं ये मान के चले थे कि पुलिस अगर रोकेगी तो पुलिस पर पथराव किया जाएगा. लेकिन उसके बाद भी कहा जाए तो पत्थर के बाद भी ये नहीं रुके. जब भीड़ हनुमान मंदिर के पास पहुंचती है तो हनुमान मंदिर के पास अचानक भीड़ मंदिर पर पथराव करती है और मंदिर में के अंदर जो प्रोटेस्टर थे वो घुसने की कोशिश करते हैं. जब पुजारी थे वो ऊपर भागते हैं अपनी जान बचाने के लिए. जब पुलिस वहाँ भी उन्हें रोकने का प्रयास करती है, पुलिस ने वहां भी संयम बरता था. अचानक पुलिस पर फायरिंग होता है.
So all of this clearly hints at the fact that this was a pre-planned conspiracy. I thank you for joining us with all those details. धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. Viewers, on Friday, men in khaki came under attack of rioters and pelters in Ranchi. More and more proof is now emerging, which is throwing up the complete picture. As Times Now accesses footage, both from CCTVs and mobile phones that was shot by bystanders, the truth is coming out, becoming more clearer. We piece it together for you in this report. Take a look.
Violence, vandalism, and arson witnessed on the streets of Ranchi on June 10th. Policemen were ambushed, mercilessly attacked by pelters. But that is not all. At least 3 temples came under attack of these rioters who not only pelted stones but even resorted to hurling what looked like crude bombs. The mob ran riot at the Sankat Mochan temple and the Surya Mandir. At the Mahavir temple, stones were pelted during the day and then some rioters returned past midnight to hurl crude bombs.
Protesters here carried out the petrol bomb attack and that was thrown. If we go inside, we can clearly show you the visuals of the petrol bombs which was thrown inside this temple, and there have been evidences of that as well. 3 to 4 petrol bombs were thrown here, and if we can see on this particular wall, this is the black mark where probably the petrol bomb would have been thrown, another on the right, and these are the bottles which was used probably for making the petrol bomb visible.
Outside the Mahavir temple, we saw tens of people running around with stones, hurling them at perhaps the policemen who were chasing them. They even hurled those stones inside the temple complex. Here is a sense of what the area looks like now.
Temples were under attack on the day of protest. It was Sankat Mochan temple at the main road in Ranchi where the protest broke out. And this is another temple where I am standing here. This is Mahavir Mandir in Hindpidi. This is just 500 meters away from that particular temple and main road where the protest broke out. And there you can see at this temple as well, there were petrol bombs which were thrown, and they tried to also vandalize the idol over here of Mahavir temple, which is rightly situated just 500 meters away. There were posters which were teared up outside the temple.
Those who were meant to maintain law and order were the first targets of these rioters. Top officers like the SP and SSP were among those who were grievously injured.
रोड़ा पूरा बिक रहा था, मंदिर पूरा बिक रहा था, तोड़ पार कर रहा था। हमने शांत कर रहे थे कि शांत हो जाए, इसी तरह से किए कि नहीं माना और बाजू उन्हें से फिर फायरिंग होने लगा। तब फायरिंग तो हमने फिर फायर किए, बाद में फायर किए, अगर बाद फिर हमको लगा, गोली लगा, फिर हम चल आए, पर हॉस्पिटल चल आए। भीड़ में थोड़ा पता लगा रहा है, थोड़ा सबके नाम जान रहे थे कि उनको लगा कि टोट करीब करीब सब करीब उनके लगा है। कोई महिया लगा, कोई देह में लगा, अभी उसको भी उनको भी देह में लगा है। पहले जुलूस किया, थी नारा लगाया, और बाद धीरे धीरे अपना इकट्ठा किया होगा। बाद में भीड़ थोड़ा पता लग रहा था, पूरा भीड़ में था। जैसे फायरिंग किया तो हमने भी फायरिंग की है, आदेश मिला था।
It is clear as day that the intention of these culprits was to cause harm, but for some, those who were killed when the police opened fire are martyrs. A spine-chilling SOS from a person who was at the receiving end of the rioters' wrath shocked the country, but for Jamaat-e-Ulema-e-Hind, they are the ones who are responsible for mayhem.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, आप इधर आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए सर, पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कवर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
DIG साहब से बात की है कि जिस तरह से बर्बरियत बढ़ती गई है, पुलिस के ज़रिए से उसकी भी जांच हो, और आपके ज़रिए से, चूँकि आप अच्छे अधिकारी हैं, आपके ज़रिए से जो लोग इस हादसे में शहीद हुए हैं उनके वरसा को, उनके घर वालों को सही मुआवजा मिले, और जो कसूरवार है उसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, और वाकई जो कसूरवार है उन्हें सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, बेजा किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होनी चाहिए। मुल्क में और भी जगहों पे हालात पैदा हुए, लेकिन जिस तरह से रांची में हादसा हुआ, इससे सिर्फ रांची नहीं, झारखंड नहीं, पूरे मुल्क में बड़ी बदनामी हो रही है, जो इंतहाई दुख और तकलीफ की बात है। वो नहीं होना चाहिए था। रोकने का और बहुत सारे तरीक़े हैं, रोका जा सकता था, लेकिन अचानक गोली चला दी गई और इस जमहूरी मुल्क के ढांचे को बर्बाद किया जा रहा है, ये बात मुनासिब नहीं है।
Ranchi police at the receiving end of some tough questions, given that in Uttar Pradesh over 300 have been arrested in the same span of time.
हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है, इन नहीं हुआ है। मैंने आपको ये भी कहा, हम जो कुछ भी कहेंगे, जो कुछ बोलेंगे वो साक्ष्य आधारित होगा। फिर मैं एक चीज़ बता दिया, जो ऑलरेडी बोल चुका हूँ बिना क्वेश्चन आए, कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो लोग भी दोषी पाए जाएंगे, वो कहीं के भी हो, किसी स्वरूप में हो, डायरेक्ट हो, इनडायरेक्ट हो, हम उसको छोड़ेंगे नहीं।
You have seen the damage, but unfortunately there is not much to see in terms of action. What explains the go slow in this case? Well, we hope the Soren government comes out and explains. With Aishwarya in Ranchi, Bureau Report, Times Now.
Well, although only one arrest has been made so far, what is shocking is that as the police is identifying the rioters and taking action, the riot apologists are demanding compensation for the rioters. Let's listen into this delegation of the Imare Sharia that wants the state to give compensation to the rioters who died.
हम लोग अपील है कि कोई भी बेकसूर को ना पकड़ा जाए,
और कसूरवार को सजा भी मिलना चाहिए, उसको छोड़ा भी नहीं जाए। जो भी गलत हरकत जिसने भी किया उसको जांच पूरा करके उसके लिए उसका सजा मिलना चाहिए और अच्छी से निष्पक्ष होकर जांच होना चाहिए,
क्योंकि 2 लोग भी मारे गए हैं इस पूरे,
उसका मुआवजा भी मिलना चाहिए।
Aishwarya now joins us live. Aishwarya, isn't it shocking? There's no dearth really of these riot apologists. Yesterday we played out that sequence, and just a few minutes back as well, of Jamaat Ulama-e-Hind, in which the representative could be clearly heard saying that these are martyrs and not rioters. And now you have another apologist coming out and demanding compensation for the alleged rioters.
Well, that's right. Yesterday, a delegation of Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind came in, and they called these Reuters who were targeting these police personals and firing at them, and we have seen all those CCTV footages. These Reuters they were calling martyrs, and today when Imarat-e-Sharia's delegation came in, they also sought compensation for those who died in this protest in the retaliation which was done by the police. But in that particular FIR copy which was lodged by Ranchi police, it has clearly been stated that it was those people who were protesting and they had targeted these police. Open firing was being done by them and stone pelting was also done simultaneously. There were 3 sides from which these protesters came in, and they attacked the police personnel, in which senior cops like SSP and SP got injured. 14 to 15 police personnel also got injured, and therefore the reason perhaps it's very shocking that how these Muslim organization delegation are coming on each and every day, and they're visiting these localities to meet those people.
Stay on with us. The conspiracy is now unraveling, and according to sources within the police department, WhatsApp group was created to mobilize people, and this is the full inside track of the police probe. Aishwarya, WhatsApp groups were created. The crowd did not just gather there on their own. People were, through the WhatsApp group, informed, asked to gather. So the crowd was mobilized.
Well, that's right, and the top police officials of Jharkhand police have told exclusively to Times Now that there was a WhatsApp group named the Wasipur gang, and there were almost 100 to 200 people in that particular group. The admin had circulated several messages in which it was specifically mentioned that they have to gather at Ekra Masjid for the Friday prayers, and after that a protest will be carried out against the controversial remarks which was made by the BJP spokesperson. But that particular protest got violent, and then the violence erupted in different places.
More digital evidence is being looked at, Aishwarya. Social media has also had a key role to play in hatching the entire conspiracy. So we'll come back with more details. For the moment, thanking you for joining us with those updates. Slipping in a very short break here.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे
All right, we keep our focus on what's happened in Jharkhand and the kind of investigations that have been underway since. But for the moment, quickly putting out more national news we're tracking. Shakti Kapoor's son, Siddhant Kapoor, was detained in Bengaluru after police raided a rave party in a private hotel. The cops found that he consumed drugs. Shraddha Kapoor's brother, Siddhant, worked in films like Chehre, Jazba, Shootout at Wadala and Wensho Bhokal.
A trader aircraft from Amethi's Fursatganj made an emergency landing earlier today. Sources confirmed that the trainee pilot was safe and that it was reported from the Khairna village of Fursatganj.
A 60-year-old elephant, popularly known as Mr. Kabini, breathed his last on Sunday. The news triggered an outpouring of grief on social media. As per the post-mortem, Bhogeshwara died of natural cause.
Big relief for Bengal government. Calcutta High Court dismisses Adiranjan Chaudhary's petition for CBI probe into the alleged metro dairy scam. Court says it won't interfere in the matter. The court also affirms that selling of shares not illegal.
More skeletons tumble out of Moosewala murder case. Pune cops arrest shooter Santosh Jadhav in Gujarat. Pune Rural sent multiple teams to Gujarat and to Rajasthan last week to trace Jadhav. He is one of the prime suspects in the case.
Rouse Avenue Court extends Satyendra Jain's judicial custody by 14 days. Bail petition of Jain will be heard tomorrow.
Massive forest fire rages across Purmandal and Mansa forest belt in Samba. Firefighters were pressed into service thereafter and the fire is currently being extinguished.
In a shocking incident, a 31-year-old man was stabbed to death in the national capital. The deceased has been identified as Farman. The incident was reported during the wee hours of 12th June in central Delhi. Farman was reportedly dragged from outside his house and stabbed in front of minors. It's a big relief for Anurag Thakur and other BJP leaders as the Delhi High Court has dismissed a plea filed by Brinda Karat and KM Tiwari challenging the trial court's refusal to direct registration of FIR against Anurag Thakur, Pravesh Verma and others for hate speeches, alleged hate speeches.
Well, Nilashish is joining us with more details. Nilashish, this case was filed for an alleged hate speech, particularly revolving around the anti-CA protest back then. The latest you can tell us, please.
Well, yes, absolutely. The High Court has now, in fact, dismissed this particular plea, wherein it was appealed against the trial court order. The trial court also had, let's remind you, refused to register an FIR against Anurag Thakur or against Pravesh Verma. Now, today, this again comes as an affirmation of the lower court order by the High Court, which had in fact heard this case extensively and had reserved its order on the 25th of March, which had, in this petition, which had claimed that an FIR should be lodged against these leaders as it was a cognizable offence and it had been made out against these leaders who were in fact giving hate speeches allegedly during their election rally, especially around the time of the anti-CA protest. Now, as far as this case is concerned, we know that the trial court had in fact dismissed this petition, and now, of course, the High Court also has refused to pass an order for
it is a massive relief for Anurag Thakur and other BJP leaders. Thank you very much, Neelashish, for joining us with those details. Without a quick break, news and updates will continue.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you over the next half an hour, but let's get you started with the headlines. Rahul Gandhi quizzed on Dotex Limited by 2 ED directors in the National Herald case amid allegations of vendetta by protesting Congress workers. ED homes in on the weak link. Rahul asked about the company that gave loan to Gandhis to take over Associated Generals Limited. BJP says Dotex was a Hawala operator. Congress buses in supporters for Satyagraha, but workers do not even know what they're protesting against. Not just that, some others say that they were paid to join these protests. An ambulance with a patient inside was diverted multiple times after it was stuck for an hour in Bengaluru traffic jam caused by the Congress's protests in the middle of the city. Confronted during unapproved protests in Delhi, Indian Youth Congress's chief B.V. Srinivas runs away from the questioning police. Whole sequence caught on camera embarrasses the Grand Old Party. Yogi government accused of bulldozing Neta Javed Mohammad's Prayagraj home without proper and timely notice. Government calls the house illegal. Daughter says no notice was given. There's a breakthrough in the Ranchi rioting probe. Violence was planned on a WhatsApp group named after gangs of Wasepur. Mob attacks train in Bengal's Nadia as violence continues. 3 days later, cleric's body slams those instigating violence in religion's name. BJP wants an NIA investigation. Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor arrested from a Bengaluru rave party tests positive for consumption of drugs. And 60-year-old tusker, famously known for his mammoth tusks, dies at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve. Breaking news now coming in. Rahul Gandhi is at the Gangaram Hospital. He is meeting his mother, Sonia Gandhi, who was hospitalized yesterday after complications over her COVID. Remember, Rahul Gandhi has been given a break of about 90 minutes or so before he has to rejoin the investigation at the ED office. Now, we're given to understand that he has met his mother, Sonia Gandhi, in fact, at the Gangaram Hospital and is back en route to the ED office where he will be joining in the investigation. So far, he has been quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate for about 4 hours or so. Even as we saw massive show of strength by the Congress leaders, top Congress ministers, chief ministers from Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh as well, flying into the national capital. Priyank and Bhavtosh are with me for more on this. Priyank, Rahul Gandhi is en route to the ED office. He was given a 90-minute break. He decided to visit his mother, who is at the Gangaram Hospital. He's back now to face the Enforcement Directorate.
Yes, certainly, Poonam. Rahul Gandhi was given around 45 to 60 minutes of time period by the Enforcement Directorate officers who questioned him for the good 3 hours at this ED's office, where they could not ask him more than 5 to 6 questions, because every time Rahul Gandhi was replying to the questions, he was supposed to write it down, and the signatures were also supposed to be done on that. Rahul Gandhi had left from this ED office for the lunch break. Then he reached to his residence, and later to that, he also moved towards the Gangaram Hospital, which was a surprising move for everyone, because at this time, while Rahul Gandhi had to face the ED summon where he was recording a statement, in between that, whatever time he got, he had gone to meet his mother, and now he is once again coming back to the ED's office, where the next round of questioning is expected to start. Rahul Gandhi, was supposed to appear at the ED office today after the second summon which was sent to him, and throughout the day we saw the series of protests kept on happening in and around ED's office and AICC office here in the national capital. But Rahul did not speak to the media so far. All we saw was a series of statements which came out from all the senior leaders from the party, who were not only from the national capital but also from Rajasthan, Haryana, as well as from Tamil Nadu, because P. Chidambaram himself was also present in the protest.
On with me, Bhavtosh is also with us on this broadcast, and Bhavtosh, it is the Dotex allegation, or the company that really is in the midst of all this questioning that Rahul Gandhi faces. He was quizzed by 2 ED officers in the first session before they broke for lunch. Is that going to continue now once he resumes that questioning?
Yes, Poonam, as Priyank is telling that the questioning will take place. It will in fact resume. As in PMLA, a statement will be taken in which
राजनीतिक तौर से देखा जा रहा था, तो उसको मुझे इस चीज़ के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया। फिर भी मैंने सारे सवाल जवाब दिए, बिल्कुल 15 बारी 10 घंटे 12 घंटे रहा, 23,000 डॉक्यूमेंट दिए। मुझे यही लगा था कि अगर कोई इनकम टैक्स इशू था तो उसका असेसमेंट करो, कंपनी का रीअसेसमेंट करो, और जो पेनल्टी है हम दे सकते हैं वो मामला ख़त्म हो जाएगा। और अगर आप कानूनी तौर से देखेंगे और कानूनी तौर से सवाल जवाब होंगे तो और उसका लोगों में उसमें ज़्यादा भरोसा होगा। अब क्या है कि कभी किसी को भी परेशान करना है, चाहे वो बिजनेसमैन हो, पॉलिटिशियन हो, किसी को भी परेशान करना है तो आप ईडी को मतलब नोटिस भेज देते हैं। तो काफ़ी तो उद्योगपति तो यहाँ छोड़ के भी चले गए और सब वहाँ, जब मैं विदेश में मिलता हूँ उनसे, वो कहते हैं कि यहाँ तो बड़ी परेशानी है, यहाँ प्रगति नहीं हो सकती क्योंकि यहाँ नोटिस आ जाते हैं हर आदमी का और वो जो केस है वो ख़त्म नहीं होता है, वो मतलब कि स्ट्रेच होता रहता है। तो ये माहौल जो है वो मतलब सबको पसंद नहीं है, सब मतलब मुश्किल में है।
आपका ये कहना है कि गांधी परिवार को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, आपको भी इसी वजह से इतनी बार परेशान किया गया ईडी की तरफ से क्योंकि आप गांधी परिवार से जुड़े हुए हैं?
मैं यही कहूँगा कि अगर इस परिवार ने सदियों से इंदिरा जी के टाइम से और राजीव जी के टाइम से और सोनिया जी ने भी अपना पूरा समय दिया है और राहुल और प्रियंका हमेशा लोगों के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और मैं ये कहूँगा कि अब आप सोनिया जी अब 75 साल के हैं और थोड़ी बीमार भी हैं, फिर भी उनको बुलाया जा रहा है और मैं ये कहूँगा कि मुझे पता है हमारे परिवार में जिनको जहाँ भी बुलाया जाएगा हम जाएंगे वहाँ और सारे सवालों का जवाब देंगे और जब तक हर चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं हो जाती है हम वहाँ टिके रहेंगे, मतलब कि हमेशा जाएंगे और जवाब देंगे। पर जो टाइमिंग है इनका, जो तौर तरीका है, देश को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है, देश को बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, इसलिए ये लोग सब आंदोलन कर रहे हैं और ये खाली कांग्रेस के वर्कर नहीं है, बस सारे लोग हैं, देश के नागरिक हैं जिनको लग रहा है कि ये जो भेदभाव की जो पॉलिटिक्स चल रही है, जो एजेंसियों को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, बिल्कुल गलत है और करना नहीं चाहिए।
एक अंतिम सवाल है रॉबर्ट आपसे, क्योंकि आज सिर्फ दिल्ली में नहीं बल्कि अलग अलग राज्यों में भी कांग्रेस ने प्रोटेस्ट का आह्वान किया था कि ईडी दफ्तर में जहां भी है वहां वो धरना दे, प्रदर्शन करे। कांग्रेस ने इसको पूरी तरह से राजनीतिक रंग देने की कोशिश की और कहा यह जा रहा है कि बीजेपी की तरफ से कि एक राजनीतिक इस्तेमाल कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इसका किया है। स्मृति ईरानी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा कि जिन पर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे हैं वो सत्याग्रह की बात कर रहे हैं।
पहले स्मृति ईरानी जी अपने स्पोक्स पर्सन की बात करें जिन्होंने बहुत गलत कम्युनल इशू के बारे क्रिएट किया है, गलत बोला है और पूरा जो माहौल है वो ख़राब किया है देश भर में, तो उनके बारे में जिक्र करें, उनके लिए कुछ रोक डालें और इससे पहले कि वो किसी और के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ उछालते रहते हैं, पहले अपने पार्टी में देखें कि उनके स्पोक्स पर्सन क्या कर रहे हैं और क्या माहौल क्रिएट कर रहे हैं।
गांधी परिवार ने कुछ भी गलत नहीं किया है।
देखिए, बिल्कुल गलत नहीं किया है। आप जितनी बारी बुलाएंगे हर चीज़ का जवाब दिया जाएगा और मतलब कि कुछ गलत निकलेगा नहीं और सब चीज़ स्पष्ट होगा।
धन्यवाद। तो रॉबर्ट वड्रा हमारे साथ खुलकर बात करते हुए और उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि जो टाइमिंग है वो कहीं ना कहीं सवाल के घेरे में आता है। अभी जो देश का माहौल बना हुआ है उससे डाइवर्ट करने के लिए राहुल गांधी को ईडी दफ्तर बुलाया गया है और पूरा परिवार जो है वो राहुल गांधी के साथ है, पूरा कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ है। जितनी बार भी ईडी पूछताछ के लिए बुलाएगा राहुल गांधी पहुंचेंगे और कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता अपनी भावनाओं के साथ राहुल गांधी के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। रंजीता झा, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत, दिल्ली।
That was Robert Vadra there, echoing what every Congress leader has been saying, not just since this morning, but for the last couple of days, that this is nothing but vendetta against the Gandhis, which is why the BJP is misusing agencies like the Enforcement Directorate, and the Congress MP is being hounded, is what the Grand Old Party has been saying. But even as we speak, in just about a few minutes from now, Rahul Gandhi is going to be facing the Enforcement Directorate once again. He is en route to the ED office after that short break that was given to him for lunch, in which he decided to meet his ailing mother at the Gangaram Hospital. But remember, this is the National Herald case which continues to haunt the Gandhis, and Times Now has learned that Rahul is being questioned about the takeover of Young Indian by Associated Journals Limited. Congress workers came out on the streets across the country this morning. We saw that protesters hit the streets, not just here in the national capital, but around the country as well. The BJP, meanwhile, has called this protest nothing but an attempt to build pressure on the investigating agencies because the Congress wants to hide its corruption. Listen in.
Is it also true that in 2016,
The same company, which is owned by the Gandhi family, has declared that in the 6 years of its existence, it did not carry out a single charitable activity. The question I hope is answered is this: what is Rahul Gandhi's relationship, or the Gandhi family's relationship, with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Mr. Gandhi, is it true Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is one of the several companies of a Hawala entry operator based out of Kolkata, where in lieu of cash, checks are given? Mr. Gandhi, is it true that Dotex Merchandise's transactions have been red flagged for suspicious transactions by the Financial Intelligence Unit? Is it also true, Mr. Gandhi, that today you have called upon your karyakartas and leaders to the national capital not to save democracy, but to save your property worth 2,000 crores? That you will try to hold the national capital hostage so that your properties, which have been usurped and are a part of ill-gotten gains, can be protected.
See, what kind of satyagraha is this? Satyagraha for corruption. This is yet again an attempt to relaunch Rahul Gandhi from the pads of Bhrashtachar, from the launch pad of corruption. And yet again we know that Rahul will fail. So rather than the theatrics, I believe practicality, going and accepting what Rahul Gandhi has done is most important, and astonishingly, none other than Robert Vadra has come out in support of this satyagraha. Just imagine, Robert, Rahul and satyagraha.
Now, Bhavtosh, the Dotex link is what the Enforcement Directorate is concentrating on as far as Rahul Gandhi's questioning today is concerned. It is the 1 crore deal that is under the scanner, and that is something that is unexplained so far as what the ED believes.
Well, that's not the only part of this case that is under the scanner. There are several other subsets that is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Associate Generals was the organization that was publishing National Herald for a very long time, and then in 2008 National Herald was in fact folded up. In the morning press conference that was carried out by Randeep Surjewala, he said that 91 crore loan was taken by Associate General from All India Congress Committee to give VRS to several journalists. Now, that is part true, but there are several parts that he never told the media. That was not, the entire loan was not taken for that. The loan was taken only for the loan to be passed on to Young India. That's the part of the investigation that has been conducted by the Income Tax Department, or what they call as a bogus loan. Young India, the trust that was formed in 2010, that has been under the scanner of not only Enforcement Directorate but also of Income Tax Department, was set up in November 2010, whose director initially was Suman Dubey and also Sam Petroda. The trust, in fact, handed over its equity share to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi for just 51 lakh rupees, Poonam. The entire loan of 91 crore rupees was written off. Now, Randeep Surjewala never explained to media why this was done. Associate Generals has prime properties spread across India, Delhi, Mumbai, Patna and Panchkula. Part of this investigation was also carried out by the CBI. This is something that is being investigated by CBI as well as by the Income Tax Department. Remember, Rahul Gandhi in the financial year 2010 and 2011 had claimed that his income is just 68 lakh rupees. Income Tax investigation said that he never explained that he was director of Young India, and if he looked into this fact, or if he add this fact, then his income is a whopping 154 crore rupees. Now, that's what income tax has leveled this serious allegation. Rahul Gandhi then went to the Delhi High Court, lost the case there. He went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court then told him that you go back to the income tax appellate tribunal, and then in March, income tax appellate tribunal passed an order against the Gandhis. Now, after that, Enforcement Directorate issued summons to Rahul Gandhi on 2nd of June, but Rahul Gandhi was then not in the country, and then on 13th of June, Rahul Gandhi was asked to join the probe. His mother was in fact asked to join the probe on 8th of June. The fact is that there are several agencies that have been probing Gandhis, including income tax as well as Enforcement Directorate. The Gandhis never managed to explain why Associate General's entire prime properties was transferred to Young India for just 51 lakh rupees, and why 51 lakh rupees loan was taken, or loan, one can say money was taken from a shell companies which is based out of Calcutta, and the directors of that company has admitted
allegation that the Gandhis face is that while this transfer happened between the two companies, the other shareholders or the stakeholders were not even informed, or that's the allegation that the Gandhis face, and that is also something perhaps that is going to come up in the course of this investigation.
So also, obviously, Rahul Gandhi has to explain that, or even his mother, Sonia Gandhi, has to explain. But coming back to Young India and Associate General, when Young India was, in fact, taking over Associate General, two persons had, in fact, raised a red flag. One was Prashant Bhushan's father, Shanti Bhushan, who was former law minister, and also Markandeya Karju, former Supreme Court judge. They said that why their equity share was transferred to Young India. Now, that is something that has also not been explained properly by Congress party. So there are several parts of this case that has not been ever explained by All India Congress Committee or by Gandhis. Now, while you can raise a question mark as to why the Enforcement Directorate has been targeting Gandhis, but how this entire equity share was transferred is something that can't be explained by Gandhis. Now, 9 crore of shares whose face value of 10 rupees was transferred from Associate Generals to Young India at just a face value of 10 crore rupees. Now, we are talking big money here of 91 crore rupees, where prime properties worth 2,000 crore rupees was transferred in a period of just 2 months. It's a huge amount that Gandhis have never managed to explain, or whenever in the court of law, lawyers of Gandhis have went, they have always lost the case.
Right, do stay on with me before I get in Priyank for more details. We do know now that Rahul Gandhi has just reached the Enforcement Directorate office to resume his questioning there. That questioning is going to begin in just a few minutes from now. But let's listen into some reactions coming in from the top Congress leaders who decided to hit the streets in solidarity this morning.
और वो चाहते हैं कि उनको खुली छूट दे दी जाए, जो चाहे वो करे, एक तानाशाह की तरह। तो ये बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे हम लोग, और कांग्रेस पार्टी सड़क पर आकर इसका विरोध करेगी, क्योंकि ये झूठा केस बनाया गया है सिर्फ एक तरह से उनको परेशान करने के लिए, या उनकी नीयत ये है कि किसी तरह कांग्रेस को बदनाम किया जाए। और हम लोग तो एकदम शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से चाहते थे, हम लोग का ये था कि हम लोग सत्याग्रह करेंगे गांधी जी के बताए हुए रास्ते पर, जो हमारा लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार है हम उसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहते थे, लेकिन उसके लिए भी मोदी सरकार और अमित शाह इजाज़त नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो ये साफ दर्शाता है कि वो किस तरह हुकूमत चला रहे हैं और किस तरह की सरकार चाहते हैं।
हेलो जी, पैदल मार्च शुरू हो गया, राहुल गांधी ईडी दफ्तर के लिए निकले और आप लोग भी।
ये मैसेज है पूरे कंट्री में लोगों की क्या भावना है, वो मैसेज है एनडीए गवर्नमेंट के नेताओं को, प्रधानमंत्री जी को, गृह मंत्री जी को, जो जुल्म ढाए जा रहे हैं देश भर के अंदर, इनकम टैक्स, ईडी सीबीआई के। तो राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी को क्या दुखदा देने का ईडी के नोटिस, उसके माध्यम से आज पूरे देश के लोगों की भावनाओं को भी पकड़ किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली के अंदर हर जिले में आंदोलन हो रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं कि ये तरीका गलत है, आपका इस प्रकार के जुल्म करने के तरीके गलत है। हम मांग करते प्रधानमंत्री जी से, आप देशवासियों को संबोधित करो, शांति, सद्भाव, भाईचारा रहना चाहिए।
The investigation is on against the Gandhis. Rahul Gandhi is facing the enforcement directorate. The political fight over this is also escalating. I request my colleagues to stay on with us. We're slipping into a quick break, but we'll be back in just 2 minutes on this big development story. Don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.
Welcome back. Actor Shakti Kapoor's son, Siddhant Kapoor, has been detained for allegedly taking drugs during a party at a Bengaluru five-star hotel. Acting on a tip-off, police raided the party at this five-star hotel and sent samples of around 35 guests for medical tests. 5 of those have tested positive, including Siddhant Kapoor.
35 people were sent for medical exam. Out of that, 5 people tested positive.
And who organized this party, sir?
Some LA production is the party, is the organizer. We are investigating their role also in the matter.
So, under what case this people have been filed, sir?
Section 22A, 22B, and 27B of NTPS Act.
So, when they are producing them to the court, sir?
That we will see when they will be produced.
Deepak is with me for more on this. Now, Deepak, we're given to understand that this rave party was busted, where there were several celebrities as well, including the son of Shakti Kapoor, who was 5 out of the 35 people that tested positive.
Yes, this party took place at the Park Hotel in Bengaluru. The police, of course, based on a tip-off, conducted a raid last night. Now, multiple people were questioned. About 35 people were asked to undergo drug tests. 5 of them turned out to be positive for the consumption of drugs. One among them, the police tell us, is Siddhant Kapoor. the brother of actress Shraddha Kapoor. Now, he, of course, was brought to the Halsurgate police station. He's been detained and being questioned. Basically, the questioning, we've been told, is on the lines of where the drugs were procured from, and was this party a hub where peddlers were, in fact, operating, and whether it was just, consumption that was happening, or whether it was being circulated as well through this particular party and the guests who attended it. We've been told that, Siddhant Kapoor was one of the celebrity invitees at this particular party. He was also a DJ, is what the DCP told us a little while ago. We'll really have to see once the investigation continues whether more skeletons will tumble out of the closet.
Right, do keep a track of the investigation in that case. For the moment, Deepak, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. Some stories in brief now. Rouse Avenue Court has sent Satyendra Jain to 14-day judicial custody. Bail petition of Jain will be heard tomorrow now. Big relief for the Bengal government. Calcutta High Court dismisses Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's petition for CBI investigation into the alleged Metro Dairy scam. Court says it will not interfere in the matter, also affirms that selling of shares is not illegal. More skeletons tumble out of Musewala murder case. Pune cops arrest shooter Santosh Jadhav in Gujarat. Pune Rural sent multiple teams to Gujarat and Rajasthan last week to trace Jadhav. He's one of the prime suspects in the Musewala murder. A trainer aircraft from Ameethi's Fursadganj made an emergency landing earlier today. Sources confirmed that the trainee pilot was safe, and the incident was reported from the Kerana village of Fursadganj. A 60-year-old elephant, popularly known as Mr. Kabini, breathed his last on Sunday. The news triggered an outpouring of grief on social media. As per the post-mortem, he died of natural causes. Breaking news now coming in. Delhi has recorded a total of 126 dengue cases to date in 2021, which is in the last 5 months and a few days. 16 cases have been reported in June itself, is what we're given to understand. 8 chikungunya cases and 21 malaria cases have also been reported so far. There is a rise in COVID-19 cases as well in the national capital, which is why the state is on a high alert. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition, but news and updates continue on Times Now. Do stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप
Good evening. Thanks for tuning in to Times Now. I'm Kritsween, and while Rahul Gandhi is back to the Enforcement Directorate office, getting you more details on that with the biggest coverage here on Times Now. First up, the top headlines.
More and more institutions are being subsumed, and political interest seems to be the only issue that the central government wants to push.
Rahul Gandhi quizzed on .X Limited by 2 ED directors in National Herald case amid allegations of vendetta by protesting Congress workers.
आपको राहुल गांधी अगर मिले तो उनसे पूछिएगा कि उनका संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ क्या है।
ED homes in on the weak link. Rahul asked about company that gave loan to Gandhis to take over AJL. BJP says .X was a Hawala operator. Congress buses in supporter for Satyagraha, but workers don't know what they're protesting against. Not just that, some others said they were paid 500 rupees to join protesters. An ambulance with patient was diverted multiple times after it was stuck for an hour in Bengaluru traffic jam caused by Congress protests in the middle of the city. Confronted during unapproved protests in Delhi, Youth Congress Chief B.V. Srinivas runs away from questioning cops. Whole sequence on camera. Yogi government accused of bulldozing Neta Javed Mohammad's Prayagraj home without proper and timely notice. Government calls house illegal. Daughter says no notice received. Breakthrough in Ranchi, rioting probe. Violence was pre-planned and on WhatsApp group named after gangs of Vasepur. Mob attacks train in Bengal's Nadia as violence continues. Cleric's body slams those instigating violence in religion's name. BJP seeks an NI probe. Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor arrested from a Bengaluru rave party, test positive for drugs. 60-year-old Tusker Bhogeshwar, famously known for his mammoth tusk, died at Bandipur Tiger Reserve. And well, we start with the latest as far as Rahul Gandhi's interrogation by the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. He appeared this morning before the ED office in the national capital, following which we saw protests not just in Delhi but across the country. Now he's back to the ED office and his questioning has resumed by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Congress MP, remember, is facing heat in the National Herald case, and Times Now has learned that he's been questioned on several issues. First up is about the takeover of Young Indian by AJL. Congress workers have come out on the streets in different parts of the country in support of Rahul Gandhi and have alleged misuse of central agencies. The BJP, on the other hand, has called the protest an attempt to build pressure on the investigating agencies and has questioned Rahul's links with a firm named Dotex Merchandise Limited, which is described as Kolkata-based Hawala operator. So on your screens, details of several questions. It's an inside scoop picked up by Times Now on the line of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Now, two ED officials are interrogating him. He went out for a brief lunch break in which he also met Sonia Gandhi, who currently has been taken to a hospital given that she's undergoing COVID-19 treatment. But yes, he's back to the ED office in the national capital. BJP has been hitting out at Congress, saying this is just a pressure-building tactic. Listen in.
Is it also true that in 2016, the same company, which is owned by the Gandhi family, has declared that in the 6 years of its existence, it did not carry out a single charitable activity? The question I hope is answered is this: what is Rahul Gandhi's relationship, or the Gandhi family's relationship, with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Mr. Gandhi, is it true Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is one of the several companies of a Hawala entry operator based out of Kolkata, where in lieu of cash, checks are given? Mr. Gandhi, is it true that Dotex Merchandise's transactions have been red flagged for suspicious transactions by the Financial Intelligence Unit? Is it also true, Mr. Gandhi, that today you have called upon your karyakartas and leaders to the national capital not to save democracy, but to save your property worth 2,000 crores? That you will try to hold the national capital hostage so that your properties, which have been usurped and are a part of ill-gotten gains, can be protected?
Well, first of all, an answer to their allegations. Yes, sir. Why don't they disprove it? Or why don't they prove that this whole thing is a bogus thing? The facts are all on documents. And in my own appearance in court, I'm constantly blocked by their refusal to give me documents which they have presented in other courts. You see, so I can get it anyway, but it's a long process. Why is it taking so much time? And I would say that they should be thankful to the government that their government has given them a very long rope, which I was very much against. And certainly this ED thing was actually in June, July of 2014, I had got it all set up. And then Mr. Jaitley was the finance minister, he didn't agree. And it got put off. Now it's come back. I'm happy it's come back, because better late than never.
What exactly is expected today, sir, in the technical terms, if you can explain, sir?
Well, today they will ask them questions and confront them. The matter is extremely simple. There's only two answers possible, yes and no. They had no money to pay 50 lakhs to the Congress so the Congress can transfer a mythical, bogus, fake 90 crore loan to Associated Journals Limited. that 50 lakhs they could not pay in white money because their whole paid up capital was only 5 lakhs. So they got what they called as a loan. The company from which they got the loan doesn't say it's a loan, they say it's a donation. A loan with 0 interest for 1 crore. And that is shown in their accounts as a loan. And a company called Doltex in Calcutta, which is known as a money laundering company.
See, what kind of satyagraha is this? Satyagraha for corruption. This is yet again an attempt to relaunch Rahul Gandhi from the pads of Bhrashtachar, from the launch pad of corruption. And yet again we know that Rahul will fail. So rather than the theatrics, I believe practicality, going and accepting what Rahul Gandhi has done is most important, and astonishingly, none other than Robert Vadra has come out in support of this satyagraha. Just imagine, Robert, Rahul and satyagraha.
Bhavtosh, my colleague, joining us with more details. Bhavtosh, the Enforcement Directorate is, of course, probing charges around money laundering, around misappropriation of assets and corruption. But the BJP has furthered its charge by asking pinpointed questions around Gandhi family's relation with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited.
Yes, Christine, politics obviously will be played over this entire issue, but we are right outside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, which saw a lot of drama early in the morning when Congress workers came here, including Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, who was in fact briefly detained and then arrested. The entire case, in fact, revolves around Young India and Associate General's relationship. This case was initially probed by the Income Tax Department after it received a private complaint from Subramaniam Swamy. Then subsequent investigation were carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Rahul Gandhi in his income tax returns had claimed that his income tax for year 2010 and 2011 was just 68 lakh rupees. When the Income Tax Investigation Department started investigating this case, they claimed that he never said that he was director of Young India, and they said that if they tabulate that issue, then his income is around 154 crore rupees. They then also looked into the fact that Young India had taken over Associate Generals, and the entire loan that Associate General had taken from Congress party of 91 crore rupees was first A, bad loan, and B, it was written off for just 51 lakh rupees. From where Young India managed to get that loan? Well, it managed to get from a shell company called Dotex for peanuts, for nothing, but it was a shell company. Dotex, in fact, was a shell company. Directors did admit that they had not done any business. ED further managed to record the statement of several individuals, including late Oscar Fernandez, also Motilal Vora, and then a few months back of Pawan Bansal and also Mallikarjun Kharge.
Absolutely, and the BJP has also slammed the way thousands of Congress workers have hit the streets in protest and while expressing that they're standing with Rahul Gandhi as far as this case is concerned. Congress, meanwhile, has also come out with non-stop responses to this. Bhavtosh, thank you for that. Congress, in its defense, has been saying that the allegations are baseless and have called it atyachar by the BJP. Here are the reactions.
जिस तरीके से देश में सरकारी तंत्र का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है अपने राजनीतिक विरोधियों की आवाज़ दबाने के लिए, साम दाम दंड भेद और सरकार का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, ये लोकतंत्र के लिए कोई अच्छा संकेत नहीं है। और सरकार की इस दमनकारी नीति के विरोध में पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी और देश का आम जनमानस उठ के खड़ा होगा।
We know why this crackdown on us. We know they are trying to silence us, but they should know that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party is not afraid. What are they afraid of? Ask them the reason. Why do they want to silence the Congress party?
All economic offenders of the world, of the country, that when confronted with or when being questioned by the police or an investigative agency on matters of economic corruption or economic offenses, the way to respond to that is to collect a crowd and to try and intimidate the investigative agencies. On that day, we would also like to draw your attention to another case that is being played out in Kerala, where events of the last few days, which we have observed in the media, have firmly pointed the needle of suspicion in a long-standing gold smuggling case that has been attempted to be investigated by central agencies for the last many months. The needle of suspicion now has firmly settled on Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, his Chief Minister's office, and his family. This press conference is really to lay out a few background facts that are all in the public domain. When this gold smuggling scam...
Well, let's go back to the ED grilling of Rahul Gandhi that is currently underway. What's also bizarre is that though Congress workers have been hitting the streets since this morning showing solidarity towards Rahul Gandhi as the Enforcement Directorate questioning is underway, there are these so-called protesters who are completely clueless about why is it that they're on the streets protesting against what, and why is it that they're standing in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi. At times now question them why they were protesting. Some even admitted that they've been paid 500 rupees to stand there.
यहाँ किस लिए आया? यहाँ किस लिए आया? ये झंडा पकड़ने के लिए। झंडा पकड़ने के लिए। क्यों झंडा क्यों पकड़ने के लिए? अभी बोला ना आए क्या करेंगे? पैसे कुछ देते बोले? हाँ कितने देते? 500। हाँ 500 रुपए देते बोले। आपको भी देते बोले? आपको भी देते बोले? बोलो। हाँ कितना देते? हाँ बोले। सही बताओ। बोले बोले सर। कितना देते बोले? अच्छा 500 बोल के लाई थी मजदूरी पर।
कौन सा ही काम क्या है, महंगाई बढ़ाई भाजपा सरकार है और हुकुमशाह सरकार है, इसलिए हम इसके धिक्कार करने के लिए आए हैं।
मेरे को कुछ मालूम नहीं है कि इसके बारे में। जो मैम ने बोला मेरा गला खराब होने के।
अच्छा सर, आपको पता है किस वजह से सम्मान भेजा गया राहुल गांधी? नहीं पता।
जो प्रदर्शन में आए, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज?
सर मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किसी पूछना।
रेशन बढ़ा था, पेट्रोल बढ़ा था,
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, बैठे ही है खाली। है
कैसे आए?
नहीं अभी बैठे ही, हम भी यहाँ सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं क्या नहीं।
सुनने के लिए बैठे, मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है
क्यों है ये प्रोटेस्ट? मैम बताएंगे। मैम बताएंगे, आपको नहीं मालूम। ये क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं?
ये बिजली के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमें बड़े बिल बहुत ज्यादा
आ रहा है। महंगाई बढ़ाई भाजपा सरकार।
मेरे को कुछ मालूम नहीं है।
मैम बताएंगे। आप यहाँ पे क्यों आए हुए हैं इस समय?
सर हम यहाँ पे रैली पे आए हुए हैं।
रैली में?
हाँ जी, वो प्रोटेस्ट था हमारे, इसलिए आए हुए।
क्यों है ये प्रोटेस्ट?
सर मैम बताएंगे।
मैम बताएंगे, आपको नहीं मालूम। आप बताएंगे ये प्रोटेस्ट क्यों है, आप जो आए हैं रैली में क्यों आए? मालूम है ये प्रदर्शन? नहीं पता। ये क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं?
ये बिजली के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमें बड़े बिल के लिए।
इनका कहना है कि ये प्रदर्शन बिजली के लिए है।
बिल बहुत ज्यादा
आ रहा है, बिजली के लिए ये प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
Well, massive chaotic scenes were also witnessed across the country during these protests. This was a pan-India protest expressing solidarity for Rahul Gandhi, who's currently being questioned by the ED. But shocking visuals have been coming to light. In Bengaluru, for example, we saw how several scenes came to light, were doing the rounds on social media, where commuters were held ransom, school buses were stuck for hours together. Not just that, ambulances had to divert multiple times and were stuck for hours. So these protests certainly have caused massive traffic snarls, only proves that Congress puts Parivar over people. Times Now has been reporting non-stop from several such sites. Take a look.
Sir, ಎಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ಇಂದ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಜಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಹಂಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಮ್ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಇದೆ ರೋಡ್.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೀವು ಇವಾಗ?
1 hour
ಜಾಮ್. ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಹೌದು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನೀವು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅವರಾ?
ಹೌದು.
और हिंदी मातारा कन्नड़ मातारते?
हिंदी।
कितने देर से ट्रैफिक में फंसे हो आप?
बहुत टाइम से फंसा हुआ।
बहुत समय से। पेशेंट को क्या हुआ है, कौन सा हॉस्पिटल जाना है आपको?
डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर में।
Diagnostic center. Okay. Well, you can see a patient is inside the ambulance. The ambulance driver says he's been diverted multiple times. For a couple of hours now, they have been waiting. He says over an hour, in fact, he's been waiting in the traffic jams. And you can see all across this stretch. This, of course, leads to Residency Road, eventually Brigade Road, at least about a 2-kilometer jam. This jam is because this entire area around Lal Bagh was blocked by, Congress workers protesting against the BJP and the Enforcement Directorate. And the question is, while, of course, the Karnataka High Court makes it amply clear that protests should be limited to the Freedom Park area, protests should not be allowed at junctions which will cause inconvenience to the citizens and traffic jams. This was something that the Karnataka High Court made very clear just in March. Why was this even allowed? And is there any sort of responsibility from our politicians and the other leaders here in Karnataka is a question that needs to be asked. While the Congress party planned its protest against the Enforcement Directorate and the BJP and planned to march towards the office around, protesters have reached, or concluded their protest march. But what it has done for the last 3 hours is completely block this entire area, choking the traffic, leaving Bengalurians immensely inconvenienced. Now, the High Court had very recently said that, protests should be only held and limited to Freedom Park. It should not be held in busy junctions in Bengaluru, affecting traffic. Let's try and get in a word from some of the motorists. Sir, how long have you been traveling? Has this jam caused any inconvenience to you?
2 hours, yes. It's causing inconvenience, yes.
Where all were you diverted?
Sir, I was diverted from Jainagar and I had to come from Racecourse Road.
Okay.
So I'm diverted almost 2 hours now.
And you're delayed for work?
The family court.
You have to go to court and you've been delayed?
Yeah, I've been delayed. Now I'm coming out.
Well, there you heard it. And let me show you this entire stretch. Now, this particular junction leads to the Residency Road flyover. And you can see the amount of traffic here. This is at least a kilometer long at this point in time. You could expect this jam to continue from Residency Road, heading almost towards Brigade Road. And that's the amount of, traffic that has been piled up on this entire stretch, leaving thousands of motorists inconvenienced. The question is, while, of course, the Congress says that this protest is important, it is something that they need to do to highlight, the issues pertaining to the BJP, targeting them. How long have you been traveling? Has this jam caused any inconvenience to you?
2 hours, yes. It's causing inconvenience, yes.
Where all were you diverted?
Sir, I was diverted from Jainagar and I had to come from Racecourse Road.
Okay.
So I'm diverted almost 2 hours now.
And you're delayed for work?
The family court.
You have to go to court and you've been delayed?
Yeah, I've been delayed. Now I'm coming out.
In more news, Rao's Avenue Court has extended Satyendra Jain's judicial custody by 14 days. A bail petition of Jain will be heard tomorrow. Big relief for Bengal government. Calcutta High Court has dismissed Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's petition for CBI probe into alleged Metro dairy scam. The court says it won't interfere in the matter. The court also affirmed that selling of shares is not illegal. More skeletons stumble out of Moosewala murder case. Pune cops arrest shooter Santosh Jadhav in Gujarat. Pune Rural had sent multiple teams to Gujarat and Rajasthan last week to trace Jadhav. He's one of the prime suspects in the murder probe. A trainer aircraft from Amethi made an emergency landing earlier today. Sources confirmed that the trainee pilot was safe in the incident and that it was reported from Kerana village. A 60-year-old elephant, popularly known as Mr. Kabini, breathed his last on Sunday. The news triggered an outpouring of grief on social media. As per the post-mortem, he died of natural causes. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short break here. Be back in just 2 minutes with more news updates.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school, and so to vaccinate them. By vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years.
Good evening and thanks for staying with us here on Times Now Live Wire. I'm Krit Sween. A lot of breaking news developments coming in, but first up, the headlines we're tracking this evening.
And more institutions are being subsumed, and political interest seems to be the only issue that the central government wants to push.
Rahul Gandhi quizzed on Dotex Limited by two ED directors in National Herald case amid allegations of vendetta by protesting Congress workers.
आपको राहुल गांधी अगर मिले तो उनसे पूछिएगा कि उनका संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ क्या है.
ED homes in on the weakling. Rahul Gandhi asked about company that gave loan to Gandhis to take over AJL. BJP says Dotex was a Hawala operator. Congress buses in supporter for Satyagraha, but workers don't know what they're protesting against. Not just that, some others also said they were paid 500 rupees to join the protesters. An ambulance with patient was diverted multiple times after it was stuck for an hour in Bengaluru traffic jam caused by Congress protests in the middle of the city. Confronted during unapproved protests in Delhi, Indian Youth Congress chief B.V. Srinivas runs away from questioning cops. Whole sequence on camera. Yogi government accused of bulldozing Neta Javed Mohammad's Prayagraj home without proper and timely notice. Government calls house illegal. Daughter says no notice received. Breakthrough in Ranchi rioting probe. Violence was planned on WhatsApp group named after gangs of Wasepur. Mob attacks train in Bengal's Nadia as violence continues. Cleric's body slams those instigating violence in religion's name. BJP seeks an eye probe. Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor arrested from a Bengaluru rave party, test positive for drugs. 60-year-old Tusker Bhogeshwara, famously known for his mammoth tusks, died at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve. And getting in breaking news that West Bengal University Laws Amendment Bill 2022 has been passed in the Legislative Assembly today. So this is breaking news coming in, and the CM is now going to be the Chancellor to replace some of the top positions in the education sector in West Bengal. Tamal joining us with more details. The bill was already proposed earlier on by Mamata Banerjee, and this is certainly a setback given that there have been a lot of noises made around this proposition. Tamal.
Well, yes, the state government, the education department had first mooted this idea and proposed it that the West Bengal governor, who is by default the chancellor of all state-run and state-aided universities, he should be replaced with that of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Now, for that, the bill had to be passed in the State Assembly. Now, when the bill was brought to the State Assembly, there were high voltage debate and deliberation, with BJP strongly opposing it. BJP also questioning what is the need to replace the governor as the chancellor of state-aided and state-run universities, to which Trinamool Congress has maintained that there is no harm and there is no law restricting the state government from replacing the governor with that of Chief Minister. Also cited examples that how back in the day when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, a similar proposal was made and a similar bill was passed. So basically, yes, this comes amid the face-off between the state government and the state governor, where we have seen that how the education department had long alleged that the chancellor, the governor, had tried interfering into the education process, and even stalled the development work of the education system. The reason why the education department of the state had mooted this idea, which was then proposed as a bill, and the bill has now been passed. Trinamool Congress supported it unanimously, and BJP had strongly opposed it. But the interesting part is now, this bill has to receive the assent of the state governor. That is the rule. Now, the state governor, whether he would give the consent that he can be replaced with the chief minister as the chancellor of all state-run and state-aided universities, we have to wait and see. In case he doesn't give a consent, will the bill then be sent to the central government? Again, we have to wait and see. For this moment, it is only the bill which has been passed in the state assembly, but it cannot be implemented as a law unless it receives the consent or assent of the state governor, or it receives the approval of the central government.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of opposition has come in the past as well as far as this bill is concerned. But Tamal, we've seen a section of scholars also raise their voice against it. We have a BJP voice joining us on the phone line. Rahul Sinha is with us. Mr. Sinha, what do you make of this proposition, the fact that it's gone a step ahead and now the Chief Minister, in all likelihood, will be replacing the governor as the Chancellor of government universities?
देखिए, कोई सरकार खुद को अपमान करना चाहती है तो कौन क्या कर सकते हैं? देखिए, जिनको हटाने का काम उन्होंने कर रहा है, उसी बिल को उनका अनुमति से ही पारित होगा। इसीलिए मान लीजिए, जिनको हटाने का काम उन्होंने कर रहा है, उन्होंने उस बिल में दस्तखत नहीं किया, विधानसभा में पास हुए बिल का भी अपमानित हो जाएगा, मंत्रिमंडल का भी पास अपमानित हो जाएगा। एक्चुअली ये लोग ऐसा नहीं करना चाहते, ये लोग शिक्षा व्यवस्था को कब्जा करना चाहते हैं। देखिए कैसे कैसे इन लोगों ने लोगों को टीचर का नौकरी दिया, आज सारे भंडा खोल रहा है, और साथ साथ आप देखिए ये लोग शिक्षा क्षेत्रों में कैसा दुर्नीति और पॉलिटिक्स चला रहा है। तो इसीलिए शिक्षा व्यवस्था को पूरा कब्जा करना और राज्यपाल को अपमानित करना, ये दो मकसद लेके इन्होंने एक काम किया। इसमें ना कोई राज्यों का भलाई छुपे हुए है, ना शिक्षा का कोई उन्नति छुपे हुए है।
और अभी गवर्नर का भी अप्रूवल मिला नहीं है। सिन्हा साहब, थैंक यू हमसे बात करने के लिए। वेल, दिस कुड बी येट अनदर फ्लैश पॉइंट बिटवीन चीफ मिनिस्टर बैनर्जी एंड द गवर्नर, गिवन दैट देयर हैव बीन अ सीरीज ऑफ कंट्रोवर्सीज गोइंग अराउंड दिस पर्टिकुलर डेवलपमेंट एज वेल। फॉर द मोमेंट वी मूव ऑन टू मोर न्यूज we're tracking. And a development that we're tracking as far as Kanpur violence probe is concerned, the crackdown on the alleged conspirators continues. 2 more properties belonging to Kanpur violence accused Zafar Hashmi's associates has been sealed by the Kanpur Development Authority. So the crackdown clearly continues as far as the violence probe is concerned, and this is 2 of the associates of one of the main accused, Zafar Hashmi, whose premises, properties have been sealed by the Kanpur Development Authority. If we talk about Zafar Hayat Hashmi, remember his police custody was extended by 2 days, and he, of course, his role is being looked at very, very carefully, given that information has suggested his links to the Congress party, which has been denied, also to the PFI and to Simi. So tracking more on that for the moment, quickly playing out a ground report filed by Amir.
Prayagraj, the house of last Friday's violence accused Javed Mohammed was pulled down by the Prayagraj Development Authority. The Kanpur Development Authority and the local authorities here, including police, have been taking action in the matter of the 3rd June violence that happened here in the parade area, continuing with which this house has been sealed. In fact, 3 such properties have been sealed, which actually belong to the close aides of the prime conspirator in the Kanpur violence case, Zafar Hayat Hashmi. And these are people who are known to be associates who actually financially helped Zafar Hayat Hashmi as well, which is why they were identified by the police. And now many of these properties which were under construction, which were being built without having a proper approved building plan from the local development authority, they were being built, and this such 3 properties have been sealed by the Kanpur Development Authority. One, of course, belonging to Salim, the other one to HS Malik, and the third one to Haji Wasi. All these 3 known associates of Zafar Hayat Hashmi, which is why now the Kanpur Development Authority and the police authorities here continuing their stringent action, as has been the instruction from the Chief Minister, that none of such perpetrators of violence or conspiracy in the matter of last Friday's violence or the violence that took place here in Kanpur on the 3rd of June will be spared. So while action is being taken in terms of police action, in terms of FIRs and other such punitive action, here the government and the authorities are clearly sealing the properties which actually belong to either those who were main accused or conspirators, or the ones who were actually financially helping such accused in their endeavors as far as Kanpur violence of 3rd June is concerned.
Let's shift our focus to the ongoing investigation in the Ranchi violence, and Times Now has picked up a mega scoop from sources which further establishes that the violence was clearly pre-planned. As for details are concerned, Times Now has learned from sources that a WhatsApp group was formed with the name Wasepur Gang that was in fact formed to mobilize people on their day of the violence. A manhunt has been launched by the police to nab the admin of the group. The police carried out raids at various locations to nab the alleged writers.
देखिए सर, जिसका घर से जाता है उसी को पता चलता है कि कितना बड़ा सदमा है। बताने से, जाहिर करने से जाहिर नहीं होगा।
हमारा घर का बच्चा इसमें मारा गया है, शहीद हो गया है, और इस तरह का घटना इस प्रदेश में पहली बार हुआ है कि सिविलियंस के ऊपर डायरेक्ट जो है गोली चलाई गई है।
On June 10th, when the violence broke out here in the capital city of Jharkhand in Ranchi, temples were also under attack. As Times Now have clearly showed the CCTV footages of all 3 temples. One was the Sankat Mochan temple at the main gate where the epicenter of the protest was. Second is this particular Mahavir temple at Hind Pidi where petrol bombs were thrown, and third is Surya temple at Bada Talab where again petrol bombs were thrown, and it was a deliberate attempt to vandalize the temple. Since then there have been 25 FIRs which have been registered, but the latest FIR is being registered by the locals out here in Hindpidi, and in this particular FIR copy, which we have exclusively accessed, in this FIR copy by the complainant, it has been written that it was a deliberate attempt for invoking the rights in this particular area, and there are two attacks that were made on this particular Mahavir temple. One was on the day of the protest on 10th of June. While the protest broke out, several people came in and have pelted stones on this temple, and later in the night, in the intervening night of 10th and 11th June, at around 3:15 a.m., 3 people came on the bike, and the CCTV footage clearly shows that how they stopped over this particular place and thrown petrol bombs at this temple.
While several questions have been asked by the Jharkhand government on the delayed action as to why quick arrests have not taken place, just one person has been arrested so far. But the Congress also continues to remain in denial mode. The riot proof is on the cameras for everyone to see. We've clearly showed you CCTV footages that established that 3 temples came under attack and how cops were also targeted in particular. But you have the Congress Jharkhand chief Rajesh Thakur, who's saying that we can't solely make arrests based on the CCTV evidence. Listen it.
जी सांप्रदायिक घटनाएं क्योंकि लगातार झारखंड में रिपोर्ट की गई हैं, पहले भी की गई है, लोअर दग्गा में भी इस तरह की घटना सामने आई और अब तो आपके राजधानी के अंदर होती है इस तरह की घटना। टाइम्स नाउ लगातार दिखा रहा है 3 मंदिरों पर हमला किया गया, डेलिबरेटली अटेम्प्ट ऑफ इन्वोकिंग राइट्स था वो सर, क्योंकि सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस सामने आए हैं। मंदिरों पर हमला होता है, घरों पर हमला होता है, सरकार क्यों जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेती? और
ये हम कैसे मान लें कि आपने फुटेज जो बना दिया वही सही है? किसने हमला किया है?
पुलिस ने एफआईआर भी रजिस्टर कर दी है सर।
एफआईआर रजिस्टर कर दिया, किसी को पकड़ा है क्या?
All right, so yes, days after violent clashes took place in Ranchi, now the police has made the first very arrest in the case. This violence broke out on 10th of June. The accused has been identified as Anish, who was arrested on charges of vandalizing a Bihar minister's car. Delayed action, but action nonetheless has come in. One arrest is all that has happened. We've also accessed the exclusive FIR details, and the FIR has revealed some very startling facts. The probe till now reveals that Namazis gathered after the Friday prayers and then took out an unauthorized march. The mob also tried to break police cordon and attacked on duty police personnel. Let me go across to Ashwarya, who continues to track all the live developments from ground zero. Ashwarya, you've been tracking the situation in Ranchi the last few days. Finally, arrest has been made, but startling revelations have come to light if we closely follow the FIR. Tell us more.
Well, that's right. After 3 days, now first arrest has been made today in the morning. Anish, who vandalized the car of the Bihar minister, was arrested today. 16 have been detained so far. The FIRs which have been lodged till now are 28 according to the police sources. But the revelations that have come forward as far as the FIR that Times Now has clearly accessed, in which it has been clearly written that 8 to 10,000 people gathered and they pelted stones on the police personnel who was guarding and trying to maintain the law and order situation. They opened fire, and this all was done because this all was done after the Friday prayers, and the permission was not granted. Although the initial investigation, according to Jharkhand police, it has been found out, and the police sources have told Times Now that there was a WhatsApp group called Wasipur Gang that was operating, and the admin is still out. The police is on hunt because in that particular WhatsApp group, there were around 100 to 200 people, and the admin had circulated several messages that were pertaining to gathering of people at the Ekra Masjid, and after that the protest carried out, which turned violent, in which 2 people died and 14 to 15 police personnel got injured, including the top cops, SP and SSP. But today the fresh developments came when we particularly showed that how 3 temples were also under attack fact, we had the CCTV footages that we have showed to our viewers, and in that CCTV footages, it can be clearly seen that how petrol bombs were thrown and stone pelting was done deliberately on these temples. Jharkhand Congress president was
so in that
completely
sense,
on
the entire plot is now beginning to unravel. Stay on with us, Ashwarya. You know, the violent and aggressive mob comprising of thousands surrounded temples and in the vicinity pelted stones and chanted hurtful slogans. We've been putting out some of those CCTV footages of arson at the temple, and they are clearly under scrutiny by police, in which the rioters can be seen trying to set the temple on fire. But here's what's shocking. A Muslim delegation met DIG Ranchi and demanded compensation for the people who lost their lives in the riots. That's the reaction coming in from the representative.
हम लोग अपील है कि कोई भी बेकसूर को ना पकड़ा जाए और कसूरवार को सजा भी मिलना चाहिए, उसको छोड़ा भी नहीं जाए। जो भी गलत हरकत जिसने भी किया उसको जांच पूरा करके उसके लिए उसका सजा मिलना चाहिए और अच्छी से निष्पक्ष होकर जांच होना चाहिए,
क्योंकि 2 लोग भी मारे गए हैं इस पूरे,
उसका मुआवजा भी मिलना चाहिए।
Well, the cops have been going ahead with investigations in full force. They have revealed the crowd opened fire at police and at least 60 to 80 rounds were fired, which seriously left 8 cops injured. The mob also tried to snatch service weapons of the police personnel. Times Now has also learned that the violent protest march was a bid to disrupt peace and spread discord.
DIG साहब से बात की है कि जिस तरह से बर्बरियत बढ़ती गई है, पुलिस के ज़रिए से उसकी भी जांच हो और आपके ज़रिए से, चूँकि आप अच्छे अधिकारी हैं, आपके ज़रिए से जो लोग इस हादसे में शहीद हुए हैं उनके वरसा को, उनके घर वालों को सही मुआवजा मिले और जो कसूरवार है उसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए। जांच, उन्होंने बताया कि SIT बना दी गई है, जांच कर रहे हैं और कसूरवार, वाकई जो कसूरवार है उन्हें सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए। बेजा किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होनी चाहिए। मुल्क में और भी जगहों पे हालात पैदा हुए, लेकिन जिस तरह से रांची में हादसा हुआ, इससे सिर्फ रांची नहीं, झारखंड नहीं, पूरे मुल्क में बड़ी बदनामी हो रही है। तो उससे आपको अपने सूबे को बचाना, यकीन दिलाया उन्होंने, क्या करेंगे इसको। जो इंतहाई दुख और तकलीफ की बात है वो नहीं होना चाहिए था। रोकने के और बहुत सारे तरीके हैं, रोका जा सकता था, लेकिन अचानक गोली चला दी गई और इस जमहूरी मुल्क के ढांचे को बर्बाद किया जा रहा है, ये बात मुनासिब नहीं है।
It's been 4 days since violence erupted on the streets in Ranchi. At least 28 FIRs have been registered in the case, but just 1 arrest so far has been made by the police. The cops are under fire for allegedly going slow, especially since in Uttar Pradesh, over similar reasons, 300 plus arrests have been made. The police says that they have zeroed in on tense pockets. This is the reaction coming in.
As far as the situation is prevailing in Ranchi city, I am talking about, the situation is under control and very much relaxed. We have identified 38 pockets. We will not reveal those 38 pockets, but these 38 pockets are confining to 6 police stations, which I have already told you, like Lower Bazaar, Daily Market, Doranda, Hindpidi, Chutia. These police stations where these pockets have been identified, and we are closely monitoring.
And news coming in on how the Hindu Sena has filed an application to Chief Justice of India for issuing directions for initiating suo motu cognizance against the vandalization of at least 3 temples in Jharkhand on the 10th of June. Let me bring in Ashwarya, but before that, these are the details that Times Now has accessed of the Hindu Sena filing a plea to the Chief Justice of India, and they want action be taken, especially so far as the attack on temples is concerned. Ashwarya continues to stay on with us. Ashwarya, you know, we've seen those visuals come in. 3 temples to begin with have come under attack, and the alleged rioters also opened fire at some of these temples. So that's another angle that is being probed at very, very closely. For the moment, slipping to a very short break here. Be back with a ground report on the other side.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Back with an ongoing controversy from Tamil Nadu, the standoff between DMK government and the Madurai Adhinam reached a crescendo after an article written in the DMK mouthpiece warned of arrest and meeting the same fate as Kanchi Shankaracharya, who was arrested 4 days on end under Jayalalitha's rule. The article accuses the Madurai Adhinam of crossing the line, asking him to stop making statements that could disrupt the religious harmony and public peace in the state. It also invoked statement by the BJP that called Chief Minister M.K. Stalin more dangerous than Karunanidhi to drive home the point. The article time and again claimed that this shouldn't be seen as a threat, but the language was certainly seen as threatening.
They have not warned, in fact they have threatened. They have threatened Madurai Adhinam of dire consequences. The Muraswali, the party organ, DMK's organ, says that they are threatening as if he will go to Amit Shah or Modi. There is nothing wrong in going to Mr. Amit Shah or Modi. If the government is not proper, if the government is not heeding to the real threatenings from the land grabbers, land mafia by the DMK, definitely they will approach the Prime Minister and the Home Minister.
And well, the article comes after Madurai Adhinam Pontiff designate accused the DMK of corruption and demanded the dismantling of the Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowments Department because it targets Hindu temples. So that's the claim that was made by the Adhinam, while the BJP accused the DMK government of intimidating the MUD. DMK reiterated their line that Madurai Adhinams here crossed the line.
The threat had come from Adhinam's side, and they said that if Adhinam is going to meet the Prime Minister, then let us see what happens to DMK. We have not made any threat to the Adhinam. In fact, DMK was supportive of all the Adhinams here, and because they practice puja in Tamil. Unlike other things, they don't use Sanskrit. They are preserving Tamil culture, and we always support all Adhinams. The only thing is Madurai Adhinam is known for his political outbursts. So the threat is coming from their side. We are only retaliating. We are not threatening.
Prapanch joining us with more details. Prapanch, on one hand, you have the DMK saying that the Adhinams here crossed the line. On the other hand, the Adhinam being backed by the BJP has something else to say. But the last few days, there's been no end to this controversy.
Well, it all started with Madurai Adhinam's, in fact, a remark wherein he asked HRNC, the Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowment, to be, in fact, dismantled. And he also said that HRNC has become a den of plunderers. Now, after these several comments he had made, now we could see that the DMK organ...
All right, Prapanch, I'm going to have to cut you short. We need to shift our focus to more breaking news coming in. Thank you for joining us with those details. The YSRCP most likely is all set to support NDA in the upcoming president elections after Prime Minister Modi asked for the YSRCP support for president elections. Now, getting in this big breaking news update that in all likelihood YSRCP is likely to support the NDA. Now, with the Election Commission announcing the dates, this is certainly a big development coming in, and Shomit joining us with more details. This puts NDA in a comfortable spot, Shomit.
Well, that's true, because we are hearing from the, actually they haven't come out yet. We are hearing from the inside sources stating that YSRCP is all set, most likely to support NDA in the president elections. And after, even we know that, some time ago, Prime Minister has asked for the support of the YSRCP party. And also, not only in this matter, but YSRCP was supporting the Modi-led government in several issues. And even at this time, we can say that they are most likely to support the NDA president candidate, and also, which will make BJP, the NDA, much more comfortable because, YSRCP is also having a good number with the parliament as well as the lower house and the upper house. So now we can, anytime we can hear what will be the party decision, but inside sources are saying that YSRCP most likely will be supporting the NDA president candidate.
And where does this take the number game? How many votes do each of these parties have? Let me first go across to R. Rajgopalan joining us on the phone line. Sir, what do you make of this development coming in? Still waiting for a confirmation, but in all likelihood, YSRCP is likely to extend support to the NDA.
It's a welcome move by the YSR Congress. And moreover, Jagan Reddy has been meeting the Prime Minister and also the Home Minister. Therefore, my understanding is that Mr. YSR Jagan Mohan Reddy has decided to go in for BJP presidential candidate. And moreover, when this country was facing an immense problem of getting Mr. N. Chandrababu Naidu, who is also interested in coming back to NDA, has been now stalled. That is what I could make out.
Thank you, Mr. Rajgopalan, for speaking to us. But, well, support from either the YSRCP or the BJD could mean very, very much for the NDA as far as its choice in the upcoming president elections is concerned. With that, slipping a very short break here. Be back with more news on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Here with the news here on Times Now, Madhav Gopalakrishnan. First up, a quick look at the headlines.
Institutions are being subsumed, and political interest seems to be the only issue that the central government wants to push.
Rahul Gandhi quizzed on .X Limited by 2 ED directors in National Herald case amidst allegation of vendetta by protesting Congress workers.
आपको राहुल गांधी अगर मिले तो उनसे पूछिएगा कि उनका संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ क्या है।
ED hones in on the weak link. Rahul asked about company that gave loan to Gandhis to take over Associate Journals Limited. BJP says Dotex was a Hawala operator.
अभी बोला ना आए क्या करेंगे
पैसे कुछ देते बोले
हाँ
कितने देते 500 रुपए देते बोले
Congress buses in support for Satyagraha, but workers don't know what they are protesting against. Not just that, some others said they were paid 500 rupees to join the protesters. An ambulance with a patient was diverted multiple times after it was stuck for an hour in a Bengaluru traffic jam caused by Congress protests in the middle of the city. Confronted during unapproved protests in Delhi, Indian Youth Congress chief B.V. Srinivas runs away from questioning cops. Whole sequence on camera. Yogi government accused of bulldozing Neta Javed Mohammad's Prayagraj home without proper and timely notice. Government calls the house illegal. Daughter says no notice was received. Breakthrough in Ranchi rioting probe. Violence was planned on WhatsApp group named after gangs of Wasipur. Mob attacks a train in Bengal's Nadia as violence continues. Cleric's body slams those instigating violence in religion's name. BJP seeks NIA probe. Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor arrested from a Bengaluru rave party. Test positive for drugs. 60-year-old Tusker Bogeshwar, famously known for his mammoths, died at the Bandipur Tiger Reserve. Now, Rahul Gandhi is facing the ED heat in the National Herald case. Times now has learned that under the ED lens is Rahul's link with Dotex Merchandise, a Kolkata-based company that gave a loan of 1 crore rupees to Young Indian, which was then allegedly used to make the firm capable of acquiring Associated Journals Limited. Remember, the BJP has asked the Gandhi family to explain its link with Dotex, describing it as a Kolkata-based Hawala operator. Now, Times now went to the registered address of Dotex Merchandise in Kolkata, and here's what we found.
On a day when Rahul Gandhi is being examined by Enforcement Directorate for his alleged involvement in the National Herald scam, more details are fast emerging, with BJP making damning allegations against Young Indian, the company that belonged to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, for having indulged in shady transactions, as shady as from Benami companies, alleging that people who operate Benami companies had allegedly laundered money, helping Young Indians to become capable in order to acquire Associated Journals Limited. One such company that has come under the scanner of Enforcement Directorate is Dotex Merchandise Private Limited's corporate. Now, this particular company had allegedly given 1 crore rupees. 1 crore rupees was given to Young Indians. When Young Indians was only 1 month old. When Young Indians only had its own balance sheet of 5 lakh rupees. Now, that was shown as a loan. Now, what you have learned from Enforcement Directorate sources that money of 1 crore rupees, which was given back then in 2011 or so, was never repaid, was never paid back to Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, giving the Enforcement Directorate, the agency, a good reason to wonder whether it was money either actually given as loan or actually it was money laundered and directed to Young Indians. Now, this Dotex Merchandise Private Limited company is registered with this address. It's 5 Lower Rodin Street, Akashdeep is the name of the building, flat number 3, 4th floor, Kolkata, West Bengal, 700020. This is Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, and the directors are Hemant Goenka and Sunil Bhandari. We are right outside Akashdeep, the same building which is registered with Dotex Merchandise. This is 5 Lower Rodin Street. Now, this is a residential complex where there are 2 offices. But Dotex Merchandise is not one of them. Why? The moment we went inside and spoke to the security people, it was told to us that yes, Hemant Goenka, they have a property, but it's a guest house, not an office, not an operational one, where he comes or visits every day. We did go inside. Block B, the second block, 4th floor, flat number 3. And as the door opened, we did not see anything that looked like an office premises. We saw a drawing room with a sofa set and a TV console. We saw a dining room, and we also saw 2 bedrooms next to the aisle, almost giving an impression that it wasn't an office, almost giving an impression that it was more like a guest house or a residential apartment, similar to the claims that have been made so far. So this is the registered address of Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, and as we went up, we also saw next to the door just not one template. There were 4 other names pasted on the wall, and all 4 were of companies. We did speak with the caretaker, and the caretaker said that yes, this is a guest house. Yes, there are 7 companies, not 4, along with Dotex Merchandise, and all could be registered with that address. I did ask whether Mr. Hemant Goenka or Mr. Bhandari, Sunil Bhandari, do they visit the address or do they come to this office? He said, yes, they do, but at times. So, yes, this is Akashdev Building, 5 Lower Rawdon Street. It is a residential complex. It is a very premium property right in the heart of the city. And as you walk inside, you find all the cars parked. It is, it is more like a housing complex, very premium property. And whatever the number be of the total blocks or total apartments, only two among them are offices. Rest are all residential apartments. And as far as Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is concerned, yes, there is a property. Yes, we found that, admittedly belonging to Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, but it did not look like an office. It is a guest house, as been claimed by the caretaker and the security people out here. With video journalist Ronnie Shatra here in Kolkata, this is Tamal Shah for Times Now.
All right, let's take this across to Bhavtosh, who's been bringing us all the updates. Priyank also joins us on the broadcast. Bhavtosh, ground report from the Dotex office very clearly shows some very, very serious questions about the actual authenticity of this particular company. Now, this is the company that the links of this company to the Gandhis that is now being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. What are your sources in the Enforcement Directorate telling you about Rahul Gandhi and the links of the Gandhi family that the ED is probing at this point of time with Dotex?
Well, Madhav, Dotex Mercantile is a company, or one can say a shell company, that gave a loan of around 1 crore rupees to Young India, and subsequently Young India gave around 51 lakh rupees. By that 51 lakh rupees, the entire 91 crore of loan that was given by Congress party to Associate General Limited was completely written off. That kind of bogus loan would not have been heard by anyone. This morning, when Randeep Surjewala held a press conference and said that Associate General had given 91 crore rupees because it was paying VRS to its journalist because National Herald was shutting down and it was taking care of journalists. Well, it is partly true. At least 10% of it it's true, but there is a bad loan, or one can say a bogus loan, that was being written off, and he did not told the entire truth. Prime properties was being transferred to Young India. At least 2,000 crore rupees of prime properties was being transferred, and some kind of bogus contract was being signed by All India Congress Party with Young India. And that actually happened once Young India took a loan, took money from Dotex Mercantile, which is a Calcutta-based company. Yeah, it was in fact Income Tax Department that first recorded the statements of directors, and they in fact said that it's a company that is not doing any business. It's not doing any business with anyone, except that it gave around 1 crore rupees to Young India in year 2010, and that's how the transaction started happening between Young India and between All India Congress Party, and that's how the loan was in fact written off. Back to you.
All right, Priyank also continues to be with us. Stay with us, Bhavtosh and Priyank. Let's listen to the political reactions coming into the story as well, because the BJP is alleged that the Gandhis are trying to pressurize the investigating agencies. Congress, on the other hand, claims vendetta.
Is it also true that in 2016, the same company, which is owned by the Gandhi family, has declared that in the 6 years of its existence, it did not carry out a single charitable activity? The question, I hope, is answered is this: What is Rahul Gandhi's relationship or the Gandhi family's relationship with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Mr. Gandhi, is it true Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is one of the several companies of a Hawala entry operator based out of Kolkata, where in lieu of cash, checks are given? Mr. Gandhi, is it true that Dotex Merchandise's transactions
जिनको जहां भी बुलाया जाएगा हम जाएंगे वहां और सारे सवालों का जवाब देंगे और जब तक हर चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं हो जाती है हम वहां टिके रहेंगे, मतलब कि हमेशा जाएंगे और जवाब देंगे। पर जो टाइमिंग है इनका, जो तौर तरीका है, देश को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है, देश को बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, इसलिए ये लोग सब आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। राहुल और प्रियंका हमेशा लोगों के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और मैं ये कहूँगा कि अब आप सोनिया जी अब 75 साल के हैं और थोड़ी बीमार भी हैं, फिर भी उनको बुलाया जा रहा है।
Let's take this across to Priyank. Priyank, a massive political fight that is breaking out. While on the one hand, the Congress is screaming vendetta and the fact that they are at some level being targeted, the BJP is saying that the Gandhis are trying to pressurize the investigating agencies through these protests.
Yeah, certainly, Madhav. What a powerful, action-packed day it has been, because since 7:30, what we have been seeing on the ground is series of protests from the Congress Party, members, and then we saw senior members of the Congress Party coming out on street in defense of Rahul Gandhi. And in between the questioning, when Rahul Gandhi got some relief and some sort of time from the enforcement directorate, he managed to go and meet his mother, who is being treated at the Gangadham Hospital. So, right. From a political point of view, Madhav, this questioning by the enforcement directorate of Rahul Gandhi has been giving series of messages from the senior leadership, and that is not going to end now. From where we are reporting right now, two of the present chief ministers of of Rajasthan as well as from Chhattisgarh, from the Congress
Party.
Well,
yes, and top chief ministers also being restricted by the police, not being allowed to participate in those protests is their allegation of the Congress Party. We have seen that also outside the Congress Party, how there were massive barricades that were put up over there. Priyank as well as Bhavtosh, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. Thanks to both of you for joining us. And Congress workers hit the streets across the country, but surprisingly, many did not have an idea as to why they were there.
कौन सा ही काम क्या है, महंगाई बढ़ाई भाजपा सरकार है और हुकुमशाह सरकार है, इसलिए हम इसके धिक्कार करने के लिए आए।
मेरे को कुछ मालूम नहीं है कि इसके बारे में। जो मैम ने बोला मेरा गला खराब होने के।
अच्छा सर, आपको पता है किस वजह से सामान भेजा गया राहुल गांधी? नहीं पता।
जो प्रदर्शन में आए, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज?
सर मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किसी पूछना।
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, बैठे ही है खाली। हाँ,
कैसे आए?
नहीं, अभी बैठे ही, हम भी यहाँ सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या नहीं
सुनने के लिए बैठे, मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है क्यों है ये प्रोटेस्ट?
मैम बताएंगे।
मैम बताएंगे, आपको नहीं मालूम ये क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं?
ये बिजली के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमें बड़े बिल बहुत ज्यादा
आ रहा है।
महंगाई बढ़ाई भाजपा सरकार।
मेरे को कुछ मालूम नहीं है, मैम बताएंगे।
All right, and let's take this across to our guests who are joining us. With us is Gargi Nandi Roy, political analyst. Manasvi Thapar is with us, lawyer. Manasvi, leaving aside what the Congress workers who were present on the spot were telling us, the fact is that the links with this one particular company, Dotex, is certainly something that the ED is probing. And the allegation is that this is a company that has engaged in Hawala transactions in the past. So how can this transaction be considered above board is a question that at least the ED seems to be probing at this point of time. Manasvi.
Let it be probed, let the ED come out in clear, and let the charge sheet be filed. And I don't think there is anyone stopping that. On the contrary, I would want the ED should not be selective and slow in other cases like of Narayan Rane, Kirit Somaya ji, Yedurappa ji, Subhendu Adhikari ji, Mukul Roy ji. These people's cases should also be probed. Why is the ED so selective? Why is the ED so slow? In a country like India, where we are very proud of the fact that we should not be promoting or propagating corruption, we should have a wide range understanding of anti-corruption movement and we should not promote corruption. Why are some people in some political party when they join BJP, that their kind of cases, the cases of Suvendu Adhikari are not taken up, and the same Suvendu Adhikari was criticized by BJP in West Bengal, right, left and center, and now that case is not happening. Rahul Gandhi or for that matter the health minister of Delhi, these kind of people are being this ED is functioning as a frontal organization of BJP.
Okay.
I have a question. When we say about the Supreme Court, when we talk about the courts, when we say that we should follow the court regulations and guidelines, and Congress is not falling in line with the law, I have a question to the BJP also. The question remains, in September 2021, when the Supreme Court said that extension to the present chief of ED should not be extended, there should not be any kind of extension.
We'll come to that issue. We'll come to that issue. But the first charge that you made, Gargi Nandi Roy, now the charge coming in from Manaswi Thapar is that there are different yardsticks being used by the agency. When people come from other political parties, they're facing corruption cases. Suddenly they come to the BJP and those cases appear to vanish.
That happens everywhere, Madhav. I think the problem is the Congress is trying to divert. See, Manaswi, he's a very respected person. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not above law. Even Mallikarjun Kharge was last month, he was also questioned. Pawan Bansal was questioned. We have not seen such drama. See, previously we used to see when there were such accusations against a person, out of moral standard, moral values were such that they used to resign or keep themselves away from public life till proven innocent. Now they are showing strength. People are coming. What? Has he achieved anything? Is there anything glorious that he has achieved? And please remember, in December 2015, Mr. Manaswi Thapar, what Delhi High Court had said. Delhi High Court had said that the National Herald case reveals no political vendetta. And it also said about that case that it was one of its kind, where the probity of a party of Congress's national stature is involved. So Delhi High Court did not accept the Congress's plea, dismissed it. So understand it. And it is all proven. See, 50 lakh they paid, and Congress as a party could not have paid to Associate Journal 90 crore. And then for 50 lakh they pay back and take the assets, all assets of Associate Journal of 2,000 crore in Lucknow, Bhopal, Delhi. Everything comes to Young India. So,
explain that.
This is how come from 50 lakh he gives and 90 crore ka debt is written off, and 2,000 crores real estate assets in Delhi, Lucknow, Bhopal, Patna, it now comes under Young India, and Young India was registered under Section 25 of Companies Act, which later became a Section 8. That is, it is not for profit, for art, commerce, anything, for charity. Where was the charity by Young India, Mr. Manaswi Thapar?
Okay.
And let him come clean, let him prove
Manaswi.
that there was nothing
Okay,
was
Gargi
there.
has posed the questions. Gargi has posed several questions. I'm going to give you a chance to respond to that. Manaswi.
Yeah, so these are interesting questions. So ED is asking the same questions and Rahul Gandhi is there giving the answers. ED is yet to prove him guilty, but the spokesperson of BJP and the BJP spokesperson at Delhi are giving statement that he's guilty. So he is guilty without proving being guilty as of now. He is convicted as per the eyes of Ms. Gargi. So let the ED tell that he is guilty. She is quoting 2015 judgment, but she is forgetting the 2021 judgment of the Supreme Court, wherein the Supreme Court categorically have said that ED's extension should not be given. The chief of ED should not be given any kind of extension. But BJP in November 2021 twisted its own fundamental rules of union extensions and gave him an extension. So this kind of stuff is happening in this country. We are not questioning that. We are questioning the opposition. This is for the first time. You go on with your investigation. Why are you afraid with this investigation? Why BJP has suddenly become a spokesperson of the ED? Why the BJP is giving out, they're leaking the questions. They're telling this is the scam, this is the scam. They also said the scam were there in various organizations of Congress, but till date they have not been able to prove. They said scam was there in Colgate. There's no one arrested in Colgate. There is a 2G scam, 3G scam. Where are those people who are arrested? Yedurappa ji is free. Suvendu Adhikari ji is free. Mukul Roy is free as of now. Why don't the ED actually function?
Why bringing other examples? Let's talk Rahul Gandhi.
Gargi ji, why are you interfering? Why are you getting jittery? I have questions.
Okay, tell.
This is a democratic country. In a democratic country, we have a right to question. We have the right to investigate. Why don't you investigate in totality, in complete force to all against? We should be together for anti-corruption. Why?
No, Manasvi, even if I accept all your arguments, one second, Manasvi, even if I accept all your arguments, one simple question that remains that the BJP is posing is this, that if Mr. Gandhi is to appear before the Enforcement Directorate, why this show of strength? Is it to browbeat the agency? Is it to put pressure on the agency to only conduct its probe in one particular way?
Do you think the agency, in a strong country of Modi ji, Congress is so powerful that they can come out in street and pressurize ED? Do you think our country... And
what is the idea behind doing this satyagraha then?
It's a satyagraha. What
satyagraha
is the idea
for what? Satyagraha for what? Satyagraha for to hide corruption. This is... Don't you think Manasvi, it's an irony?
ED is so weak? Do you think BJP or ED is so weak that they'll be pressurized by Congress? If they could have been pressurized, they would not be in power.
So you're admitting that Congress is very weak? Are you then admitting that Congress is very weak?
No, don't consider
BJP. Can you understand that by doing this, Congress is going in the path of terminal decline? This is Congress party is not doing any good to itself. This is going in path of terminal decline. Let the ED find out. And satyagraha for what? Satyagraha comes, the word satya means truth. To cover up corruption, you are doing satyagraha. Isn't that an irony?
Mukul Roy scam ED could not find till date.
You know, Manasvi...
Now in your party,
Manasvi,
no ED could find out anything. So
Manasvi, you made this point now for the third time in the last 10 minutes. A simple question that is being posed is this. If there is a satyagraha, what is the idea of this satyagraha? What is the purpose of this satyagraha? That is what does not seem to be. And even your party's own workers are not clear. Someone says it's for rising prices. Someone is talking about the power situation. Your own party's workers do not seem to be clear on it. And we've got all of that on tape.
Have you heard them, Manasvi? We were laughing listening to them. Yeah. Yes, Manasvi.
Who's the anchor? Is Madhav the anchor or Gargi is the anchor?
I'm asking
one second. Gargi, one second. Gargi, let him respond, please. Let him respond. I'll come back to you. Please let him respond. Manasvi.
Madhav, this is the problem. The BJP spokesperson have actually become the anchors of show. They don't want to listen to the opposition. They don't value the opposition, and that is what we are seeing with Satyendra Jain's case also. You have seen the chilling photographs of Satyendra Jain. That is what is happening in this country. If you are in opposition, you are not valued. And these people, the supporters of BJP and BJP, have remained their whole life in opposition. And that was the time the country valued them. The country was in a democratic state of understanding. And now they don't value opposition, they ridicule opposition, they joke about opposition, and that is what is happening. If you
all right, we'll have to leave it there. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. Gargi Nandi Roy and Manasvi Thapar, certainly it isn't the last word yet on this entire story. In fact, Rahul Gandhi also expected to go to the Congress office later this evening, the Congress headquarters, AICC at Akbar Road, where we saw him, in fact, begin that satyagraha that we were discussing, that protest march. And now, of course, at the end of the day, Rahul Gandhi once again expected to visit the AICC in a short while from now. So that's the information coming in as far as this particular story is concerned. As per Times Now sources, Jagan Reddy's YSRCP is likely to support the NDA candidate in the presidential elections. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi had sought YSRCP's support for NDA's candidate. Opposition parties have continued to protest against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, demanding his resignation following revelations by the gold scam accused.
नेशनल हेराल्ड जो देश के आज़ादी के लड़ाई में जिस अखबार ने प्रमुख भूमिका निभाई थी, वो जब घाटे में आई तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने उसे मदद की और उस प्रकरण में आज हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेता राहुल जी को ईडी ने तलब किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार जब से बनी है, पिछले 8 साल से विपक्ष के या जहां विपक्षी सरकारें हैं वहां सेंट्रल एजेंसियों के द्वारा लगातार विपक्ष के नेताओं के खिलाफ केस दर्ज किए हैं। पिछले 8 वर्षों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित एक भी राज्य में उनके समर्थक दलों के या उनके दल के नेताओं पे कोई भी आपराधिक प्रकरण दर्ज नहीं किया है। तो लगातार सेंट्रल एजेंसी का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है, विपक्ष को दबाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, और जब विपक्ष के लोगों पे ये छापा पड़ता बताया जाता बहुत बड़ा प्रकरण है, और वही नेता जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हो जाते हैं तब वो, और जब विपक्ष के लोगों पे ये छापा पड़ता बताया जाता बहुत बड़ा प्रकरण है, और वही नेता जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हो जाते हैं तब वो मामला रफा दफा हो जाता है। चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र की बात हो, चाहे आसाम की बात हो, चाहे पश्चिम बंगाल की बात हो। लेकिन अब लगातार केरल से लेकर कश्मीर तक सारे विपक्षी नेताओं पे ये शिकंजा कसने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन इस देश में प्रजातंत्र है, लोकतंत्र है, और लोकतंत्र में इस प्रकार से नेताओं पे आपराधिक प्रकरण दर्ज करके उसे दबाया नहीं जा सकता, उसे कुचला नहीं जा सकता। और आज जिस प्रकार से नेशनल हेराल्ड के मामले में हमारी पार्टी के नेता को तलब किया गया है, और इसके खिलाफ में हजारों कार्यकर्ता पूरे देश भर में धरना प्रदर्शन किए हैं। दिल्ली में यहाँ 24 अकबर रोड जो हमारे कांग्रेस का दफ्तर है, वहाँ न नेताओं को बाहर निकलने दिया जा रहा था, न कार्यकर्ताओं को अंदर आने दिया जा रहा था। लोकतंत्र का गला घोटा जा रहा है, और इसका हम विरोध करते हैं।
बघेल साहब ने ठीक कहा। नेशनल हेराल्ड अखबार 1937 के अंदर इसकी स्थापना हुई, और तब से ही कांग्रेस पार्टी इसको इमदाद करते आई है। आप मीडिया के तमाम साथियों को मालूम है कि आज भी प्रिंट मीडिया जहाँ जहाँ छप रहा है उसकी क्या स्थिति है। अधिकांश जगहों पर अगर ईमानदारी की बात करें तो घाटे में चलते हैं। और नेशनल हेराल्ड के बारे में और कांग्रेस की नीतियाँ, उसके कार्यक्रम, सिद्धांतों के बारे में, उसको प्रमोट करने के बारे में जो भावना व्यक्त की गई थी, उसी के अकॉर्डिंग टू आज तक इमदाद होती आई है। आज़ादी के बाद में धीरे धीरे वो अखबार बहुत कमज़ोर हो गया, हालात बहुत गंभीर थे, बंद करने की नौबत आ गई। उसको रिवाइव करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने उनको मदद करी। मुकदमा बना के जिस रूप में जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी आई है सत्ता में, मोदी जी ने पहले ही कह दिया कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत बनाएंगे। तो उनके दिल में जो आग लगी हुई है, 70 साल में आज आधुनिक भारत बना है तो कांग्रेस की देन है। आज़ादी के पहले, आज़ादी के बाद में जो त्याग, बलिदान, कुर्बानी हुई तो कांग्रेस नेताओं ने करी है। ये नहीं बोलना चाहिए मोदी जी को भी। उन्होंने कभी याद नहीं किया इंदिरा गांधी की शहादत को, जिन्होंने खालिस्तान नहीं बनने दिया, देश को एक रखा, अखंड रखा। वो खुद शहीद हो गए। राजीव गांधी शहीद हो गए। सरदार बेनजीन जी थे, नेस्त नाबूद कर दिया आतंकवाद को, वो भी शहीद हो गए। ये सत्ता में बैठे हुए लोगों को इतना गरूर है, घमंड है, अहम है, इनको जनता की परवाह नहीं है। धर्म के नाम पर लोगों को भड़काने का काम करते हैं, उस पर जरूर कामयाब हुए हैं। उसकी एक सीमा होती है। और तमाम जो महंगाई हो, बेरोजगारी हो, आग लग रही पूरे मुल्क के अंदर, दंगे हो रहे हैं, झगड़े हो रहे हैं, तनाव हो रहा है, उनकी चिंता नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा, सोनिया जी कह रही, लगातार विपक्ष कह रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री जी को अपील करनी चाहिए, पूरे मुल्क से संदेश देना चाहिए कि आप शांति, भाईचारा, सद्भाव बनाए रखें और हिंसा को हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। वो कहते हुए भी संकोच है मोदी जी को और अमित शाह जी को। और उसके बदले में आप ईडी के छापे डलवा रहे हो पूरे देश के अंदर, इनकम टैक्स के छापे डलवा रहे हो, सीबीआई को एक्टिव कर रहे हो। पूरे मुल्क में आतंक मचा रखा है इस गवर्नमेंट ने। कई अधिकारी कहते हैं हम लोगों को कि साहब हम क्या, हमारी मजबूरी है, कुछ मिला नहीं है यहाँ पर। छापों के अंदर रेड हमने करी, अचानक आदेश है करनी पड़ी हमें, जबकि उसकी तैयारी की जाती है, लंबी तैयारी होती है, असेसमेंट होता है कहाँ पर रेड होनी है, क्यों होनी है, क्या संभावना है, उसी वजह सीधा रेड होने लग जाती है। इस प्रकार के हालात में ये मुल्क चल रहा है। बहुत ही चिंतित है पूरे देश का, चाहे व्यापारी हो, उद्यमी हो, बोल नहीं रहे क्योंकि उनके यहाँ इनकम टैक्स का छापा पड़ जावे। सरकारों में जो क्राइसिस पैदा करते हैं लोग, पहले मध्य प्रदेश में, फिर राजस्थान में, तब भी इन्होंने ये काम किया। एक साथ में छापे पड़ने लग गए, हम लोग सब बैठे देखते रह गए। ईडी का छापा पड़ गया हमारे खुद के परिवार के घरों में। एक मजाक बना रखी है देश को और पूरा मुल्क देख रहा है। कांग्रेस के राज में हमेशा हमारे लीडरशिप देखती थी कि इशू बन गया मीडिया के अंदर, लोग क्या कहेंगे, और मुख्यमंत्री को इस्तीफे, रेल मंत्री का इस्तीफा, और तो और लॉ मिनिस्टर का इस्तीफा हो जाता था। इनके लिए चाहे लोग कुछ भी कहें, परवाह नहीं इनको। तो अगर हिंदू के नाम से हमें चुनाव जीतना है, हम क्यों परवाह करें। ये हालात जैसे बन गए हैं। आज मैंने रिक्वेस्ट करी ईडी के डायरेक्टर को, सीबीआई के डायरेक्टर को और इनकम टैक्स के सीबीटीटी के चेयरमैन को, मैं आपसे मिलना चाहता हूँ और मैं मेरी भावना व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ कि पूरे मुल्क के लोगों की भावना क्या है। तीनों हमारी प्रीमियर एजेंसी है देश की, मानी हुई। अगर वो कमजोर होती है तो आप सोच सकते हो कि क्या परिणाम निकलेंगे उसके। तो मैंने रिक्वेस्ट की कि मुझे आप मिलने का वक्त दें, मैं खुद मिलने आऊँगा। और मैं क्या फील करता हूँ एक नागरिक के नाते भी और एक राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री के नाते भी, मैं बताऊँगा आपको कि देश और प्रदेश के लोग क्या सोचते हैं आपके बारे में, कितनी आपकी क्रेडिबिलिटी समाप्त होती जा रही है, आप लोगों की अंतरात्मा क्या कहती है, उस पर आप गौर करें। और देश हित के अंदर अगर आपको दबाव देके, जो आपके ऊपर दबाव बना करके जो रेड करवाई जा रही है लोगों के यहाँ पर, उसके ऊपर विचार करें। ये मेरी मंशा थी। मुझे पहले खुशी हुई कि तत्काल फ़ोन आने लग गए मेरे पास में टाइम देने के लिए, सीबीटीटी के चेयरमैन साहब से भी और बाद में जॉइंट डायरेक्टर सीबीआई से भी। और फिर कहा गया कि नहीं साहब आपको आने की जरूरत नहीं, हम तो खुद आपसे आके मिल लेंगे जयपुर के अंदर। तो आप सोच सकते हैं इन हालातों में मुल्क चल रहा है। अब राहुल गांधी जी को और सोनिया गांधी जी को, जिनके परिवार ने आनंद भवन देश को समर्पित कर दिया, गांधी जी ने आनंद भवन में रह करके पूरी जंग लड़ी हो देश के लिए, इस परिवार ने सब कुछ कुर्बान कर दिया देश के लिए, उस परिवार के ऊपर इस प्रकार का ईडी का नोटिस देना बड़ी शर्म की बात है, शर्म की बात है। पूरा मुल्क देख रहा है इस बात को। इंदिरा गांधी को भी इन्होंने, यही पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिसका नाम जनसंघ था, 78 के अंदर इन्होंने मर्ज कर दिया जनता पार्टी के अंदर। उस वक्त मुरारी भाई देसाई प्रधानमंत्री बने, उस वक्त ये पार्टी सत्ता में थी उनके साथ में। इंदिरा गांधी जीत के आई थी चिकमंगलुरु से बाई इलेक्शन, उनको भी लोकसभा ने निष्कासित कर दिया और जेल में भेज दिया। उस वक्त भी आज की तरह ही माहौल था, हम लोग सब जेल गए थे। आज वो माहौल में फिर देख रहा हूँ देश के अंदर कि किस प्रकार का रिएक्शन है लोगों के अंदर, पूरे देश के जिलों के अंदर, प्रदेशों के अंदर। आज जो लोग आए हैं एकजुटता दिखाने के लिए आए राहुल गांधी के प्रति और सोनिया गांधी के प्रति, और साथ के अंदर ये सब आए इसलिए कि पूरे मुल्क की भावना क्या है इन प्रीमियर एजेंसियों के बारे में, ईडी के बारे में, वो भी एक मैसेज देने के लिए आए हैं। मैं समझता हूँ सद्बुद्धि आएगी नेताओं के अंदर, दबाव नहीं बनाएंगे एजेंसियों पर, एजेंसियों वाले खुद भी अपनी अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ सुनेंगे और फिर एक्ट करेंगे। कब तक आप तंग करोगे बुला के? मोतीलाल बोरा को बुला के तंग किया जो 90 साल के थे, क्या नहीं किया इन लोगों ने? खड़गे साहब को बुला लिया। अरे दुनिया के मुल्कों के अंदर जब तक कोई अपराधी नहीं बनता है, घोषित नहीं होता है, तब तक उनको सर सम्मान देखा जाता है, व्यवहार किया जाता है। पुलिस या ईडी वाले खुद जाके बयान ले सकते हैं उनके घर पे, बुलाने का।
Congress leaders there questioning everything from process to mehengai in the country, not answering questions that the ED would have asked Rahul Gandhi today. Moving on, we've got breaking developments coming in about the violence that rocked Ranchi in Jharkhand. Now a public interest litigation has been filed in Jharkhand High Court. Advocate Rajiv Kumar has filed this petition regarding violence in the capital of the state. He is demanding an NIA investigation into the riots. It mentions the role of the SDPI as well, linking it to Kanpur violence also. Remember, Kanpur was rocked by violence last week on Friday. In both places, the protests have been over the remarks that have been made by Nupur. Interestingly, Advocate Rajiv Kumar has attached some audio clips of Asaduddin Owaisi. More details on this, Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, tell us the details of the PIL as well as this provocative speech of Owaisi that has been attached with this PIL.
Well, Advocate Rajiv Kumar has filed this PIL in Jharkhand High Court, and he has attached the audio clips of Asaduddin Owaisi, who is the president of the AIMIM, and this is regards to the violence that have occurred in Ranchi on June 10th, and he had given reference of Ranchi as well. There are letters of the SDPI, which is a political wing of the PFI, which have been also attached. There was a letter on June 11th which was circulated by the SDPI, in which they have sought the case against the SSP and SP, in which they allegedly said that because they have fired and 2 people died. So all of these letters have been attached, and therefore now this PIL has been filed in the Jharkhand High Court, which sought the NIA investigation, because there have been, remember, the arms which were recovered from the protesters as well. Open firing was done, and therefore, apart from Asaduddin Owaisi, SDPI, ED, Income Tax has also
Aishwarya,
been...
do stay on the line with me, because I'm now joined by Rajiv Kumar, the petitioner himself. Mr. Kumar, what exactly is the role of SDPI that you are alleging in this PIL?
See, SDPI has pasted so many posters over the entire area of Ranchi. Just before, 1 or 2 days before the incident of 10th, and just a day after, on 11th, they have issued a this notice asking their followers to lodge FIR against the senior police officers and lodge FIR against the officers who are responsible for killing of those 2 persons. So their role is well connected, because 1 or 2 days before the incident, they have pasted the posters.
What kind of posters are you talking about, Mr. Kumar? What did these posters say?
Same contents are there in the poster. What the poster contents were there in Kanpur on 3rd of December, 3rd of June 2022.
Okay, and exactly you also mentioned that there is some speech of Asaduddin Owaisi which is provocative, that is attached with the PIL. If you could just in brief tell us what is that?
I have annexed all the speeches almost, which is related to Ranchi incident before the Honorable High Court, so that the NIA takes up the matter. They will investigate threadbare against Mr. Owaisi also, because he is the main propagator of this crime.
Right. So calls coming in for an NIA investigation into the matter. Times Now, meanwhile, has got a mega scoop from sources that further establishes that the violence on the 10th of June was planned. We've learned from sources that a WhatsApp group with the name Wasipur Gang was set up to gather people on the day of the violence. A manhunt has now been launched by police to nab the admin of this group. Police carried out raids at various locations to nab the accused.
देखिए सर, जिसका घर से जाता है उसी को पता चलता है कि कितना बड़ा सदमा है। बताने से, जाहिर करने से जाहिर नहीं होगा।
हमारा घर का बच्चा इसमें मारा गया है, शहीद हो गया है,
और इस तरह का घटना इस प्रदेश में पहली बार हुआ है कि सिविलियंस के ऊपर डायरेक्ट जो है गोली चलाई गई है।
On June 10th, when the violence broke out here in the capital city of Jharkhand in Ranchi, temples were also under attack. As Times Now have clearly showed the CCTV footages of all three temples. One was the Sankat Mochan temple at the main gate where the epicenter of the protest was. Second is this particular Mahavir temple at Hindpidi where petrol bombs were thrown. And the third is Surya temple at Bada Talab where again petrol bombs were thrown, and it was a deliberate attempt to vandalize the temple. Since then there have been 25 FIRs which have been registered, but the latest FIR is being registered by the locals out here in Hindpidi, and in this particular FIR copy which we have exclusively accessed, in this FIR copy by the complainant, it has been written that it was a deliberate attempt for invoking the rights in this particular area, and there are two attacks that were made on this particular Mahavir temple. One was on the day of the protest on 10th of June while the protest broke out. Several people came in and have pelted stones on this temple, and later in the night, in the intervening night of 10th and 11th June at around 3:15 a.m. 3 people came on the bike, and the CCTV footage clearly shows that how they stopped over this particular place and thrown petrol bombs at this temple.
And day after the violent clashes in Ranchi, Jharkhand police have now registered around 28 FIRs in connection with the violence. The accused have been identified. One of them is Anish, who was arrested on the charges of vandalizing a Bihar minister's car. According to exclusive FIR details that are now in possession of Times Now, there are some startling revelations around what transpired that day. The FIR in question, and you can see the details if I could on the screens right now. It says that protesters did not have permission to take out that march. When police and administration tried to convince them not to do so, they defied the cops. They were armed. They gathered and surrounded the policemen. They started chanting provocative slogans as well as pelting stones at the police. Not just that, they even fired at the policemen. 60 to 80 rounds according to the FIR that we have accessed. The complaint actually is what we have accessed, on the basis of which an FIR was later filed. 60 to 80 rounds were fired in this interaction between the protesters as well as the police. My colleague Sohan, who's been reporting on this case in great details, joins us now. Sohan, first of all, bring us up to speed with what is the latest in terms of the prosecution in this case. How many FIRs, how many arrested, etc.?
देखिए, रांची में जो हिंसा हुई थी, उस हिंसा की रांची पुलिस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है। झारखंड में पुलिस मुख्यालय ने एक एसआईटी का गठन किया है। सीएम के स्तर से भी एक हाई लेवल कमेटी का गठन किया है। 1 हफ्ते के अंदर रिपोर्ट सौंपने को कहा है। लेकिन जैसे जैसे दिन बढ़ रहे हैं, उसके जो हिंसा हुई थी रांची में, उसके तार जो कनेक्शन है वो सहारनपुर से भी नाम सामने आ रहे हैं, पीएफआई से भी नाम सामने आ रहे हैं, और इससे बातें सामने आ रही है कि कई सोशल मीडिया के जरिए भी इस मामले को भड़काया गया था। इसे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप हो गया, फेसबुक हो गया, ट्विटर हो गया, कई माध्यम से इस हिंसा को भड़काया गया था। तो पुलिस अपने पूरे स्तर से जांच कर रही है, और झारखंड हाई कोर्ट में भी एक पीआईएल दायर किया गया है कि जो जांच का दायरा है वो काफ़ी बड़ा है, और झारखंड पुलिस शायद जांच करके किसी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं पहुंच पाएगी। तो इस केस के लिए एनआईए को सौंपना चाहिए। एनआईए
have been filed, but yet not many arrests have been made. 22 people have been named in just one complaint, that the details of which we are getting you right now. Thank you, Sohan, for joining us with your inputs on Friday. Here is what really happened. Men in khaki came under attack from rioters and pelters in Ranchi. More in proof now emerges that throws up the complete picture. Times Now has accessed a series of footages, both from closed-circuit televisions as well as mobile phones, that were shot by the bystanders. The truth is slowly unraveling and becoming clearer. We piece it together for you. Violence, vandalism, and arson witnessed on the streets of Ranchi on June 10th. Policemen were ambushed, mercilessly attacked by pelters. But that is not all. At least 3 temples came under attack of these rioters, who not only pelted stones but even resorted to hurling what looked like crude bombs. The mob ran riot at the Sankat Mochan temple and the Surya Mandir. At the Mahavir temple, stones were pelted during the day, and then some rioters returned past midnight to hurl crude bombs.
Protesters here carried out the petrol bomb attack, and that was thrown. If we go inside, we can clearly show you the visuals of the petrol bomb which was thrown inside this temple, and there have been evidences of that as well. 3 to 4 petrol bombs were thrown here, and if we can see on this particular wall, this is the black mark where probably the petrol bomb would have been thrown, another on the right, and these are the bottles which was used probably for making the petrol bomb visible.
Outside the Mahavir temple, we saw tens of people running around with stones, hurling them at perhaps the policemen who were chasing them. They even hurled those stones inside the temple complex. Here is a sense of what the area looks like now.
Temples were under attack on the day of protest. It was Sankat Mochan temple at the main road in Ranchi where the protest broke out. And this is another temple where I am standing here. This is Mahavir Mandir in Hindpidi. This is just 500 meters away from that particular temple and main road where the protest broke out. And there you can see at this temple as well, there were petrol bombs which were thrown, and they tried to also vandalize the idol over here of Mahavir temple, which is rightly situated just 500 meters away. There were posters which were teared up outside the temple.
Those who were meant to maintain law and order were the first targets of these rioters. Top officers like the SP and SSP were among those who were grievously injured.
रोड़ा पूरा बिक रहा था, मंदिर पर रोड़ा बिक रहा था, टोट पार कर रहा था। हमने शांत कर रहे थे कि शांत हो जाए, इसी तरह से किए कि नहीं माना रोडबाजी होने से फिर फायरिंग होने लगा। तब फायरिंग तो हमने फिर फायर किए, बाद में फायर किए, अगर बाद फिर हमको लगा, गोली लगा, फिर हम चल आए, पर हॉस्पिटल चल आए। भीड़ में थोड़ा पता लगा रहा, थोड़ा सबके नाम जान रहे थे कि उनको लगा कि चोट से करीब सब करीब उनके लगा है। कोई महिया लगा, कोई देह में लगा, अभी उसको भी उनको भी देह में लगा है। पहले जुलूस किया, थी नारा लगाया, अगर बाद धीरे धीरे अपना इकट्ठा किया होगा, बाद में भीड़ थोड़ा पता लग रहा था, पूरा भीड़ में था। जैसे फायरिंग किया तो हमने भी फायरिंग की है, आदेश मिला था।
It is clear as day that the intention of these culprits was to cause harm, but for some, those who were killed when the police opened fire are martyrs. A spine-chilling SOS from a person who was at the receiving end of the rioters' wrath shocked the country, but for Jamaat-e-Ulema-e-Hind, they are the ones who are responsible for mayhem.
देखिए देखिए पत्थर चला रहा, देखिए आप इधर आ जाइए, छिप जाइए, इधर आ जाइए। सर पत्थर चल रहा है सर, हमको कवर में लगा, मेरा मोबाइल टूट गया सर, जल्दी से सर देखिए, अभी पत्थर चला रहा था सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए सर, फोर्स भेज दीजिए।
DIG साहब से बात की है कि जिस तरह से बर्बरियत बढ़ती गई है, पुलिस के ज़रिए से उसकी भी जांच हो, और आपके ज़रिए से, चूँकि आप अच्छे अधिकारी हैं, आपके ज़रिए से जो लोग इस हादसे में शहीद हुए हैं उनके वरसा को, उनके घर वालों को सही मुआवजा मिले, और जो कसूरवार है उसको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, और वाकई जो कसूरवार है उन्हें सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए, बेजा किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होनी चाहिए। मुल्क में और भी जगहों पे हालात पैदा हुए, लेकिन जिस तरह से रांची में हादसा हुआ, इससे सिर्फ रांची नहीं, झारखंड नहीं, पूरे मुल्क में बड़ी बदनामी हो रही है, जो इंतहाई दुख और तकलीफ की बात है। वो नहीं होना चाहिए था। रोकने का और बहुत सारे तरीक़े हैं, रोका जा सकता था, लेकिन अचानक गोली चला दी गई और इस जमहूरी मुल्क के ढांचे को बर्बाद किया जा रहा है, ये बात मुनासिब नहीं है।
Ranchi police at the receiving end of some tough questions, given that in Uttar Pradesh over 300 have been arrested in the same span of time.
हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट हुआ है, इन नहीं हुआ है। मैंने आपको ये भी कहा, हम जो कुछ भी कहेंगे या जो कुछ बोलेंगे वो साक्ष्य आधारित होगा। फिर मैं एक चीज़ बता दिया जो ऑलरेडी बोल चुका हूँ बिना क्वेश्चन आए कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो लोग भी दोषी पाए जाएंगे वो कहीं के भी हो, किसी स्वरूप में हो, डायरेक्ट हो, इनडायरेक्ट हो, हम उसको छोड़ेंगे नहीं।
You have seen the damage, but unfortunately there is not much to see in terms of action. What explains the go slow in this case? Well, we hope the Soren government comes out and explains. With Aishwarya in Ranchi, Bureau Report, Times Now.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Between DMK government and Madurai Adhinam has reached a crescendo after an article written in DMK mouthpiece openly issued a threat to the head pontiff of the Mutt, warning him of arrest and meeting the same fate as Kanchi Shankaracharya. Remember, he's the same man who was under arrest for days at end under Jayalalitha's rule. The article in question accuses Madurai Adhinam of crossing the line, asking the seer to stop making statements that could disrupt the religious harmony and public peace in the state. It also invokes a statement by the BJP that called Chief Minister M.K. Stalin more dangerous than Karunanidhi. While the article claimed that these statements should not be seen as a threat, the language was seen as a clear warning to the Mutt.
They have not warned. In fact, they have threatened. They have threatened Madurai Adinam of dire consequences. The Muraswali, the party organ, DMK's organ, says that they are threatening as if he will go to Amit Shah or Modi. There is nothing wrong in going to Mr. Amit Shah or Modi. If the government is not proper, if the government is not heeding to the real threatenings from the land grabbers, land mafia by the DMK, definitely they will approach the Prime Minister and the Home Minister.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में, ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
For the last 3 days, violence and mayhem has rocked parts of West Bengal. What started in Howrah on Friday soon spread to Nadia, Murshidabad and other areas over the weekend. Protests against the now suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's comments took a violent turn after police stations were torched and pelted. Train station was vandalized. Viewers, it's been all unfolding on your screens. Protesters had to be dispersed with lathis and tear gas shelling. But who lit the fire? Who lit this fire, viewers? Perhaps it was part of a template by certain radicals to wreak havoc across the state. One such provocation came in from Murshidabad on Friday, when the SDPI, which is the political arm of the NIA-designated radical group, the PFI, took to the streets and called for the destruction and the end of all kafirs. Yes, viewers, that is what was said in no uncertain terms. Listen in.
যেদিন 2014 27 মে নরেন্দ্র মোদী পার্লামেন্টে শপথ নিয়েছিল, সেই দিন 2014 বলেছিলাম, अगर तू ही फिरौन है, अगर तू ही फिरौन है तो जान लो मूसा भी जरूर आएगा। पूरा अल्लाहू अकबर, अल्लाहू अकबर। पूरा दुनिया जुगे जुगे যখনই নবীর দুশমনরা জিন্দা হয়েছে, তখনই মহান আল্লাহ তাআলা ওইকে শাস্তি দেওয়ার জন্য একজন মর্দে মুজাহিদ, একজন নবীকে পৃথিবীর বুকে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে।
Now viewers, this man's hate speech was so vile that we had to bleep out certain portions of it, which were targeted at the Hindu community. You've heard the provocation yourself. Now let me tell you that 72 hours later, this man still roams free. Contrast this inaction to the picture on the right of your screens. That picture is of a young woman who took to social media to condemn this widespread violence and asked these rioters to leave the country. She said, if that's what you want to turn India into, you're doing a disservice to our country, you should leave it. She's now been jailed in Bengal, while a cleric who openly incited violence is a free man. Viewers, what's worse is that not only is she now in jail, but Ashwini was also at the receiving end of the wrath of these very rioters. They attacked her home, completely vandalized it, and then reached the police station to continue with their violence. They targeted the policemen there, perhaps in an attempt to force them to act against this young lady. Listen in to what transpired on Saturday night at this police station in Beldanga in Murshidabad. Now, the state government faces questions over their selective approach. While on the one side, free hand given to this kind of hate-mongering, otherwise there would have been action against this SPTPI member for the last 72 hours, no arrest. Contrast that with the alacrity with which this young woman was arrested. Well, the police in Bengal say they're doing all they can and no one will be spared. Listen in.
আমাদের অবভিয়াসলি ইন্টেলিজেন্স ছিল কিন্তু সব সময় জিনিসটা এত স্পন্টেনিয়াস মাঝে মাঝে হয় এবং যেটা বললাম অনেক সময় স্পন্টেনিটির ভেতরেও অনেক কিছু ফ্যাক্টস থাকতে পারে অনেক কনস্পিরেসি থাকতে পারে সেটা উই আর ট্রাইং টু ফাইন্ড আউট যে কিভাবে এক্স্যাক্টলি হলো কেন থার্সডেতে অচানক ভিড় হলো বা তারপরে ফ্রাইডে এক্স্যাক্টলি থার্সডে বা ফ্রাইডে তারপরে কি করে জিনিসগুলো দাঁড়ালো সেগুলো একটু সময় লাগবে এখন ফার্স্ট প্রায়োরিটি আছে আমাদের ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার পুরো রেস্টোর করা এবং সেটা তবেই পসিবল হবে যখন আমরা সব অ্যারেস্টগুলো প্রপার যারা বদমাইশ আছেন যারা এসব করেছেন হুলিগানিজম যারা রেসপন্সিবল আছেন তাদের অ্যারেস্ট করা
Not everyone is ready to buy that defense. The BJP, for instance, has been hitting the streets in Bengal over the weekend to protest the alleged appeasement policy of the ruling TMC. Mamata and her party, they say, is to blame for the mayhem. Incidentally, the same charge is being hurled back by the TMC at the BJP. What are words, as usual, viewers?
There is no such incident that the Bengal is burning. There was some sporadic protest as like in other parts of India. As you know, the friend of BJP saying that they're a Muslims party but they divide vote to help BJP. There is a hand of BJP which are playing the cards of decisive politics here because the Muslims and Hindus both in Bengal, the culture of Bengal does not permit us to think of any division among us.
इतना ईगो क्या है? ये पूरा हो रहा है इसलिए एक तो जानबूझ के जो रूलिंग पार्टी है, खास करके चीफ मिनिस्टर, उन्होंने पैट्रोनाइज कर रहा है, इंस्टिगेट कर दिया है। आज दूसरा पुलिस को काम करने का कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन डायरेक्शन नहीं है।
Basic open question tonight, viewers. Does identity decide your guilt in Bengal? Fundamental question. Let's open this up. Let's go straight across first to Dr. Shantanu Sen of the TMC. Dr. Sen, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Let's hope to have a productive conversation. I have just drawn a comparison. The alacrity with which a youth called Ashwini is arrested, thrown behind bars, even though she was calling for an end to the rioting, and she said all those rioters who have done what they have done should be thrown out. And on the other side, sir, you have a cleric who has poured hate and tried to instigate large number of people in around the same area where the riots have taken place, and he's still free. Many people are saying that your identity decides your guilt. Is this true?
Yeah, good evening. First of all, I strongly believe that as a responsible political personality or as a responsible journalist or as a responsible and renowned anchor like you, we all have the responsibility and liability to spread the actual facts and figures through media.
Okay.
And we must not go by the tweet done by a person like Amit Malabbo, whose Facebook account and Twitter account have been repeatedly censored because of spreading false rumors.
Okay.
Let me tell you very clearly, it's not the fact that no arrest has taken place. Let me tell you, officially there have been 42 FIRs across the state of West Bengal. Till now, 200 arrests have taken place. The question is,
Who is responsible and who is guarding who? For one statement given by BJP spokesperson, the entire that particular statement has laid the face of country down across the universe. The entire country is burning. Look at the other states, even the BJP ruled states also. Bengal is absolutely a peace-loving state. There are few political resources which come out during election to benefit BJP by dividing the votes, opponent votes. They are being instigated by these BJP leaders just to divert the attention of the common people, and they are instigating. But let me tell you, Bengal is a peace-loving state. Here the people are peace-loving people. They won't allow this. They won't allow this type of hooliganism. And last one second. It is the policy of BJP which has been proved time and again that they try to judge people by their dresses. BJP leaders have said this type of words earlier also, that their religion is identified by their dresses. Bengal does not support this type of culture. Communal harmony prevails in our state of Bengal. Whatever might be their effort of BJP to do divisive politics, to give by giving hate-mongering speeches and by instigating this type of hooliganism, our chief minister and our government is strict enough to control this situation. Already 200 arrests have taken place and not a single culprit will be escaped, I can assure you.
Not a single culprit will escape, I can assure you. Okay, let me go back, sir. I don't know why you suggest that we would have picked up some arbitrary tweet by some character. I have no clue who this character is. I'm just going by what my reporters have told me. Nonetheless, let me rephrase the question. Was Ashwini, this young lady, a soft target and therefore jailed within minutes, even though she had been attempting to suggest to people that they should not riot and called for punishment against those who were rioting, including deportation, etc., which is not unheard of. People can say it. There's no problem in saying it. And on the other hand, this cleric who has said far worse. I have to censor most of what he has said, sir. So why is he still free?
Let me answer your question. First of all, law is same for you and me and every person. And so far the IPC, CRPC is concerned, there is a clear-cut section 153A, which speaks about the action which is supposed to be taken by any person who is trying to do this divisive politics, who is trying to deliver some hate-mongering speeches and something like that. Okay. And let me ensure you once again, the speeches which are being shown in your TV media, if it is under the notice of our administration, definitely stringent step will be taken. No doubt.
Why is it not? Why
no
if?
Doubt of stringent steps.
Okay, so doctor, let me ask you, with all due respect, let me ask you. You say the law applies to everybody equally in Bengal. I have no reason to doubt it, except for the fact that the NHRC doubted it very much. The NHRC pulled you up for not applying the law equally in Bengal recently in connection with the post-poll riots. Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving this is a loose ball to kick a boundary.
Okay.
Let me remind you the constituents of National Human Rights Commission, which proves the integrity and individual and neutrality of this organization. This NHRC consists of, I remember the committee of NHRC who came to the state of West Bengal, they were comprising of a lady who used to be the BJP Mohila Morcha leader of Gujarat.
Okay.
Who used to comprise
all these claims have been flouted by the High Court. All these claims have not been accepted by the Honorable High Court, which had ordered the inquiry.
One second, madam. I'm just coming to you. Priyanka ji, 1 minute, please. Dr. Sen hasn't finished. He's making a larger point. I'll want to come back to you, Dr. Sen. I don't know if you remember, but the Calcutta High Court had also granted police protection to 303 alleged victims of the post-poll violence in West Bengal. Was the Calcutta High Court also part of the BJP's outreach program?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Post-poll violence.
So then they found prima facie. One second. They also said the SIT was not functional. The SIT that you set up in the West Bengal post-poll violence case, the Kolkata High Court said that the SIT was not functional. That was a rap across your knuckles.
I hope I would be allowed to answer your question.
Of course, please.
Our result of last assembly election came out on 2nd of May, and our new government took oath on 5th of May. The violence which you are talking about, this much of violence took place in between before our chief minister took the charge for the 3rd time. And she categorically said after 5th there was no post-poll violence. And when the violences took place, it was under Election Commission of India, which is directly or indirectly controlled by Modi Shah Private Limited Company, not by Mamata Banerjee or Trinamool Congress.
Sir, let's put the facts out there. Let me quote the Hindu newspaper. I'm sure you won't accuse the Hindu of being part of the BJP's outreach program. A petitioner in West Bengal post-poll violence case on Tuesday approached the Calcutta High Court raising questions why the SIT is not functioning as per the instructions of the court. The 5-judge bench of the High Court on August 19, well after, sir, you took oath, ordered the constitution of the SIT comprising IPS officers Shomen Mitra, I'm sure you've heard of them, Suman Bala Sahu and Ranbir Kumar to look into the allegation other than murder and sexual assault. The High Court had said the working of the SIT shall be overviewed by a retired honourable judge, the Honourable Supreme Court, for which separate orders shall be passed after taking his or her consent. Ravi Shankar Chatterjee, counsel for petitioner Kashinath Biswas, told the bench of Acting Chief Justice Rajesh Bindal that more than 10 days have passed, but the state government has not taken steps for the functioning of the 3-member SIT. The court observed that it was aware that the SIT was not functioning and added that if required, steps would be taken. In the order, the court had directed both CBI and the SIT to file a status report to it within 6 weeks. CBI files 10 more FIRs in this matter, and this is August 31st, sir. And I can go on and on. Clearly, you were found wanting.
Again, I stick to my words which I have said previously. Most of the incidents took place in between 2nd and 5th.
It doesn't matter, sir. It doesn't mean that you...
Number two is Trinamool Congress. It's not BJP which controls and tries to control every second.
I'm sorry, sir. The High Court pulled you up. Now, you can argue this point with the High Court. I'm only pointing out what the facts are as they have appeared in newspapers, in the public domain, newspapers that you will not tell me are aligned to the BJP. Let me bring in Priyanka Tibrewal. Priyanka Tibrewal, do you agree with Dr. Sen, or do you believe that it is the BJP that has played a polarizing card by instigating all this violence?
See, 2nd of May, when the violence started in West Bengal, there was no question of any kind of polarization or whatever is happening now. See, they have always flouted the claim that there was violence ever in Bengal. Then when they had to accept, because there were reports from the NHRC, then they said that all this happened before the 5th when we came into power. But later also we have seen that this violence continued for a year and is still in continuance. That is the reason the 303 victims we were talking about was my petition, which was much after the government came in and they were told by the Calcutta High Court to give protection to them. But you know, all this hate mongering and whatever is continuing, not for a single moment have they condemned the same. We have heard Mr. Bobby Hakim, who was speaking right now. There are a number of videos by Bobby Hakim on Facebook where, rather than asking people or condemning any such kind of violence, they have instigated, they have provoked, including the Chief Minister, who in her provocative speech told the people in Bengal, those who were doing this kind of violence, she told them that please go to Delhi, go to Uttar Pradesh or any other BJP-ruled states and go and do it there. Now, I question a person sitting on a constitutional chair, can she, for that matter, whichever state it is all part of India. You cannot tell them that go and protest there, not here. And see, as a result, we have witnessed this. Day before yesterday, I went to Pachla myself, where houses and shops of one particular community were set on fire and the police was standing there as mute spectators. They could not do anything. I am asking that today also these people are saying that we want to continue with the protest. When such is the scenario in West Bengal, how can you even allow any kind of protest? When half of the places you have 144, you are not allowing people to walk on the streets. How are you allowing these kind of protests? and they were speaking about other states. So I will like to pinpoint this out that if any kind of violence is taking place now, then it is the failure of the administration and the government. You see, there was violence in Jharkhand. There was violence in Uttar Pradesh. How did the government and the police handle it in a period of 24 hours? And if there is a failure, then this complete failure is of the state administration and the police of West Bengal.
Okay. Let's open this up further. We've had both the sides talk. Tausif Ahmed, how would you like to respond?
So I was, there's no surprise that BJP spokesperson want Bengal people to protest in Bengal, and there's a very simple reason for that. And the reason benefit them, they will plant their own troublemakers in these troubled areas, and precisely that is I'll give you the area in Bethaudhari area. Fake news was being peddled that one police officer has been killed. The West Bengal police had to tweet and put a clarification that it is a fake news.
One second, Mr. Ahmed, do you condemn the cleric for what he has said? Just asking simple question first. Do you condemn the cleric for what?
Ask me, no, Rahul, you can ask me a follow-up question, no doubt. But let me first complete. Let me just try and expose BJP first. Why it hurts you so much? I don't understand.
Let me first 1 second. The TMC has already made that point.
What I have to say. Then you can ask me a follow-up question. I am trying to expose BJP and their inferior design in Bengal, and it hurts you. You interrupt me.
Listen, don't get personal with me.
And
okay, I don't know who pays you. No, I don't know who pays you. No, one second. Tausif Ahmed, you want to sit here and abuse the anchor? You're not welcome to do so. You understand that? Don't get personal with me. No, listen, don't get personal with me. Do not get personal with me. I didn't stop you.
You get personal.
I have not. What have I said? I just said, would you like to react? I'm only asking you a simple follow-up question. No, 1 second. Tausif Ahmed.
I will not allow your chance.
I will count to 3. Now, 1 minute. Don't speak over each other. Everyone, lower everyone's faders. Lower everyone's faders. Viewers, we have heard for 7 minutes the TMC spokesperson talk about the BJP's double standards. We have heard another 6 minutes of the TMC spokesperson answering follow-up questions. Then we've heard Ms. Tibarwal speak the same. My question is more specific because I'm asking different questions to different panelists. Why does it matter so much to Mr. Tausif Ahmed that he has to sound like the spokesperson of the TMC? He's already there with us. I don't need another spokesperson of the TMC. I won't need you, Mr. Ahmed, then. Nonetheless, Tausif Ahmed, continue with being the spokesperson of the TMC. I'll give you 2 more minutes to continue with your TMC support. After that, just answer my question. I won't have much time on the show, unfortunately. Yes, go ahead. 2 more minutes.
Now, Mr. Rahul.
2 more minutes of backing the TMC. Go ahead.
No,
it doesn't matter to me. You go ahead. No, finish what you have to say. Back the TMC for 2 more minutes. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. Go ahead. I'm giving you the platform. Don't waste my time. 2 more minutes. Go on.
You and BJP spokesperson.
Okay, lower this guy's fader. He doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to say anything. Lower the fader.
I told you he doesn't have
This gentleman doesn't want to participate in a rational debate. He only wants to troll people. Okay. And viewers, we have just got inputs that we have spoken to this young youth, Ashwini, her father, spoken to Times Now exclusively. Listen in, after the arrest, our house was vandalized. It didn't stop there. We filed a complaint against vandalism. Ashwini's father, however, alleges inaction. A large number of proxy TMC supporters will not see Ashwini's pain. They don't care because what they are being obviously offered to do here on Times Now is to speak against anchors, spread hate against anchors, get those anchors killed, beaten, thrashed, thrown into jail. That's what they want, viewers. They don't want anything much more than that. And we should book some of these people, viewers, for spreading hate against people. They should be booked for that. Nonetheless, let's play out what the father has told Times Now.
ওই মেয়ে একটা পোস্ট করেছিল, তাই তো?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ,
পোস্টটা করেছিল যে যাদের ভালো লাগবে দেশে তারা থাকতে পারে, না হলে দেশ ছেড়ে চলে যেতে পারে। এইটাকে নিয়ে মানে এখানকার মুসলিমরা মানে অশান্তি দাঙ্গা টাইপের ক্লিক করেছিল। থানা ভাঙচুর, বাড়িঘর ভাঙচুর, এবং মেয়ের অ্যারেস্ট চাই, অ্যারেস্ট করানো হয়েছিল। তার সত্ত্বেও তারা পরবর্তী ভাঙচুর, থানা এবং বাড়িঘর এসব করে।
Well, viewers, this remains a main focus here on Times Now. Look at the contrast. A cleric that spews hate of the vilest kind is free. A young woman who calls for peace in the state, saying that rioting must stop and the rioters must be punished, if possible with deportation, is taken and jailed. And it doesn't end there. Her house is destroyed virtually. Viewers, and the world is obsessing about bulldozer justice under Yogi. Deshratan Nigam, what do you make of this?
Rahul, in fact, if you look at the entire, law and order situation in West Bengal, we must make it clear this is about people of West Bengal. It is not about BJP or TMC. The way the cultured people of Bengal have been taken for a ride, and Bengal today has become one of the most violent states at the public level. I'm not talking about crime, I'm not talking about minor incidents of law and order. The fire has been lit by PFI very clearly, and as you said, the cleric is still roaming outside freely and still spewing venom wherever he gets the chance. And at the same time, and you saw a person speaking on your channel, when they don't have any merit to speak of, then the anchor is attacked. And my experience has shown, and I've seen in various channels, when you have nothing on fact or merit or logic, attack the anchor. That's the standard operating procedure.
Well, that's the standard SOP. Time is ticking, viewers. Time is ticking. A young woman's life hangs in the balance, so to speak. Her father is desperately making pleas, telling us what she's gone through. She's jailed. Hate mongers, especially this one on your screen, is still free. Make up your mind. I leave it at this.
Betua Dahari railway station is nearby when these people were stopped by the police because they were trying to block the road. They were trying to pelt stones at houses, damage properties. So they ran inside the railway station and vandalized a train which was stopped in the railway station. The train services were halted for almost 2.5 hours. Later it was resumed. You can see the Betua Dahari railway station is just a few meters away from this area. So this is the way through which the protesters had gone towards the railway station. They vandalized the railway station and the train over there. So some of the railway employees as well as the passengers had sustained injuries. Later they were admitted to the hospital.
Well, we now start with the top headlines we're tracking this evening. All right, our focus this evening, of course, remains the bulldozer action that has been ordered by the UP Sarkar, and several questions that are being raised on whether or not this smacks of retaliation, smacks of revenge. Several political parties, the likes of Samajwadi Party, Congress and the AIMIM have spoken out publicly against the bulldozer action ordered by the UP Sarkar, especially in Prayagraj in the latest turn of events. We get you more details. First up, breaking news coming in, and these are protests that have once again taken place over the gold scam case in Kerala. Breaking details on your screens, viewers, to see what is it that is going on as far as the left party there is concerned, and how situation certainly going out of hand, with Swapna Suresh showdown taking yet another turn and protests breaking out over the gold scam case. High drama that was witnessed inside an aircraft this time around, and the left Neta's assault has been caught on cameras. Vivek now joins us live. Vivek, we see a certain amount of manhandling there inside the aircraft. What exactly went down?
Yes, this incident took place just 2 hours back, while Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan was coming from Kannur to Trivandrum, and while he just deboarded from the Indigo air flight, we can see two Congress party leaders, youth Congress party leaders, who raised slogans demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. At that point of time, NDF convener and senior leader E.P. Jayarajan was there in the aeroplane. And when the protesters reached E.P. Jayarajan, pushed them down and questioned them. When we spoke to E.P. Jayarajan, what he says is that the two Congress workers, the two youth Congress leaders were under the influence of alcohol, and that they were misbehaving at that point of time, and he had no other option but to push him down. But this clearly shows that where has this particular protest reached at this point of time.
Absolutely. Well, we have seen a lot of anger as far as the gold scam case is concerned, especially after the latest set of revelations made by Swapna Suresh against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. But Vivek, help us understand the action that has been taken against these Congress leaders. In the past, we've heard the BJP also seeking the resignation of the Chief Minister, but this is taking it to another level.
Exactly. This is something extremely unfortunate that, someone trying to enter the aeroplane and, inside the aircraft protesting against, a government dispensation. This is something which was never seen earlier. Two Congress workers who actually entered the aeroplane, the Indigo flight from Kannur, saying that they had an emergency medical, medical appointment here in Thiruvananthapuram, had entered there. While the flight had taken off, there were no issues. But when Chief flight, these two Congress workers, who raised their slogans, one of them was in a black dress, was in a black attire, demanded Chief Minister's resignation. That point of time, E.P. Jayarajan was there. He actually questioned them, and he had to physically push them down, knock them down at that point of time. Now, I understand that both the few Congress leaders have been arrested by the airport police, the Thiruvananthapuram police, and are being questioned on, how come this incident happened. Now, E.P. Jayarajan says that both the Congress leaders, youth Congress leaders, were under the influence of alcohol, and that he can easily sense, that they were under the influence of alcohol, and that's the reason why he had to overreact at the point of time. But whatever said, as you said, this is something which is unacceptable, that you can protest against party, any government dispensation, against any organization, but entering inside a flight and then raising slogans and causing inconvenience to passengers.
All right. Vivek, I'll come back to you. Let me go across to Madhav, who will show us those visuals, break down the details of what really happened. Madhav, take it away.
Well, I'm going to play this video in its entirety. It's just a 4-second video, so we're going to first play it in its entirety, and then I'm going to go frame by frame to show you the sequence of events that transpired. So here you see this is a person who is believed to be a Congress worker, reported to be a Congress worker. He proceeds ahead and is apparently chanting slogans. That is Mr. Jayarajan, the LDF convener. He pushes them, and that individual then falls down. Let's take a closer look at this. We'll play the video again. So this is the part where he is advancing down the aisle in the cabin inside the aircraft. Now, this is a time when the aircraft has already landed, as we are told. The Chief Minister had already disembarked, and he moves ahead chanting these slogans, and a little ahead he meets Mr. Jayarajan, who then stops him there. He is seen arguing with Mr. Jayarajan. There's a cut or a pause in the video, so we don't know how long that interaction was for, but when there is a person who at least appears to be wearing some kind of a security personnel's uniform, he is standing over there, Mr. Jayarajan is standing over there, and then he pushes both of them. He pushes this man ahead till he falls down, and you can see that fall also very clearly in this entire video. Towards the end of it, you can see that moment. This is when, in fact, this individual is arguing with Mr. He's pushed and he falls down. Now, the explanation given by Mr. Jayarajan is that these individuals who are protesting inside the aircraft were inebriated. They were under the influence of alcohol, and he had no other reason to do this. But the fact is that even if someone was protesting peacefully,
and that's what's most unfortunate, doing all of this, creating this kind of a ruckus while being under alcohol, under the influence of alcohol. Let me go across to BJP's Tom Vadakkan joining us on the phone line. Mr. Vadakkan, what do you make of this kind of an incident? Extremely unfortunate. These are two youth Congress leaders. Of course, upon the intervention of Mr. Jayarajan, they were pushed aside. But what do you make of this incident?
Well, I think this is a matter that needs. And especially they have under alcohol.
All right, some trouble with your line, sir. We'll try and reconnect with you. But for the moment, we continue to keep up with our reporters. Vivek continues to stay on with us. Vivek, what can you tell us about these two youth Congress leaders? Do we know more about them? Was this pre-planned? Any indications that we've picked up on that?
As of understand that workers are basically from Kannur. And they are they hold some position. As of now, I understand that both these Congress workers, youth Congress workers, are holding senior positions in Kannur district. Both are from Matanur. That's what I understand. They entered the aircraft, the Indigo aircraft, saying that they had a medical emergency and they had an appointment in RCC. That's how they managed to enter the. That's the reason why they were moving to Trivandrum. But while the flight reached Trivandrum and when Chief Minister has embarked the flight, EP Jayarajan was present at that point of time, and it's at that point that these two Congress workers raised slogans coming near EP Jayarajan, and it was at that point of time that Jayarajan had to intervene and push them down. Now, EP Jayarajan says that he could easily sense that these two Congress workers were under the influence of alcohol clearly, and that's the reason why he had to intimidate them at that point of time. No other reason was said. He said that this is something that is unacceptable. Today, LDF activists and leaders from Thiruvananthapuram are protesting here in Thiruvananthapuram. They are saying that the Congress workers are trying to intimidate and target Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. This is something which cannot be accepted. We are yet to know the exact reason as how come these Congress workers, entered the flight. And what was their real intention, whether they had to go to RCC, whether they had medical emergency, or that they entered the flight with the sole intention to protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. They are right now being questioned by the airport police. Only after some time that you'll get a clear picture as what their real intention was. But many are questioning the manner in which they have protested. The meantime, the manner in which EP Jayarajan reacted is also questionable, because that is not the way to react, especially when someone raises protest. You can talk to them, you can try to pacify them, but pushing them is something which is something that is not
absolutely
accepted.
And in the recent past, we've seen both the Congress and the BJP take to streets to protest against the latest allegations made by Swapna Suresh Madhav. But that aside, we've seen the Congress bring the golden biryani pots while staging a symbolic protest, and it's fine till that. But invading in someone's private space, and that too in an inebriated state, certainly uncalled for, and strictly action must come. And any responses from the Congress?
Well, at this point of time, the Congress has been trying to put the government on the mat, the left government and Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan on the mat. There have been protests taking place on ground, and we'll be bringing the latest protests where even water cannons were used over there. And this is the kind of environment that exists on ground in Kerala. If they were inebriated, certainly, of course, that is not acceptable. But the point is that even though they were, if they were in fact acting in an unruly manner, Mr. Jayarajan could have very well complained to the air hostess, to the staff on board that aircraft, and they could have then taken appropriate action to deboard these individuals. individuals. He should not in any case have engaged in a physical manner with these individuals unless there was any kind of dire threat to him or his personal safety. That certainly, of course, is something that we will only know once the entire sequence of events is established by the authorities. In fact, we can tell you that all authorities, including those at the aircraft level, not just at the level of the airline, but also at the level of the regulators, are all looking at this issue. They're trying to ascertain what has transpired, and they will in fact try and establish what is the real sequence of events that took place. Because one aspect is that it's an allegation that these protesters were inebriated. Now, can that allegation be substantiated? These protesters, we are also told, were later deported and even arrested.
Absolutely.
So will the police be able to establish
questions will be
the fact
asked because
that
these are Youth Congress workers. Whether or not action will come in, and timely action at that, remains to be seen. Thank you, Madhav and Vivek, for joining us with all those details. Let's shift our focus to the next big story we're tracking this evening. Well, viewers, the bulldozer action by the UP Sarkar is being talked about. Jo galat karega, waha bulldozer chalega. Wrongdoers shall face bulldozers. That's an equivocal statement of intent coming from Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Keshav Prasad Maurya, as he warned those indulging in violence in the state. And keeping with zero tolerance to crime policy, bulldozers have been brought out for those accused of planning and executing riots across the state. We've seen that action already take place. Yesterday it was Javed Muhammad, who has been accused of being one of the key conspirators in violence in Prayagraj, whose illegal property was razed in a planned demolition exercise. Today, we saw his family come out to allege that they are being framed. So that's a counter allegation that came in from the family's end. In fact, his daughter Afreen is an ex-JNU student, and there are protests that have been going on against the Yogi Sarkar for what they call action against Muslims.
देखिए, ये पूरा मलबा पड़ा हुआ है। 2 मंजिल मकान था, 3 जेसीबी लगाए गए थे और जो पूरा इलाका है उसे पुलिस छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया था। जो आसपास के घरों के लोग हैं उन्हें कहा गया था कि घरों में अंदर ही रहें। ऊपर पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट किया गया था ताकि कोई गली में लोग इकट्ठे ना हो, छतों पर लोग इकट्ठे ना हो, ताकि अनहोनी के हालातों से बचा जा सके। तो अब कार्रवाई केवल जावेद मोहम्मद के घर के ऊपर नहीं हुई है, बल्कि अटाला इलाके में जहां जहां अतिक्रमण है और जो आरोपी हैं, जिनकी अवैध इमारतें हैं, जिनका नक्शा पास नहीं, जिन्होंने अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, उन सबको इस कार्रवाई के दायरे में लाया जाएगा।
कि हमारे पिताजी को तो एकदम से फ्रेम करा गया है अचानक से, क्योंकि इससे पहले कभी उनका किसी चीज़ में नाम भी नहीं था, जैसे उन्होंने बताया। उस दिन पूरे दिन घर में थे, घर के पास वाली मस्जिद में नमाज पढ़ा था और आकर हम ही लोग के साथ सब लोग ने साथ में खाना खाया था। शाम में वो नमाज पढ़ने गए थे मगरिब की, फिर उसके बाद वो आने में थोड़ा देरी हुई थी। उसी वक्त पुलिस आई और उनको घर के बाहर आके खड़ी होकर ये पूछ रही थी जावेद साहब को भेजिए।
Well, the action is just not limited to Prayagraj and Kanpur. Administration started sealing the properties of those allegedly involved in the 3rd June violence. So bulldozer action could come in there as well. The police have sealed 3 properties in various areas. Kanpur Development Authority has said properties built by Haji Wasi, Shabi Salim and HS Malik without taking proper clearance have been sealed. They are linked to alleged mastermind of Kanpur violence, Zafar Hayat Hashmi. Now, we all know that name. Earlier, illegal properties of his aides were demolished as well. But his role has very much been under scanner. Remains to be seen whether or not we will be seeing a similar action come in days to come. But yes, that's what the UP Sarkar is up to. They have decided that they will be going ahead with bulldozer action, but not against poor, only those who are involved in crime and mafia across the state. There's a ground report filed by one of my colleagues.
Prayagraj, the house of last Friday's violence accused Javed Mohammed was pulled down by the Prayagraj Development Authority. The Kanpur Development Authority and the local authorities here, including police, have been taking action in the matter of the 3rd June violence that happened here in the parade area, continuing with which this house has been sealed. In fact, 3 such properties have been sealed, which actually belong to the close aides of the prime conspirator in the Kanpur violence case, Zafar Hayat Hashmi. And these are people who are known to be associates who actually financially helped Zafar Hayat Hashmi as well, which is why they were identified by the police. And now many of these properties which were under construction, which were being built without having a proper approved building plan from the local Development Authority, they were being built, and such 3 properties have been sealed.
All right, so yes, there you heard some of the reactions, but what is also interesting is that the UP government track record has several examples to prove that the action has been even-handed. The demolition does not see religion and priority is maintaining law and order. They say that if you do try and play around with the law and order situation in the state, then strictest of action will be taken. And we've seen that reaction come in from Uttar Pradesh. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, also reiterating and towing the same line. So we've seen these kind of developments take place. Many questions, of course, being asked of the Uttar Pradesh government, or whether or not this has been done under the ambit of law, whether or not due process has been followed. Parties like the Samajwadi Party, the Congress and the AIMIM have given out repeated reactions and have certainly not taken it well, calling it selected targeting. So those are the reactions that have been coming in, but we've seen the bulldozer action already take place on the residential building of Javed Ahmed, who the Uttar Pradesh Sarkar believes, the police believes, is one of the key conspirators in what happened on the streets of Prayagraj. Let me go across to both our guests joining us this evening. Priyanka Tebrewal, lawyer and political analyst, is with us. We also have Tawseef Ahmed, who's a political analyst. Very good evening to both of you and thank you for taking out your time. Priyanka, what would you make of the kind of comments that are coming in from the Samajwadi Party, the Congress, the AIMIM, all of whom are saying this is selective targeting, it's smacks of retaliation, it's smacks of revenge?
Samajwadi Party can say whatever they want to, because we have seen that and witnessed that during the time when they were in power, what kind of Gundaism used to prevail in Uttar Pradesh. And today these miscreants, they know that they cannot evade the bulldozer, because whatever is happening, any kind of illegal construction, any kind of illegal activities will not be tolerated, and they are getting a proper answer. Now what they are saying, that selective things are being done. So this is not true. Because if it is true, they are the largest opposition there. They should challenge the same. But not a single episode were they able to prove the same. Now, whatever in the past we have seen that the properties have been bulldozed, it is in regard to those people who are having illegal properties. And it is in regard to those miscreants who have played with the life of the people of Uttar Pradesh, who have dealt in any kind of illegal activities, these hate mongerings and this spread of violence. So all this is being done to their properties, and I believe this is absolutely correct. And I seriously believe that this should have been done in West Bengal as well. But we see the opposite here. Here we see that supporters of a particular party, which is
Priyanka, in this case, they're being able to build an argument also because we've seen a twist to this entire case, with the lawyers of the family now coming out and saying that the house is actually not Javed Ahmed's, it's on his wife. So why is it that this illegal demolition has taken place? That's what the family is alleging. Well, 4 advocates of Allahabad High Court have written to the Chief Justice of India, and Tawseef, you can come in on that. Where do you think this seems to be heading at the moment? They're very confident this is an illegal bulldozer action that has been taken.
Absolutely illegal. Absolutely illegal action. No, the law says that if you find someone participating in a protest, and whether when that protest turns violent, you go and you demolish their wife's house. Nowhere in the law says so. We see the bulldozer action is actually political voyeurism. And if Yogi Adityanath is doing this in order to send a message to his vote bank, perhaps he thinks he is pleasing his vote bank. Hope that he is wrong, because people of India...
But the fact is also that the Prayagraj Development Authority had put out that notice, which the show cause notice that was first sent on the 10th of May. So interesting developments. Let's see how that plays out. I'm going to have to leave it at that. Thank you both of you for joining us this evening.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. We want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
With some breaking news, all 5 accused in last night's drug bust have been arrested. This includes Siddhant Kapoor, and they will now be produced before the magistrate soon. Remember, another star kid has come under the scanner in a drugs bust. Cops raided a high-end hotel in Bengaluru. This was on 12th of June, the night of 12th of June, and the hotel was raided by the cops on suspicion that drugs were being consumed at the party. They later even performed a drugs test on Siddhant Kapoor, who is Shakti Kapoor's son, Shraddha Kapoor's brother, and he tested positive. So that's a development coming in. 5 accused have been now detained, and they will be produced before the magistrate soon. Slipping into a very short break here. Be back with more news on the other side.
You can't. Times now. Action begins here.
welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. Let's get you started with the headlines at 7.
More and more institutions are being subsumed, and political interest seems to be the only issue that the central government wants to push.
Rahul Gandhi quizzed on Dotex Limited by 2 ED directors in National Herald case amid allegations of vendetta by protesting Congress workers across the country.
आपको राहुल गांधी अगर मिले तो उनसे पूछिएगा कि उनका संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ क्या है.
ED homes in on the weak link. Rahul Gandhi asked about company that gave loan to Gandhis to take over Associated Journals Limited. BJP says Dotex was a Hawala operator.
अभी बोला ना आए क्या करेंगे पैसे कुछ देते बोले कितने देते 500 रुपए देते बोले.
Congress buses in supporters for Satyagrah, but workers are not quite clear what they are protesting against. Some others even claim they were paid 500. A Bengal radical cleric instigates violence, calls for end of kafirs, but remains free even now. State jails youth who protested the violence that broke out across West Bengal. BJP asks, are you afraid to act against the real instigators? JNU protests demolition of illegal Prayagraj house of anti-CEA activist Afreen Fatima's father, and riot accused Javed Mohammed calls it anti-Muslim. Breakthrough in Ranchi riot probe. Violence was planned on WhatsApp group called Gangs of Wasipur. Police say they are examining angle of outsiders. Shot in the arm for NDA ahead of presidential polls, with Jagan's YSRCP likely to extend support to the centre even as opposition's search for elusive unity continues. After TN Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Mamata Banerjee moves to clip wings of Governor. Bengal Assembly passes bill making Mamata the Chancellor of Universities. DMK and Madurai Adhinam government standoff peaks with mouthpiece warnings say that he may meet the same fate as Kanchi Shankaracharya, who was arrested by former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu J.J. Lalita. BJP slams DMK for targeting Hindu Seer. Bollywood actor Shakti Kapoor's son and Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor is arrested from a Bengaluru rave party. Cops say he has tested positive for drugs. So what really happened in Ranchi on Friday after Jummah prayers? Across the country, investigators are cracking down on the conspirators and the rioters. The question, though, is what happened in Jharkhand? Was it a spontaneous reaction to comments by BJP spokespersons, as we have been told so far? Far from it. In fact, it is not us saying it, it's the police of the JMM Congress-ruled state. One of the FIRs filed in the Friday rioting case makes shocking disclosures. It says that after prayers, people of a certain community came out in large numbers and started raising provocative slogans. They broke the police cordon despite warnings, and then a mob of close to 10,000 people surrounded the Hanuman temple and pelted stones at it. The aim, they say, was simple: to target temples and to start riots. Worryingly, the FIR also says that the mob started moving towards the Hanuman temple, trying to mount it, which is when the police stepped in. Remember, in the course of 2 days, at least 3 temples were vandalized in Ranchi. As the police reveals, it was a clear effort to provoke and start rioting. The protest against Nupur Sharma, it seems, was only an excuse. And yet, when we asked the Congress chief in Jharkhand about what the FIR says, he seems to want to exist in a state of denial.
जी सांप्रदायिक घटनाएं क्योंकि लगातार झारखंड में रिपोर्ट की गई हैं, पहले भी की गई है, लोअर दग्गा में भी इस तरह की घटना सामने आई और अब तो आपके राजधानी के अंदर होती है इस तरह की घटना। टाइम्स नाउ लगातार दिखा रहा है 3 मंदिरों पर हमला किया गया, डेलिबरेटली अटेम्प्ट ऑफ इन्वोकिंग राइट्स था वो सर, क्योंकि सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस सामने आए हैं। मंदिरों पर हमला होता है, घरों पर हमला होता है, सरकार क्यों जिम्मेदारी नहीं लेती? और
ये हम कैसे मान लें कि आपने फुटेज जो बना दिया वही सही है? किसने हमला किया है?
पुलिस ने एफआईआर भी रजिस्टर कर दी है सर।
एफआईआर रजिस्टर कर दिया, किसी को पकड़ा है क्या?
On June 10th, when the violence broke out here in the capital city of Jharkhand in Ranchi, temples were also under attack. As Times Now have clearly showed the CCTV footages of all 3 temples. One was the Sankat Mochan temple at the main gate where the epicenter of the protest was. Second is this particular Mahavir temple at Hind Pidi where petrol bombs were thrown, and third is Surya temple at Bada Talab where again petrol bombs were thrown, and it was a deliberate attempt to vandalize the temple. Since then there have been 25 FIRs which have been registered, but the latest FIR is being registered by the locals out here in Hind Pidi, and in this particular FIR copy which we have exclusively accessed, in this FIR copy by the complainant, it has been written that it was a deliberate attempt for invoking the rights in this particular area, and there are 2 attacks that were made on this particular Mahavir temple. One was on the day of the protest on 10th of June while the protest broke out. Several people came in and have pelted stones on this temple, and later in the night, in the intervening night of 10th and 11th June at around 3:15 a.m. 3 people came on the bike, and the CCTV footage clearly shows that how they stopped over this particular place and thrown petrol bombs at this temple.
Despite there a clear link emerging about rioters deliberately targeting places of worship, the Congress government seems to be in a state of denial. Now, demands are being raised for an investigation by a central agency. However, there are many who feel that the firing by the police is to blame. It was a one-sided, strong-arm action and are demanding compensation.
In the petitions we have filed, the letter of SDPI, the audio clips of various Maulanas, as well as Mr. Asauddin Owaisi, AIMIM leader, his clips are there on record. We have submitted Band call format also, which is pasted so many places in the city of Ranchi. There is a information that people from outside state, they have also come to Ranchi in order to organize the Band. So everything was pre-planned. So whatever the casualties which has happened, it has happened because of non-preparation on the part of police.
हम लोग अपील है कि कोई भी बेकसूर को ना पकड़ा जाए और कसूरवार को सजा भी मिलना चाहिए, उसको छोड़ा भी नहीं जाए। जो भी गलत हरकत जिसने भी किया उसको जांच पूरा करके उसके लिए उसका सजा मिलना चाहिए और अच्छी से निष्पक्ष होकर जांच होना चाहिए,
क्योंकि 2 लोग भी मारे गए हैं इस पूरे,
उसका मुआवजा भी मिलना चाहिए।
Is there a hesitation to call out rioters by their name? Joining us on the debate, Shashank Jha, lawyer and political analyst, Rishi Bagri, political analyst, Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, spokesperson of the Jharkhand Congress, and P. Vikar, political analyst. Rajiv Ranjan जी, ये बताइए, जब पुलिस कह रही है कि दंगाई थे, मंदिर को तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, तो कांग्रेस ये क्यों नहीं मान रही है? वो अभी भी अगर आप कांग्रेस के नेताओं से बात करें, वो कह रहे हैं कि झारखंड में इसलिए दंगे हुए क्योंकि बीजेपी और आरएसएस का हाथ था।
देखिए, किसी ने नहीं कहा कि किसका हाथ था। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इस मामले को लेकर के पूरी तरह से संवेदनशील है और 2 वरिष्ठ आईएएस और आईपीएस को लेकर के एक एसआईटी गठित की गई है। जांच के लिए 1 सप्ताह का समय दिया गया है और जांच पूरा हो जाने दीजिए। फिर
सर, आपने शायद देखा नहीं है, आपके जो पार्टी के नेता हैं, बड़े बड़े नेता, पी चिदम्बरम उनमें से एक का नाम ले लेती हूँ, उन्होंने तो साफ तौर पे कहा है कि ये बीजेपी और आरएसएस की जो सोच है उसकी वजह से दंगे हो रहे हैं। इसमें बीजेपी आरएसएस की सोच कहां है? जब पुलिस का एफआईआर कह रहा है कि पूजा का नमाज के बाद लोग निकले और 10,000 लोग नारे लगाते हुए मंदिर पर चढ़ गए, इसमें बीजेपी आरएसएस की सोच किधर से आ गई? FIR में लिखा है।
मैडम ठीक है, मैं आपके FIR को देख रहा हूँ।
मेरा FIR नहीं है, आपकी पुलिस का FIR है।
हाँ भाई, मेरा ही पुलिस का है, तो किस पुलिस वाले ने आकर के बयान दिया है सामने में? आप वो भी तो दिखाइए। कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुंबा जोड़ा। अब पी चिदम्बरम जी ने पूरे देश के स्तर पर अगर कोई बात कही है, तो उसको रांची से आप कैसे कनेक्ट कर दे रही है?
रांची का ही ईंट और रांची का ही रोड़ा, हमने कोई कुंबा नहीं जोड़ा है। अभी मैं आपको पूरा FIR से पढ़ करके सुना दूंगी। पहले आप शशांक शेखर झा की बात सुनिए। जी शशांक झा।
Namaste Padma ji. Padma ji, there are 2 points I guess. Number one of the person who was killed in cross-firing by the police, his mother on live TV has said, and I quote, that मेरा बेटा इस्लाम के लिए शहीद हुआ है. So this shows that which party is involved in this particular case. Now the another point is what Congress party is saying in this entire matter. Congress is saying that BJP and RSS are involved in this case. Now I remember, as far as I recall, the UPA era, Congress actually tried to pass a communal violence bill according to which in any of the violence cases ever in entire country, there will be the majority community who will always be treated victim and the minority community will always be treated the plaintiff in that case. Now there is one more point which is very important and required to be dealt in this particular case of Ranchi, that there were youths, Muslim youths, who have been uploading various photos and posts on their Instagram from past 1 week, and they are still doing it. Now I have photographs of people who are doing it with a caption that who want to join Al-Qaeda. I can show you if the cameraman, sir, can you please show this photo?
What is your point?
There is this guy,
Mr. Jha.
So my point is, police is very much capable. So my point is two. One, that police is very much capable of knowing who are involved. In this case, there are people who are motivated by jihadi element to do such things, and even police.
बताइए राजीव रंजन जी, लोग खुले में इंस्टाग्राम पे क्या-क्या लिख रहे हैं झारखंड में? आपकी पुलिस या शायद आपके दबाव के नीचे काम नहीं कर रही है?
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है मैडम। कल ही DC और SP साहब का एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था, उसमें ये स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है कि हमारा IT डिपार्टमेंट जो है इस पूरा जो सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म और हैंडल्स को पूरी तरह से तफ्तीश में लगा हुआ है और इन तमाम चीजों पर नजर।
सर एक सेकंड राजीव जी, एक सेकंड रुकते हैं। आपसे एक छोटी सी बात सीधा मैं पूछती हूँ, आप इधर उधर की बात मत कीजिए। आपसे सीधा मैं पूछ रही हूँ, FIR आपके सामने है, वीडियो आपके सामने है, आप ये बताइए दंगे के पीछे कौन है? आपके हिसाब से दंगे के पीछे कौन है?
ये जांच का जिम्मा पुलिस का है, SIT का है। पुलिस आएगी, पुलिस गिरफ्तार करेगी।
सर FIR में जो लिखा है उसमें तो साफ लिखा गया है कि जुम्मे की नमाज के बाद लोग निकले और पत्थरबाजी शुरू की। अब आप बताइए,
करेंगे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी थाना चला रही है क्या?
ये तो आप बताइए सर।
नहीं, ये तो
क्योंकि आपके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष तो अभी भी इस FIR को मानने को तैयार नहीं है। वीडियो में दिख रहा है पत्थरबाजी हो रही है, उसको मानने को तैयार नहीं है।
लेकिन FIR पर कार्रवाई करने की जिम्मेवारी जो है वो पुलिस की है, न कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की।
पर सवाल तो ये है, कांग्रेस अरे कार्रवाई तो पुलिस करेगी, भगवान करे वो करे, उसको उनका हाथ ना रोका जाए। आपसे मैं एक नेता के तौर पे पूछ रही हूँ कि एक नेता जिनकी सरकार है,
इस प्रकार का कोई बयान है, ये जिस ढंग से पोर्ट्रे किया जाता है हर चीज को पूरे देश में। आपने ये तो नहीं कहा कि विश्वमन करने वालों के कारण आज पूरे देश में आग लग गया? कहां है वो लोग?
चलिए ऋषि बागरी, सो अगेन वी सर्कल बैक टू दिस। अकॉर्डिंग टू राजीव रंजन जी, वो कह रहे हैं कि क्योंकि आपने एटमॉस्फेयर इतना पॉइजनस बना दिया है, इसलिए लोग मजबूर हो रहे हैं दंगा करने के लिए।
No, police investigation has revealed that the Ranchi violence on the Friday was not impromptu, but well planned in advance of the news. And several WhatsApp groups were used to gather the mob. The mob went on rampaging and started destroying the properties which came in their way. They targeted police with the sharp stones and with desi guns, and the latter tried to stop them. I mean, the Ranchi police opened fire at the protester only, at the last resort. After the protesters started plundering the famous Hanuman Mandir with the stone pelting and arson. This is what exactly happened. And Indian law clearly says that an attack on police or any law implementing agency is a criminal act. And law enforcement agency have a right to defend themselves when attacked. Now, you need to understand the right to peaceful protest doesn't mean right to destroy property, right to burn trains, right to loot shops, right to pelt stone, right to arson, right to thrash poor people who come in your way, and right to attack policemen. Obviously, ये सारी चीजें नहीं है. आप peaceful protest कीजिए, and already the party in the question has taken आप नुपुर शर्मा जी की बात को आप देख लो, उनको already बीजेपी ने निष्कासित कर दिया है, उन पे FIR कर दिया है, the case is in the court. अब आप उसको लेकर आप पूरे इनको जलाओगे, and मेरे मित्र जाके उनको डिफेंड करेंगे, तो भैया ये तो गलत हो जाएगा, ये पूरी तरह से गलत हो जाएगा.
पीर विकार, essentially using Nupur Sharma as an excuse, people are provoking riots, and despite that there is a sense of denial, or there is a state of denial. Why?
First of all, I would like to stand in solidarity with the mothers of the fallen heroes of Islam and these two marchers who were killed by police, brutally killed by police there. They were
Mr. Pir Vikar, please don't use words like martyrs. These are little boys who didn't know any better. They were main cannon fodder. Stop trying to glorify little boys who've been made cannon fodder by people who wanted to do their politics. Go on, just make your point.
BJP's Hindu Rashtra scheme, BJP has failed. This inaction of BJP is the reason behind all these events. If
How?
BJP
Jharkhand is a Congress state. How is the BJP's inaction responsible for riots in a Congress-ruled state?
Diplomatic row with OIC and other Muslim countries, BJP's inaction was pretty visible.
Pir Vikar, do you have any point to make, or are you just here to read from a script? I'm asking you a specific question. Why is it that when it is quite clear from evidence on video, from statements made by police and from testimonies that there was a section of people who deliberately went out to provoke the riot, why is there a denial?
Who are responsible for burning the temples, if any? So far, no evidence has been showcased in the FIR.
It literally says that. Okay, let me see clearly. This is what happens when you just keep reading from a script and you don't pay attention.
Motorcycles does not implement the minority was behind it. You are a journalist, you should fact check first.
I am actually reading from the FIR, sir. You are the person who is doing a fact-free debate, going on and on about OIC. Now let me read to you, and for your convenience also translate into English for you. Here is what the FIR says. The FIR says, main road स्थित हनुमान मंदिर को भी लक्षित कर धार्मिक दंगा फैलाने के उद्देश्य से भीड़ द्वारा लगातार पत्थरबाजी की जाने लगी, which means that with the intention of starting riots, there was incessant and provocative stone pelting that was done by an aggressive mob. उग्र भीड़ द्वारा इसी दौरान पुलिस, सरकारी एवं निजी वाहनों पर भी हिंसक हमला किया गया. भीड़ ने अत्यंत उग्र रूप धारण कर लिया. Essentially, they are saying that in the course of the protests, the mob of 10,000 moved towards the temple. The police tried to stop them. They started pelting stones, and eventually, with an intent to start riots, they tried to climb onto the temple, sir. This is what the FIR says. Thank you for your advice on fact checking. Now, can you please respond?
The police said, those who killed these two young men brutally, you are asking me to believe the same police? You are asking me to believe the police version? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I was just quoting from an FIR.
I have seen videos of them.
Last I heard, sir, you had to go by an FIR, not by your assertions on what is happening in a Hindu Rashtra. Anyhow, here's hoping that if the police is doing an impartial investigation, they've made these FIRs, political expediency is not going to hold their hand. Thank you very much, all gentlemen, for joining me. The idea is only to put out the facts.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे ये विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में, ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है, जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत
making news across the country, as per sources, Jagan Reddy's YSRCP is likely to support the NDA's candidate in the presidential elections. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi had sought YSRCP's support for the NDA presidential nominee. Opposition parties continue to protest against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, demanding his resignation following revelations in the gold scam. Now the Chief Minister's security has been stepped up following protests across the state, and black masks have been banned in most areas to avoid a black protest against the CM. The Indian Army has installed a windmill at the LOC in North Kashmir's Gurez, popular for its green landscape. This is aimed at creating greener energy by producing electricity using this wind power at the forward posts. A person was taken into preventive custody for protesting against Nupur Sharma in Siwan. Calls for protests were given on Sunday, after which local administration met peace committees. Despite the compromise, a person started protesting and was caught. Rajasthan is once again staring at mass protests over reservation demands. For the last 48 hours, people from various communities have blocked the Bharatpur-Agra highway, demanding 12% reservation. Amid the stir, the administration had snapped internet services. Taking a quick break, I'll see you next at 10 on the News Hour agenda, where we ask whether there is a double standard when it comes to recognizing what the problem is, as seen in the riots across several states. Why is there a hesitation to name, book and arrest the people responsible for violence?
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is News Pulse and I am Poonam Burde. And the story we're tracking at this hour is the high drama that was marked all day by the Congress party as Rahul Gandhi faced the Enforcement Directorate heat in the National Herald case. In a mega show of solidarity today, Congress workers hit the street in large numbers as Rahul appeared before the agency for the decades-old case. Now, apart from the national capital here, protests were witnessed across the country, be it Jammu, Bengaluru, Chennai, Lucknow, Hyderabad and several other cities as well. Now, if you remember, this case against the Gandhis dates back to 2012. It was brought by the former Union Minister Subramanian Swamy, who has alleged that Gandhis used party funds to take over property assets of the Associated Journals Limited, the publisher of the National Herald newspaper.
What is Rahul Gandhi's relationship, or the Gandhi family's relationship, with Dotex Merchandise Private Limited? Mr. Gandhi, is it true Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is one of the several companies of a Hawala entry operator based out of Kolkata, where in lieu of cash checks are given? Mr. Gandhi, is it true that Dotex Merchandise's transactions have been red flagged for suspicious transactions by the Financial Intelligence Unit?
If you have not committed any crime, if you have not been the beneficiary of corruption, then what is your hesitation in going to the ED and answering their questions? I don't know what is the example that these people are sending to the youth of our country, that economic offenders should have some sort of a blanket immunity just because they assemble a crowd, or that if you are a famous connected son of a family, that economic offences should be allowed to be conducted with impunity. I don't know what the message is, but under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, all of these agencies that are autonomous agencies will be allowed to investigate every crime, big or small, by the mighty or by the non-mighty.
Fact Times now went to the address where Dotex Merchandise is registered in Kolkata and found that directors of the firm only visit the property occasionally. The premises hardly even look like an office. Take a look.
This particular company had allegedly given 1 crore rupees. 1 crore rupees was given to young Indians. When young Indians was only 1 month old. When young Indians only had its own balance sheet of 5 lakh rupees. Now that was shown as a loan. Now what you have learned from Enforcement Directorate sources, that money of 1 crore rupees, which was given back then in 2011 or so, was never repaid, was never paid back to Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. We are right outside Akashdeep, the same building which is registered with Dotex Merchandise. This is 5 Lower Rawdon Street. Now this is a residential complex where there are 2 offices. But Dotex Merchandise is not one of them. Why? The moment we went inside and spoke to the security people, it was told to us that yes, Hemant Goenka, they have a property, but it's a guest house, not an office, not an operational one, where he comes or visits every day. We did go inside. Block B, the second block, 4th floor, flat number 3. And as the door opened, we did not see anything that looked like an office premises. We saw a drawing room with a sofa set and a TV console. We saw a dining room, and we also saw 2 bedrooms next to the aisle, almost giving an impression that it wasn't an office, almost giving an impression that it was more like a guest house or a residential apartment, similar to the claims that have been made so far.
Now, in this particular jigsaw puzzle, there are clearly very many pieces that are missing. That is exactly what the Enforcement Directorate is trying to find out and piece together what exactly transpired between the Gandhis and the other shareholders as far as the National Herald AJL case is concerned. But it's not just the Congress party leaders and chief ministers of Congress-ruled states that came out to defend the Gandhi scion today. His brother-in-law, Robert Vadra, also someone who has faced the agency's wrath in the past, came out in his defense.
जिनको जहां भी बुलाया जाएगा हम जाएंगे वहां और सारे सवालों का जवाब देंगे और जब तक हर चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं हो जाती है हम वहां टिके रहेंगे, मतलब कि हमेशा जाएंगे और जवाब देंगे। पर जो टाइमिंग है इनका, जो तौर तरीका है, देश को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है, देश को बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, इसलिए ये लोग सब आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। राहुल और प्रियंका हमेशा लोगों के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और मैं ये कहूँगा कि अब आप सोनिया जी अब 75 साल के हैं और थोड़ी बीमार भी हैं, फिर भी उनको बुलाया जा रहा है।
Now, a number of senior Congress leaders were in the national capital in a show of support. Party workers took to the streets. They staged demonstrations across the country. But what's surprising is that many of them had absolutely no idea why they were on the streets and what they were protesting against. Now, Congress workers that Times Now spoke to in Hyderabad came out and made a shocking admission. They said they were in fact paid money, 500 rupees each, to hit the streets and show their support as Congress workers, but they clearly had no idea what was going on.
ने कौन सा ही काम क्या है, महंगाई बढ़ाई भाजपा सरकार ने और हुकुमशाह सरकार है, इसलिए हम इसके धिक्कार करने के लिए आए हैं।
मेरे को कुछ मालूम नहीं है केस के बारे में। जो मैम ने बोला मेरा गला खराब होने के।
अच्छा सर, आपको पता है किस वजह से सामान भेजा गया राहुल गांधी? नहीं पता।
जो प्रदर्शन में आए, क्या ये प्रदर्शन किस चीज?
सर मेरे को नहीं पता इसके बारे में, और किसी पूछना।
ये प्रदर्शन के बारे में पता नहीं है, बैठे ही है खाली। है
कैसे आए?
नहीं अभी बैठे ही, हम भी यहाँ सुन नहीं रहे हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या नहीं
सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं, मतलब आपको आइडिया नहीं है
यहाँ किस लिए आया?
ये झंडा लगाने के लिए 500 बोल के लाई थी मजदूरी का।
500 रुपए देते बोले।
क्यों है ये प्रोटेस्ट?
मैम बताएंगे।
मैम बताएंगे, आपको नहीं मालूम ये क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं?
ये बिजली के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमें बड़े बिल बहुत ज्यादा
आ रहा है।
महंगाई बढ़ाई भाजपा सरकार।
मेरे को कुछ मालूम नहीं है, मैम बताएंगे।
If that was an embarrassment enough for the Grand Old Party, a senior Congress leader and former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh seemed more interested to know where the hazri or the attendance was being marked, that he was actually present there to show his support to the Gandhi scion.
दिग्विजय सिंह जी है यहाँ पर। दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप आए हैं कि क्या आप कुछ?
भाई हाजिरी कहाँ लिखाना है? हाजिरी अंदर है।
आप कुछ कहेंगे?
कमांड आ जाओ।
दिग्विजय सिंह जी है यहाँ पर। दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप आए हैं कि क्या आप कुछ?
भाई हाजिरी कहाँ लिखाना है? हाजिरी अंदर है।
आप कुछ कहेंगे?
कमांड आ जाओ।
Moving on now, for the last 3 days, violence and mayhem has rocked parts of West Bengal. What started in Howrah on Friday soon spread to Nadia, Murshidabad and several other areas over the weekend. Protests against the now suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma's comments took a violent turn after police stations were torched. They were pelted. A train station was also vandalized yesterday. Protesters had to be dispersed with lathis and tear gas shells. But who really lit that fire that has been burning in Bengal across the state for the last 3 days? Perhaps it was part of a template by a certain radical group to wreak havoc across the state. One such provocation came in from Murshidabad on Friday when the SDPI, the political arm of the NIA-designated radical group PFI, took to the streets and called for destruction and end of kafirs. Listen in.
যেদিন 2014 27 মে নরেন্দ্র মোদী পার্লামেন্টে শপথ নিয়েছিল সেই দিন 2014 বলেছিলাম अगर तू ही फिरौन है तो जान लो मूसा भी जरूर आएगा अल्लाहू अकबर পুরা দুনিয়া যুগে যুগে যখনই নবীর দুশমনরা জিন্দা হয়েছে তখনই মহান আল্লাহ তাআলা ওইকে শাস্তি দেওয়ার জন্য একজন মর্দে মুজাহিদ একজন নবীকে পৃথিবীর বুকে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে।
Now you heard the provocation. Let me tell you that 72 hours later, that man still roams free. Contrast that to the other picture that is on your screens. That is of a young girl who took to social media to condemn this widespread violence and ask these rioters to leave the country if this is exactly what they had to do. Today, she stands in jail in Didi's West Bengal while a man who openly incited violence is out free. What's worse is that not only is she in jail, but Ashwini was also at the receiving end of the wrath of those very rioters that she was condemning. They came out and attacked her home. They vandalized it completely even after she was picked up by the police and taken for her arrest. Then the violence moved to the police station where the policemen were also targeted. What happened after that? Take a look. Now, the state government in West Bengal faces questions over a free hand that was given to these kind of hate mongers. What explains the inaction against the SDPI member for the last 3 days or the alacrity with which this young woman was arrested? Well, the police in West Bengal say they are doing everything that they can and they must be rest assured that no one will be spared.
আমাদের অবভিয়াসলি ইন্টেলিজেন্স ছিল কিন্তু সব সময় জিনিসটা এত স্পন্টেনিয়াস মাঝে মাঝে হয় এবং যেটা বললাম অনেক সময় স্পন্টেনিটির ভেতরেও অনেক কিছু ফ্যাক্টস থাকতে পারে অনেক কনস্পিরেসি থাকতে পারে সেটা উই আর ট্রাইং টু ফাইন্ড আউট যে কিভাবে এক্স্যাক্টলি হলো কেন থার্সডেতে আচানক ভিড় হলো বা তারপরে ফ্রাইডে এক্স্যাক্টলি থার্সডে বা ফ্রাইডে তারপরে কি করে জিনিসগুলো দাঁড়ালো সেগুলো একটু সময় লাগবে এখন ফার্স্ট প্রায়োরিটি আছে আমাদের ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার পুরো রেস্টোর করা এবং সেটা তবেই পসিবল হবে যখন আমরা সব অ্যারেস্টগুলো প্রপার যারা বদমাইশ আছেন যারা এসব করেছেন হুলিগানিজম যারা রেসপন্সিবল আছেন তাদের অ্যারেস্ট করা।
Now, the West Bengal police says there that they are ready to do whatever it takes, but the guilty will be punished. The culprits will be brought to book. But the BJP is not ready to buy that defense because they've been hitting the streets across Bengal over the weekend and even today to protest the alleged appeasement policy of the ruling TMC. Mamata Banerjee and her party is to blame for this mayhem, says the Saffron Party. Incidentally, that same charge is hurled by the ruling party in West Bengal at the BJP. Listen in to those words.
There is no such incident that the Bengal is burning. There was some sporadic protest as like in other parts of India. As you know, the friend of BJP saying that they're a Muslims party but they divide vote to help BJP. There is a hand of BJP which are playing the cards of decisive politics here, because the Muslims and Hindus, both in Bengal, the culture of Bengal does not permit us to think of any division among us.
इतना ईगो क्या है? ये पूरा हो रहा है इसलिए एक तो जानबूझ के जो रूलिंग पार्टी है, खास करके चीफ मिनिस्टर, उन्होंने पैट्रोनाइज कर रहा है, इंस्टिगेट कर दिया है। आज दूसरा, पुलिस को काम करने का कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन, डायरेक्शन नहीं है।
Well, that is time for a quick break here on this edition, but lots more lined up for you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.